It's an exciting time in America, as you know. It's really exciting. As you're hearing and seeing after years of recruiting shortfalls into the military enlistment, has now reached the highest point in probably history, but definitely 30 years, including for police and firefighters. But our military, we have the highest recruitment we've ever had. And just about a year ago, you read headlines that people weren't joining the military. We had a lot of empty spaces that we had to fill, and we weren't able to fill them. And it's a pretty great thing when just in a short period of time, it's a little short period of time, we went from not having people wanting to serve in our military, Army, Air Force. Just like the Army and the Air Force in particular, I don't know what was going on. Navy, Marines, how about Space Force, Coast Guard, all great, but we couldn't get them, and now we have waiting lists to get in. So something happened. And I'll tell you what happened. It was called November 5th, where I won on behalf of everyone. I won on behalf of the people with common sense, the people that want to have a great country, the people with strength and intelligence. I won all 7 swing states. The popular vote by millions and millions of votes, the electoral college 312 to 226. Remember they were saying, well, he might get to 270. Well, we got to 270, but we got to 312 actually. And we had a great day and a great evening. But very importantly, we were the counties throughout the United States, 2,660 to 451. That's why when you see the maps, they're all bright red, red meaning Republican. So that was really something. There's a spirit going on in our country that we haven't seen in many, many years. But from that moment on, our country has taken in commitments. We think it's probably, Scott is here, and Howard's here, Commerce. Secretary of Treasury, Scott has been great. Howard's been great, but I think these numbers are maybe making them look better than they're supposed to be looking. Where are they? Howard, where are you? There's Howard. Stand up, Howard. Now, where's Scott? Boy, you're not too far away. He's become a big star. You know, every time he goes on television, everything goes up. And sometimes they say it more forcefully, but he shouldn't do what I'm telling him. Because every time he goes, he's really considered one of the great gurus, one of the great geniuses in markets and understanding markets. And he does understand the market. And he also understands that we took on a terrible situation that was left to us by a prior administration. And within a short period of time, I think we're in great shape. I think we're one of the most, maybe the most talked about. We are the most talked about country anywhere in the world. We're really, and this is in a short period of time. This is during really 100 days, a little more than 3 months. And let's say the first month isn't count, because for the first months I wanted to fix up the old office, make it look really nice. So just in a couple of short months, we've taken in numbers that nobody ever thought possible. I don't think there's ever been anything like it in any country. And certainly there hasn't been an ours. So we'll be well over $10 trillion. And I want to thank Your Highness for helping with that number. It's a big contribution. But you can count on us, and you know that it's going to be a great investment. It's been a great investment over the years. So tonight, let us give thanks for the blessings of this friendship. We have a great friendship, our country and your country, added to by our friendship. And in keeping with the title of your national anthem, I want to wish peace to the Emir and to all Qataris. Working together, we can help the entire region unlock its potential. You have unbelievable potential here. Such a rich land, such a beautiful, magnificent. It's just a magnificent place. And you're unlocking its potential. You have a truly great leader and royal family. You have a great leader. Because you can have great land, you can have great wealth, you can have oil all over the place, you can have the oil and gas like nobody has. If you don't have a good leader, it doesn't mean a thing, and you see it all the time. There are a lot of places with oil. There are a lot of places with everything that you're supposed to have for success, and they're not successful. But you're successful because of a man that said, you know, my mouth is a special man. So I just wanted to say it's an honor to be with you tonight, and I look forward to coming back and watching some more buildings go up and everything else that you're doing. You're at a level that few people can even think about. And I hope you can help me with the Iran situation, because it's a perilous situation, and we want to do the right thing. We want to do something that's going to save maybe millions of lives. Because things like that get started and they get out of control. I've seen it over and over again. They go to war and things get out of control. And we're not going to let that happen. So I want to thank you and the Prime Minister and everybody else for the help you've given us. And in turn, we'll do things for you that I think you'll be very, very happy about. And that's more important than anything else, leading a great and safe and prosperous life in a fantastic country. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
All right, watching live, Donald Trump in Doha, Qatar, at a state dinner put on by the Qatari royal family there. As you can tell, Donald Trump keeps using the word peace. He wants to find peace in the region. He's looking for peace in the Middle East, and he's looking for a lot of other things. He just came off a trip where he stopped in Saudi Arabia, secured $600 billion, maybe $1 trillion in investment in the United States, and he just got more investment possibilities from Qatar. We'll see what happens there. Now, reports from Senator Ron Johnson show that under every scenario being considered by the House now for a federal budget, the debt continues to skyrocket from its current level of almost $37 trillion. The current projection adds around $22 trillion over the next 10 years, resulting in a total debt of $59 trillion. So while we're doing good things in foreign policy, here at home, challenges. Here with me to discuss this is U.S. Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Senator, thank you for being here. Let's start with this tour of Saudi Arabia, now Qatar, and then UAE. Obviously, this is a successful trip so far. The president would like to expand on the Abraham Accords. He would like to find a path to peace, and he says he's willing to work with Syria and reduce or eliminate sanctions there. He's willing to work in Lebanon. What do you make of what you've seen so far over the last 48 hours?
Well, first of all, I think the Abraham Accords were brilliant. I don't think President Trump got anywhere near the credit for those. And I've always said, of any president in my lifetime, I think President Trump is the president most likely to keep us out of wars, which John F. Kennedy said that was the number one responsibility. The number one goal of any president of the United States is keep us out of war. And so he's definitely a peace president. The story I like telling is when Iran downed one of our drones, and everybody, we got to retaliate. You know, the drumbeat of war the drums were being beaten. President Trump, at pretty much the 12th hour, before the retaliation strike was launched, said, "Okay, hang on here. What did that drone cost? It was a couple $1 million." Then he asked the most relevant question: well, how many people are going to die in this retaliation? A few million, right. A few hundred. And he made the correct decision. He said, I don't think a couple $1 million drone is worth that loss of life. A lot of those individuals probably serving their country. Again, we may not like their country's leader, but they're just, they're the fodder, the cannon fodder in any war. And so, again, that really solidified in my mind that President Trump wants peace, and he knows how to achieve it. Focus on areas of agreement, focus on economic development, mineral mining in Ukraine, whether it's Ukrainian or Russian territory being controlled right now. Focus on things that are win-win situations rather than the lose-lose situation of war.
No question, Senator. And you look at his campaign, one of the cornerstones of his campaign was to end wars in Ukraine. In Gaza, he just got the last American hostage released from Gaza. Tomorrow, Putin and Zelensky face-to-face in Turkey, facilitated in large part by the United States. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be there to observe, maybe participate. That's a big deal. Pakistan and India, they've come to a ceasefire, fragile as it may be, also facilitated by this president. He is pursuing peace wherever he goes, and that seems to be the message of this mission in the Middle East, too, doesn't it?
It does, and I remember when President Trump was running in 2016, I was on the same ticket, basically, and I heard him say that it was too predictable in foreign relations, foreign policy. We need to be more unpredictable, and at the time I thought, man, that's the wrong answer. I think our allies, I think the world needs to understand exactly where America stands. But quite honestly, a certain level of unpredictability is required. Now, I know that as somebody who negotiates in business, you can't let your negotiating opponent know exactly where you stand. You have to be a little unpredictable, and I think President Trump has used that to his advantage, to America's advantage, I think to the advantage of world peace. So he's shown his resolve. He's taken out Soleimani. He's struck when Syria used chemical weapons. So people realize you can push him only so far. But at the same time, he, by and large, is pursuing peace, and that's a good thing. You take a look at the United States foreign entanglements since Vietnam.
That's what we
haven't worked
for.
out very well.
Yeah. I know you've got a tight schedule today, so I want to make sure I get to this point that I started with here, and that is this big, beautiful bill coming through the House, maybe by Memorial Day, more likely by the 4th of July. Either way, it's going to have a lot of things in it that the president wants, but the problem that you have with it is going to have a lot of spending that remains basically on a road to more and more debt. $59 trillion over 10 years is where we would end up. So you've expressed concerns to this bill. Would you vote for it the way it is today, or would you say no?
No, I'm firm no as it's currently being discussed. Again, you have to look at the big picture here. We get caught up in all the details and all the hot political issues and the demagoguery, and we're afraid of our own shadow when it comes to how Democrats accuse us of falsely accuse us of wanting to end Medicare or Medicaid or Social Security, as opposed to let's take the time, let's make the case, let's talk about how Obamacare, which is now Medicaid expansion, puts it threatens Medicaid for the people that it was designed for, the way states are basically stealing from the federal government, gaming the system with their provider taxes. Let's make that point, but let's also establish the main goal of budget reconciliation ought to be to control the budget. The number one goal should be let's not increase deficits over 10 years. And I don't see a scenario right now where we wouldn't actually be increasing the deficit. Now, you can argue over, okay, if you extend current tax codes so we prevent a massive automatic tax increase, which I would just do on its own. I have no requirements for that. But, if you do that, you can argue, how much will that actually raise in revenue? But you take a look at the spending, $1.5 trillion reduced by the $342 billion over 10 years. We're cutting less than $1.2 trillion, which is $1.3 trillion on the $89 trillion.
What will it take to get your support? Because if this bill doesn't pass, much of what Donald Trump has done, 140 give or take executive orders and all the rest, a lot of people say it'd be for naught. Last question to you, what would it take for your support to be there on this bill?
Well, first of all, we always should have broken this in parts. Folks on the areas agreement left the really messy part, which we're trying to do in one big bill. Let that give us the time to get that right. But it's going to require a commitment to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending. I've laid out the options, and a process to achieve and maintain it. Again, we're not willing to do the work. We're not going through the budget line by line, thousands of lines, like Elon Musk has shown us how to do it with Doge. Again, if you show this, the waste, fraud, and abuse, you scrutinize the federal budget, my belief is you probably have hundreds of billions of dollars, not in Medicare, not in Social Security, probably not even Medicaid, although we need to fix that. But you probably wouldn't even have to touch that, and you can still save hundreds of billions of dollars and get to that $6.5 trillion level. I've shown it. By taking 2019, plus it up by inflation, population growth, you get $6.5 trillion. But we're just not willing to do the work. I'm going to insist that we do the work.
Ron Johnson, Senator of Wisconsin, Sir, I applaud you because you're going to catch a lot of flack, but we need to do the work at some point. Just like Donald Trump's trying to reset the global economy, we have to get our budget and our financial house in order here at home and stop spending so darn much money. Senator, thank you.
Have a great day.
Really appreciate it. There it is, Senator Ron Johnson, Wisconsin. And I agree. We have to get our fiscal house in order, and we're not currently there. Now, coming up after the break, Real America's Voice border correspondent, my good friend Ben Berquam, spending a day with ICE at one of their detention facilities. You know, the places that Democrats have been trying to force their way in. We'll be checking in to see what's happening on America's Voice Live up next. Since Donald Trump returned to the White House for his second term as president, he's been keeping his word on a variety of issues, including the promise to seal the border and deport dangerous, violent gang members and get them out of the United States. And with the help of Border Czar Tom Homan, that's exactly what's been happening. In fact, at a pace that I think is surprising even to some of us. Border crossings down, 97%, 99% in some areas. ICE agents are now able to do their jobs, which is track down and send known gangbangers out of the United States, too. You see, what ICE is doing is making America a safer place. We don't want violent criminals out in the streets or as our neighbors, nor do we want our children or one of our loved ones to become the next victim or a statistic. What ICE is doing is vital for the future safety of every American, including you and me. Real America's Voice correspondent Ben Bergquam has been given the unique opportunity to spend a few days with ICE to report their operations and what's going on. He's here with me now from Houston, Texas. Folks, Ben Bergquam, it's been a bit, my friend. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you too, Steve. Great to be with you.
And this opportunity not only to ride along with some of the agents there along the border, but to go into one of these detention centers. And unlike the Democrats, you don't have to throw a shoulder or throw an elbow. You get to be invited in, which is kind of the way to do it, don't you think?
Well, you know, it's ironic. For 4 years under Biden, we weren't allowed in because, and the only people that were allowed in were the leftists and the activists who were inviting in the invasion into our country. Now we have a president that puts America first, and the people that actually put America first are the ones that are being invited in. And as you said, you've got the Democrats trying to shut it down. You've got them, raiding and invading these ICE facilities. And as you said, ICE is their primary focus right now is getting rid of the worst of the worst. So Democrats are out there trying to protect the worst of the worst. Criminals in your communities that are here illegally. That's who Democrats want to protect. And the guys of ICE, they want to protect you, your family, and even not law-abiding illegal aliens, because there's no such thing. They were illegal to begin with. But the immigrant communities, that's who illegal aliens, they victimize the most. And so it's absolutely insane. But thank God the tables have turned. 4 years. What a difference 4 years makes, huh?
Yeah, we're at about 150,000. I just had to jump on and check the numbers. I thought that's where we were. Just over about 150,000 deported so far. Now, look, Tom Homan would like that number to be higher. So would Donald Trump. But they are making the effort, and they're getting the worst of the worst out of here. We know that people that have been here that have committed heinous crimes, some of them, I just read about a murderer that had come here from Colombia and was walking our streets. They picked him up yesterday. Look, the funny thing is, Ben, the Democrats and the activists, they don't want these people as neighbors either. So this is what's bizarre to me. They don't want them next door, but they want them in your neighborhood and mine. Why is that? Can somebody explain that to me?
Look, there's only two justifications that make sense to me. It's either ignorance or they're wanting to destroy this country. And I think it's probably split. I don't know the proportions. There are a lot of ignorant people that just don't know what they're talking about, and they just follow the line. And if Trump bad, Democrats good, CNN tells you one thing, MSNBC tells you one thing, you follow that line. But there are truly people in our government, in our country, in our politics, in our media that want to destroy this country. There are people that want to remake America into a communist utopian vision that they have, or a jihadist Sharia utopian vision that they have, and it's really up to us to stop them. That's the enemies that we're really facing. And as you said, this is the beginning of it. President Trump, Tom Homan, ICE, Border Patrol, they've been doing it. It's basically the first stage of this operation, and part of its optics, going after the worst of the worst, forcing Democrats to try to protect the worst of the worst. But ultimately, the plan is to ramp this up and to get more and more and more. Stage 2 will be this 287G program you know about. A lot of these guys know about. It's deputizing sheriff's offices across America. And all you have to do is look at Florida. Florida has mandated law enforcement working with ICE. And you look at a place like Miami. Now, Houston actually had the biggest day so far, the biggest week so far of any state or any EOR in the country. They had 600. That was until Florida enacted that policy requiring law enforcement to work with Border Patrol and ICE, and they doubled that, 1,200 in 1 week. So that will be the next phase. Yeah. We're going to see that happening, and then it's going to be going after these activist judges. We've already seen that, the leftist organizations that are protecting them. So there's a lot of pieces at play right now, but part of it's winning the war on optics, and that's why we're here, is to show the truth about what's actually happening.
And tell me about this detention facility you're going to be visiting tomorrow, Ben, right there in Greater Houston. What is it? How big is it? What do you expect to find?
Well, there's multiple. There's actually 4 detention facilities here in the Houston area. This one is the one we're going to be going to is the largest. It has 1,000 beds, and you'll be shocked when you go there. I'll just tell you that right now. The amount of money that have gone into this thing. While the left is saying this is inhumane treatment, these people, they're being treated like animals and all this. I'm just telling you right now, you're going to be shocked by what you see. These guys are treated, in my opinion, too well, and you'll have to see it to believe it. But a lot of money goes into making sure they're treated well, so that the left can't say that. We're going to go and show the truth about how they're being treated. But the other side of that is every day that we hold these guys in custody is more money out of our taxpayers' pockets, out of yours and my pockets. So their focus here in ERR and HSI is to get rid of these guys as fast as they can. They get them in, especially if they've got final orders of removal. In some cases, the guy we picked up today is a Mexican national. He's got a final order of removal. He could be on a bus as late as this afternoon being sent back to Mexico. That's the goal, is to catch them and get them out of here. But it really comes down to the country they're being sent to. Some countries operate or coordinate with us, some don't. Some it's easy to get them out of here, some it's not. Some of them aren't in final proceedings, and the judges are, you've got activist judges trying to protect them, and it can take 30 to 60 days. So there's a lot of factors at play. But the whole thing is, we just want to show you the truth and let the American people make up their mind, unlike what the left is doing.
I'm looking forward to that, Ben. I'm looking forward to your reporting tomorrow. So that'll happen tomorrow. He's going to a 1,000-bed detention facility right there in Greater Houston and delivering you all the truth here on Real America's Voice. Ben, thank you as always. And you can always catch Ben on Law and Border right here on this network if you want to find out more and see up close and in detail what's really going on. So skip the nonsense, get to the facts. Ben will bring them to you. Now, coming up after the break, President Trump recently signed an executive order giving drug makers 30 days to lower the cost of prescription drugs here in the United States. But some experts say there's a better way to lower drug costs without taxing American drug makers. We'll have details straight ahead. Monday, President Trump signed an executive order setting a 30-day deadline for drug makers to effectively lower the cost of prescription drugs in the United States. And if they don't, they will face limits down the road on what the government is willing to pay in research and development and anything else for that matter. The order calls on the health department, led by RFK Jr., to broker new price tags for drugs over the next month. If deals are not reached, Bobby will then be tasked with developing a new rule that ties the price the U.S. pays for medications to lower prices paid by other countries. You see, Donald Trump says we're done subsidizing. Taxpayers spend hundreds of billions of dollars on prescription drugs and other medications every year through Medicare, which covers nearly 70 million older Americans. Medicaid is also spending tens of billions of dollars each year for drugs for younger folks. Here with me to discuss this, the president of the National Taxpayers Union, Pete Sepp. All right, Pete, good idea or bad? I mean, I like the idea of lowering drug prices, but my guess is they might become less available. Some drugs might not be available at all. If these pharmaceutical companies don't have a big payoff on their research and development, will they exit the game? That's my question to you.
Now, over 150 economists barely 7 years ago wrote an open letter to Alex Azar, who was Trump's Health and Human Services Secretary during his first term, and they warned about tying U.S. drug prices to the ones that foreign countries pay. Now, they recognize these foreign countries are freeloaders, but bringing their price controls into our system is really the backward answer to the problem. What we need to be doing is forcing these countries to pay a better market price. Having an index that we pay for our drugs tied to theirs isn't going to do that, and the backlash is going to be against our patients, our taxpayers.
Well, you say that, and I can't argue with that, Pete. However, we know that I saw one drug, I don't remember the name of it. It's for breast cancer. A patient in America pays about $16,000 a month, either by way of their health insurance or however they cover it. The same drug in Sweden is $1,600, one-tenth the cost. Look, I'm not real good with math, but that seems completely out of whack. And maybe these countries, these socialist countries in Europe, need to pay more for their people to have access to the drugs. I'm not saying it has to be exactly equal, but 10 to 1, that's not going to fly.
That's right. They absolutely do need to pay more. The way to do that, number one, negotiate better trade agreements. The president has been proven to be very good at doing that. This should be a number one demand of socialist countries to say, hey, you cannot compulsorily license our products that come into your country, and that's what they do. It's called compulsory licensing of drug products that come into their countries and pay such a cheap price. You have to pay some of the freight, just in the way the president is asking European countries in NATO to pay a little more for their own defense. You know, it's entirely logical to say to them, you cannot practice this kind of arbitrage against our own companies. And we're going to have to give our companies the ability to say no to these countries' cheap price offers and demand that they pay market rate. That's the start of it. We also have to do drug approval process reform. We got to get this one big beautiful bill through so that things like R&D costs continue to be tax advantaged. That could all run out if Congress doesn't act by the end of the year, but we're seeing encouraging signs that they're moving forward.
Yeah, and Pete, you probably didn't catch it off the top of the program today, but Senator Ron Johnson, Wisconsin, was with me. He says he cannot support this one big beautiful bill because it continues to add to our national debt, which he says by his projections would take us to $59 trillion of debt in about 10 years. I can't say that he's wrong about that, but if we don't get that bill through, Donald Trump's entire agenda could be up for grabs, Pete. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, we do have some work ahead of us on this one big beautiful bill. The House has given us a good start, but number one, we've got to defend the Medicaid reforms and fixes and other spending restraint in the bill. I say restraint because these are not real spending cuts. We're just slowing the rate of growth. We need to do more of that. Senator Johnson is right. We cannot let up on spending restraint and keep our eye off the deficit. We got to keep our eye on it.
Pete Sapp, always appreciate you being here. Thank you as always, my friend. All right, so look, Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April deadline, that's April the 15th, of course, or you still owe back taxes, guess what? The IRS is gearing up to come after you. Every day you wait only makes things worse. If you owe them money, they're going to come looking. If they owe you money, they don't care. But with over 5,000 new tax liens filed every single day, and they use tools like property seizures, bank levies, wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are, well, they're moving fast. The good news, there is still time for Tax Network USA to help you. Self-employed or business owner, even if your books are a complete mess, they've got it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control of your life and your finances. Your consultation is completely free. And acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. That is good news, isn't it? Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com. tnusa.com/RAV, and you'll save some money on that. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. All right, still to come. Colleges around the country have been buying into the idea of having segregated graduation according to people's identity, like race, things that we're not supposed to do. Not only that, but it seems that some colleges are planning to honor illegal immigrant students, too. More insanity after the break. So college campuses around the country have been pushing and acting on the idea of separating graduation ceremonies by, factors like race. Remarkable, right? That's not supposed to happen in America. By grouping of individuals based on their race or ethnicity, segregated graduations perpetuate the idea that people can only identify with others who look like them. And this can further exacerbate social division and racism, frankly. Harmful assumptions only undermine the value of individual achievement and personal growth, in my estimation. And to add to that, 3 universities in California and a university in Washington apparently going to hold undocu graduation. That's right, undocu graduation ceremonies for illegal aliens in this country. Quite unbelievable, but here we are. Here to talk to me about this is campus reform correspondent at the University of Florida and brand new graduate, by the way, Emily Sturge. Emily, congratulations on your recent graduation from college there at Florida.
Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to talk about this story because I have a firsthand perspective. I was lucky enough where at my graduation ceremony, we focused on celebrating student success and the accomplishments of 4 years of hard work. But unfortunately, we're seeing at other campuses, they're opting to instead look at skin color or ethnicity, even sexual orientation and LGBTQ graduations. And I really want to focus on those undocu graduation ceremonies where students are literally being divided based on their status as either a law-abiding citizen or an illegal alien in these ceremonies.
So let me get this straight. This crazy idea of meritocracy, of actually being, given accolades for high grades and good accomplishments and doing what you're supposed to do and having a nice graduation ceremony that includes, let me get this straight, everyone, regardless of how they look?
Of course, and that's why it's so unfortunate that at the Leadership Institute's campus reform, we've uncovered these undocu graduation ceremonies at 3 universities in California and at the University of Washington. And I want to be clear, it says it explicitly in the name, undocu graduation ceremonies. It's for undocumented students. These aren't for foreign students who did the right paperwork, came here the right way on a foreign visa. These aren't for law-abiding students. Instead, it's a slap in the face to the people who did the right thing for law-abiding students. It's undermining the American rule of law. And it's so agitating to watch as leftist university administrations and university leaders choose to honor and celebrate illegal immigrants in these ceremonies. But honestly, it doesn't shock me because of all the recent reporting I've done about university campuses vowing to work against the Trump administration's efforts to crack down on illegal immigration.
Let me ask you this, Emily, because it seems to me that there are less of these things happening. I used to hear about quite a bit. I think there's fewer of them happening because of, we're shaming them. Like, what are you doing? This is not the way America's supposed to be. You're not supposed to separate people based on race or gender or creed or religion or any of those things, right? And yet here's what they're doing. Are we winning a little bit? That's what I want to know.
These ceremonies have every right to be shamed. I happen to remember in the November election, the American people voted against this woke nonsense. But I'm also dying to hear your first impression of these undocu graduation ceremonies, Steve, because my first impression was, wow, this is a horrible idea of so many people who are breaking the American rule of law, choosing to put themselves in a room and then publicly advertise the time, date, and location of these ceremonies when somebody could easily send the calendar invite to Tom Homan. But, as I researched further into how universities are handling these ceremonies, universities are actually vowing to protect the identities of the attendees who are there. They're giving the attendees detailed directives on how to evade ICE agents, telling them to report sightings of ICE agents, not to talk to them, not to answer questions or open doors for them. So I want to be clear that the universities involved with these ceremonies are directly telling illegal aliens how to circumvent the rule of law. And I would go as far as to say they're providing refuge to criminals with these illegal immigrant graduation ceremonies.
I would agree with that. But I think you're spot on, Emily, when you say Tom Homan would be a great keynote speaker at some of these events. And after he gets done, he said, round them up, folks. But here's the thing. You have states that'll pay tuition, out-of-state tuition, but will pay for illegals to go to college. We end up paying that bill. They keep them in secret ceremonies, right, to make sure that they can graduate and slide them out the side door like the Milwaukee judge did with an illegal alien here recently. It's like some of these folks think that they're above the law and they can help anybody they want, and it doesn't matter what federal immigration laws are. And to say that, they are law-abiding citizens, by definition, they're not. You came here illegally. By definition, you are not a law-abiding citizen. Emily, I'll give you the last word.
Well, I'll provide you some hope. I've seen some positive changes here in my home state of Florida. Governor DeSantis recently ruled that we need to stop providing this in-state tuition rate for illegal immigrants. Of course, it's unfair unfair to students who are out-of-state students here in the college system at the in Florida who are paying out-of-state rates. Meanwhile, there's people from out of the country who are illegal aliens who are getting rewarded with in-state tuition. That took place in Florida for far too long, and now we've been one of the first states to correct that course of action. Also, Florida's universities have recently partnered with ICE, so now we're going to start seeing ICE enforcement on university campuses here in the state of Florida. It's a very positive thing to see. I'm excited to see safety upheld on Florida's university campuses, and I hope other states look at Florida as a positive example.
Come on, universities, clean up your act. Emily, thank you so much. Congratulations again on your recent graduation. Glad you got through that, and glad things in Florida are going the right way. Thank you for being here.
Me too. Thank you so much for having me.
There you have it. All right. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a quick break. As you know, the figures for the April Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which you know as inflation, came out. The revelations within them prove President Trump's strategies are working so far. The latest report from the White House highlights the decrease in the price of consumer goods, including gas prices, which have seen a decrease for the third month in a row, about 7%, along with groceries, such as eggs, seeing a 15% drop. What's more is that the wages of Americans have seen a 1.9% increase, further proving that President Trump's methods are producing some results thus far. The White House has noted these figures as being a 4-year low on inflation. They've also mentioned Americans seeing relief in President Trump's economy despite the concern over tariffs. Here to talk with me about this is a financial advisor for the IMG Financial Group, Nick Baker. Nick, nice to see you here today. How do your customers like it?
Yeah, it's the art of the deal, right? You know, what's most interesting, though, is that whether you voted for Donald Trump or not, and the data backs this up, Democrats, Republicans, it was a good buying opportunity, really, in the last few months. You can see all the congressmen, congressional, all their trades. They were buying up at this opportunity to buy things at a discounted price. But as you mentioned, things are back and roaring again. And I think everybody's really excited. And like I said, this is the art of the deal playing out right in front of our eyes.
You know, the Dow's above 42,000, the NASDAQ above 19,000, the S&P at almost 6,000. Just a couple of weeks ago, they were all parading around, they on the naysayer side of the aisle, saying it's going to be the worst April since 1932, death, destruction. Okay, well, that didn't happen. And in fact, right now, if I'm reading these charts right, I think we're back above where we were on November 5th, 2024, Election Day. Right or wrong?
Correct. Yeah. You know, what's interesting is that, and I tell our customers, clients this all the time, the media, the legacy media, they have to fill up the time and the words and the magazines and the newspapers with news. So a lot of times it's just fear is what sells, right? So if you can ignore a lot of the hysteria and remain the course, it really ends up well for people. But yeah, it's kind of funny to see a bunch of people eat crow, especially when this is pretty much exactly what we were promised.
Yeah, and in fact, gold is off about 10% here the last week or so. That's an indication of things stabilizing. As far as I can tell, gold is below 3,200. It was at almost 3,500 here just a few days ago, Nick. What do you make of the land as you look forward? We've got a deal in place temporarily with China, a deal with the UK, the EU not too far away. We've got some things that are playing out as we would hope. So as you look down, 3 months, 6 months toward the back end of this year, what are you sensing?
Yeah, we're extremely optimistic, especially when you see these deals kind of playing out again. Like I said, exactly as we were promised. This is the art of the deal. Is we were getting ripped off by a number of other countries. China is the number one offender, right? And so when we see these kind of things really work in our favor, you've got the tariffs go down from 145% to 30%, and then China reduces theirs from 125 to 10%. I'm not always the smartest person in the room, but China was operating at a trade surplus to the tune of about $100 billion with us. We were at a trade deficit. I would much rather, and I think most of us would rather be in a surplus rather than a deficit. So we're well on our way to making that happen, which is really just a rising tide is going to lift all boats.
There you go, Nick, and let's hope that we get to surf all the way in. Nick Baker from the IMG Financial Group. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks for having me.
Greatly appreciated. All right, so this July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. BRICS nations are pushing forward with their plan to get rid of the American dollar. They think it will decrease, bringing down the value of the money that you have in your savings. While this won't transition overnight, the Rio Reset in July has the ability to pivot everything when BRICS nations try to get rid of the dollar and change your savings. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you now. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA and precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold by texting America to 989898. With an A-plus rating at the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and that Rio Reset. Text America to 989898. Do that today. When we come back, Brian Glenn will join me from the White House with the latest what's going on there today. This is America's Voice Live. information on the trip to the Middle East, and we'll continue to update you throughout the rest of the day here on Real America's Voice, and of course the rest of the week with Donald Trump and all of his stops along the way. But here, closer to home in the nation's capital, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem testifying before a House panel this morning on the fiscal 2026 budget for her department. Noem has promised to limit FEMA and become a significant force backing President Trump. On Tuesday, Noem advocated that the Democrats who attended a protest outside a New Jersey U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility to be censured. Not prosecuted, but censured. Joining me now with all of this is Brian Glenn, the White House chief correspondent for Real America's Voice. Brian, you were there with Kristi Noem today. They're just willing to go to bat for this Maryland man, even though he's a member of MS-13. That's what you're telling me coming in. I just can't believe it. I mean, everything that's come out, and they're still standing there on that hill willing to die for it.
I don't know why they are, Steve, because in the court of public opinion, this guy is an MS-13 gang member, doesn't belong in this country, and so therefore he's being removed and was removed. And you know, even when they go back to some of the local law enforcement agencies that were on this case, have all the documentation, this guy was associated with a gang, that doesn't matter to some of these Democrats, these House Democrats. Now, I can't say that every Democrat, this is the hill they're dying on, but surely Congressman Goldman, that this was the hill that he wanted to pick a fight on today. He went back and forth with Kristi Noem on several occasions. Of course, it became kind of tense at one point. Chairman Green had to step in there and call for order. So it's kind of chaotic at times, but that's what they're willing to do, Steve, and I don't understand it.
No, I don't understand it either. Look, this is not a popular item. This is what I've discussed before. I don't think these Democrats or these activists want people like the Maryland man to be their neighbor, but they want him to be my neighbor and yours. How does that make any sense?
Yeah. I don't know. One of the things that really came up today, Steve, was due process. They kept talking about where was his due process. Well, I asked, and they asked the very same question when millions of Americans came into this country, or million foreigners came into this country, where was their due process coming into the United States? So certainly due process is not something we need to even think about right now in terms of getting rid of an illegal alien, a criminal alien in this country. They brought up a couple other examples, how a family was torn apart because someone came in illegally, had a child, and of course now they're being deported. And well, the question becomes, well, where does the child go? Well, the child goes with the family, but the Democrats were wrong with the narrative that President Trump and they're separating the families, or they're throwing American citizens out of this country. He's simply just trying to keep the families together and really kind of making a decision for them. If you want to leave your kids in the United States, that's if you, yeah.
The narrative is that we're deporting these children. We're not deporting the children. We're deporting the parents, and they're taking their kids with them. And that's the way it is. Brian, I got to leave it there. But that's it's not semantics, it's fact. Brian Glenn at the White House today. Brian, always appreciate you. Thank you. Brian Glenn, always hustling around that. The way that, I don't know if you saw the outburst with Bobby Kennedy. We'll have that coming up later here on Real America's Voice, and more with Kristi Noem and everything that went on with her today as well. It is, I think, shameful in many ways that the Democrats continue to apparently plant their flag for the illegal gang members. Don't forget to join me tomorrow morning on Real America's Voice to start your broadcast day. Happens at 6 a.m. Follow me on X in between, because we broadcast live there, and we have question of the day for you there every day. Didn't get to it today, but we will tomorrow. I can assure you of that. And I'll see you back here for America's Voice Live as well.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, folks, it's 4 o'clock and the market is closing on Wall Street and the market is open. The media, politics, news market is open right here on Real America's Voice with Bowling. 4 o'clock, market's closed. We open. Check it out. Dow very quiet today. Very, very quiet today. Trump is overseas. He's in the Middle East. He cut a $600 billion deal with Mohammed bin Salman, the leader of Saudi Arabia. And then he went over to Qatar and cut a $250 billion deal over there. All in all, so far, Trump's got $1.2 trillion in deals cut with the Middle East so far. Markets are very quiet today. Dow down a little bit, NASDAQ up a little bit. Check out gold, 66, a little evening of a massive run up in gold. Good news, 82 cents lower in oil. OPEC has been talking about whether or not they're going to increase production. They're going to try and increase production. And for those who are interested, Bitcoin, 103,300, 103,300. That thing has just been on a tear. It's kind of shrugged off all the nonsense that's been going on Wall Street and doing its own thing. Bitcoin is very strong. Ben, did you tell me something? Did you say our guest is here? He's not here. We're waiting on what's going on.
We are just getting some things padded out right now, but we'll be ready shortly.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we can talk a little bit more of that Middle Eastern trip. I mean, if you're watching the picture, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's amazing. And the biggest thing for me was when Trump landed, he landed in Air Force One, in which obviously he wants to exchange for a new version of it, $400 million version that the Qatar government wants to give Trump. But so he lands, and Mohammed bin Salman rolls out literally the red carpet for Trump. I mean, it's a huge emotional thing. Takes them one room, they sit down, they have coffee, they sit down, they go to the next room. There's a horse escort when Trump goes from one meeting to the next. World leaders, Middle Eastern leaders, are waving to him, are fist bumping him, and the difference is monumental compared to when Joe Biden went to the Middle East, met Saudi Arabia, and saw bin Salman, who gave him a fist bump. Remember that? It was barely even noticed he was there. A little fist bump. A completely different president. And that means a lot, especially with the Middle East. With the Middle East is much of a tinderbox as it is, and with the amount of oil that's produced in the Middle East, it really matters that Trump and America has a good relationship. I think also something really important happened today. He met with the Syrian president, and he lifted the sanctions on Syria, which is a big move. Big move for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of technology that we can sell to Syria, and I'm sure that's going to be part of lifting the sanctions, that we will be the seller of technology into Syria. Great business move. More importantly, Trump literally went to the Syrian president and said, I want you to sit down with Israel. Can you imagine if a Middle Eastern country sits down with Israel to try and make peace? They will alienate Iran even further. Iran will be an island on themselves and won't know what to do. They'll be surrounded by pro-American forces. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Syria, Israel, Jordan. Iran's going to be left out in the cold. This is really smart diplomacy. All right, let's bring in our first guest. He wants to level the playing field for American Wagyu beef farmers. Representative Marlin Stutzman's new bill is called Protect the American Beef Act, opens the door for the President of the United States to place a tariff of up to 70% on Wagyu meat and conventional embryos imported from Australia in order to create a competitive balance in the two trade markets. Let's welcome Congressman Marlin Stutzman. Welcome, Congressman. Tell us about your bill, and I give you a fair warning, my friend. I'm a free trade person. I'm an absolute free trade purist. So, as I told my producers, like, yeah, he wants to talk about tariffs, and I said, well, I hope he realizes I'm a free trade person who's pushed back on even the president's tariff plan. So let me hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, Eric, great to be with you, and appreciate you hearing me out here, because I'm with you. The fact is that Australia banned American beef from going to Australia back in the early 2000s during the mad cow disease. There was a period of time in the early 2000s when we were dealing with that. We've obviously dealt with it. We feed, over 300 million people in the United States, but Australia took advantage of the situation and said, we're not going to take any beef from the United States. But of course, they send plenty of beef to us, and we buy a lot of Australian beef. When President Trump started talking about tariffs, I really see this as an opportunity to reset our trade policy. I mean, I remember, growing up in the Midwest during the 90s and early 2000s, when the free trade agreement, NAFTA, was supposed to be great for America. Well, I'll tell you, Eric, it wasn't great for the Midwest, because a lot of these jobs did go overseas. A lot of them went to China. A lot of them went to Mexico for a variety of reasons. And so there has been a disadvantage on manufacturing and agriculture, specifically from what I'm familiar with other countries. And a lot of them are our allies. Look at the auto industry. We helped build the Japanese auto industry because of an imbalance or a difference in our trade policy. So my hope is that President Trump sends a message to these countries and says, look, we're going to level the playing field. If you want to go to zero tariffs, we're fine with that. I would support that. That there shouldn't be any tariffs going either direction, and that would be real free trade. And so that's what my intention is. And we definitely have the attention of the Australians and saying, look, we're friends. You should be buying American beef.
I agree with you on the part, but in theory, my problem is that when you do things like tariffs, and you're I guess, recommending a 70% tariff on Wagyu beef. Wagyu beef imported from, right now, Australian Wagyu beef is around $40 to $45 a pound, right? Whereas American-grown chuck is about $5.25 a pound. So it's already 9 times more expensive. So if you're going to almost double it, you're going to cause a pound of Wagyu beef to come in around $70 a pound. That's a $30 quarter pounder.
Well, I mean, I'm in the industry. My family's in the industry, and I know that if you're buying $5 a pound Wagyu chuck, it's not good Wagyu.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said American beef, regular beef, straight up beef, $5.25. I'm saying yes. Wagyu beef imported from Australia right now is about $45 a pound. You put 70% on that. That's what is it? That's about $70 a pound. Right. Your Wagyu burger that you sell in America that's Australian right now, until tariffs come down, you're almost doubling the price. And here's the theory, and this is why I warned you, I'm a free marketeer. There is no way, absolutely no way, a guy who's selling Wagyu burgers or burgers in a restaurant can eat the difference of a 70% increase in his input costs on Wagyu beef. He has to pass it on to the burger buyer.
Right. So again, I mean, I'm in the industry. I know the industry. I was, we've been quoting to restaurants. This was about 4 years ago, before I was elected to Congress, we couldn't compete with our product with the Australian product, and here we were, 50 miles down the road. We had transportation advantages. We of course had regulatory advantages, but we couldn't beat the Australian price. And what's happening is that, again, we're building the Australian beef industry on the backs of the American farmer and producer. We have an unlevel playing field, and that's simply what, the tariff price, 70%, is a strong, I mean, it's a high number for a reason. That's not what the final intention is. It's really to get the attention of the Australians and say, look, stop banning American beef from going to Australia, let's have a level playing field going both directions. And we're not afraid of competition. We'll compete with anybody. But if somebody's going to ban our product or tariff our product, then you're putting Americans at a disadvantage. And that's why I think President Trump is right to put these tariffs in place to bring these people to the negotiating table to get a better trade deal.
So, and again, if that's the theory and that's what we're doing, then great. But it became, let's raise tariffs on everyone and see who comes to kind of like kiss the ring and get their tariffs lowered, versus let's just get everyone to lower their tariffs. In fact, the market got destroyed when Trump announced tariffs on everyone. It lost $10 trillion. It didn't recover until he started lifting tariffs. So tariffs clearly are not great for trade, for free trade. Clearly are not. When you lift them, they are. So my question is, why even, I guess it's twofold. If Trump is going to play the tariff game with Australia anyway, why do you want to specifically point out yet another tariff to add to the game he's already playing?
Because this is so Wagyu in particular, that's a niche market that came out of Japan during the free trade negotiations back under the Clinton administration. Wagyu was only exclusive in Japan. Well, they let genetics out of the country back in the 90s. Well, then, of course, it starts to develop around the country. Well, there's a lot of people that are cutting corners on the product. The Wagyu breed, the brand is a solid brand. People know it as a quality, high-end beef product, but a lot of people are cutting corners. That's one of our issues with the Australians, is that we don't even know what percentage of the product is really Wagyu. It could be Hereford, it could be Angus, it could be any other breed, but they're saying, and they're labeling it as Wagyu. Well, for example, Arby's did their Wagyu steak burger for a while. They don't do that any longer because there was a challenge to them that is the beef really what you're saying it is? And it wasn't. Australians have been cutting corners on that, and they've been charging a higher price in order to get into the U.S. market, because they knew the U.S. market is the most profitable for them. So there's a back channel.
Congressman, dumb question. So if the Wagyu, which was originally in Japan, and I guess it has something to do with the amount of fat in the beef and the way that the cattle are treated while they're harvested before they're slaughtered, to keep the fat and keep them more fat and less lean, America didn't get any of the Wagyu cattle that you say left Japan and went to Australia. We didn't get any here. Can't we just buy some of them and breed them here?
We did. No, we did, but they stopped actually exporting any of the genetics. So there was a limited amount of genetics that went to Australia, a limited amount that went to the United States. There's also a difference between the Kobe beef, which is the way that the beef is actually raised with beer baths and classical music and massages. That's Kobe. So it has to come from the Kobe region in Japan for it to be literally branded, labeled Kobe, just similar to Champagne has to come from Champagne, France. But it's the breed of Wagyu that is generally the Kobe breed that they use to produce the Kobe beef. Wagyu is the breed that the genetics were exported for a period of time from Japan, and Japan has been very frustrated with the way that United States, Australia, and other producers have really watered down the product, and the integrity of the product is not what it was or is in Japan. And so there's this, there's a race to make money, and cutting corners is an easy way to do that, and that's what we're really trying to say to to the Australians is stop banning American beef, but also stop branding and labeling a product that's not really true to what it actually is.
Sure. Well, we wish you luck with your bill, and again, no offense, sir. I'm glad you came on. And,
oh no,
a lot of American people agree with you. Raise tariffs. But they're doing it until they realize if these tariffs stay in place for a period of time, I don't know, a quarter, a month, a year, 5 years, prices are going to substantially go up.
Well, absolutely.
We just need to understand, yes, if other countries play ball with Trump, everything's great. But I'm a free trade guy where I'm not sure they are going to. I'm not sure they're going to be honest either. So final thought?
Yeah, well, no, and you were talking about Syria just a little bit ago, and I actually visited Syria over the Easter holiday, and seeing the same sort of negotiations that Trump is doing in the Middle East, I think there's real opportunity in Syria, and it's a trust but verify situation with the new president. But you have to. Trump is the strongest negotiator, the strongest diplomat the United States has had since Ronald Reagan, in my opinion. And so, my hope again is that you have to start making some strong moves and taking, a chance on somebody that, maybe they're going to be the right president for Syria in the long run. We don't know.
I agree. I agree with you. I think Trump blows. I'm a Reagan guy. I adored Reagan. I think Trump blows Reagan away in his ability to negotiate. It's incredible.
Yeah.
What we're seeing in the Middle East, some very, very powerful world leaders are just literally bowing to President Trump. We saw Obama bow to the sheiks. The sheiks are bowing to Trump, and that tells you a heck of a lot. Congressman, really good having you on. Thank you. Marlon Stutzman, appreciate your time.
Eric.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, folks, before we head to break, I want to remind you about my podcast and YouTube page, which are both updated daily. You can hear the show, tons of other content. By the way, I have something up right now. We're going in deep into the P. Diddy trial. The Diddy trial going on right now. We're going to take you through it, what's going on. It's some salacious stuff, but you can get that only on the Bowling. You got to subscribe. YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Rumble, etc. Subscribe. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, Ben, get on this. Sedona, Arizona is one of the most beautiful places you'll ever go to. You need a minute to just recharge your battery, step away from everything. Go to Sedona, turn off your phone for, 48 hours and just enjoy the scenery. That place is just... There's a place called Enchantment there because it is enchanting. It's incredible. What a healing place. Okay, folks, looks like Chucky is at the find out portion of F Around and Find Out story. Watch.
Did you really not have any idea that he was not fit to serve a second term?
Casey, we're looking forward We have the largest Medicaid cut in front of us. We have the whole federal
you're
government
facing all
at
of this
risk.
because you lost a presidential election. And is that not Joe Biden's responsibility for deciding to run again?
We're looking for
I bet you, Chuck, looking forward to the place they send cover-up artists like you, the ones who are willing to put a whole country's future at risk just to hold on to power. Well, this is something to see. The Democrats have failed in every which way, so they decided to try one last thing, full-blown cannibalism. When I talk about political cannibalism, obviously, they're eating their own. Or is this a trap? All right, so it's no surprise. They're sweeping David Hogg under the political rug, so to speak. He came in violent, came in hot, and the mood to clean house among the Democrats, but had no one behind him or even next to him for that matter. So after propping him up as the future of the party, vice chair of the DNC, they decided he's too white, too, I don't know, XY chromosome, and that just won't do it in the party of woke, except it's not just that. He was too mouthy about bringing change to a party that's too much in denial. They still think they got it right. Denial of their collective heads up their own butts to think about actually changing and winning something. It's fine with us, though. David Hogg was calling them all out, and not in a cool MAGA way either, but in the I don't earn this and I didn't earn this, and I don't have any clue sort of the way that pisses off leftist oligarchs and deep state henchmen. So Hillary said, hell no, add him to the body count, so to speak. And then, of course, we talked about this yesterday, the Fetterman takedown, the coordinated, multi-pronged attack on Senator John's sweatshirt and basketball shorts. That occasional moderate and lover of Israel has pissed off one too many squad members, and now the top blue brass want him out. Suddenly, his mental health is a concern to the Democrats. So out comes the lace gloves because, let's face it, these snowflakes couldn't handle boxing gloves, especially with Fetterman. Have you seen Mayor Pete, Cory Booker, Chuck Schumer? Well, I digress. So got to get Fetterman out of there because sometimes he makes just a little too much sense for the comfort of these socialists with the moderate agenda and hating terrorists. He making so much sense. He sounds like he's MAGA. Well, the Democrats, well, they're just trying to figure this out. It's got their mind blown. But ain't no way in the House that Jasmine Crockett built. So what's left? Well, as expected, after years of lies that frankly made Democrats look pathetic, it's time. It's time to run for cover from the Biden dementia cover-up. And this is a sight to see. Let me tell you, watch this. Maybe those checks never cleared to the leftist media in time before Elon Musk scraped away their funding, but this is something to behold. It's like cockroaches scurrying when the lights are turned on. There's a fire lit under the collective asses of the leftist media that knew that the big guy was being held together with masking tape and glue. And that was, by the way, he was hanging on by a thread. Those threads being held by Barack Obama and his loving elder abuser wife, Jill. Could you ever have imagined that Jake Tapper, one of the foremost commie weasels at CNN, a willing player in one of the biggest political cover-ups of all time, would be an author of a book actually detailing that said cover-up? You could sense that was coming, couldn't you? The White House Correspondents' Dinner weeks ago, the Biden defense tour to get out in front of it, put him out on The View, former Obama and Biden aides spilling the tea, George Clooney turning on him, and it's on. Chuck Todd finally turns on his fellow Chucky.
He is among the people that are responsible for this. The leaders of the Democratic Party, the staff of the White House, and I have to say, I find everybody now talking to these authors, get out of here. Go home. You're part of the problem. Now you tell us.
Now you tell us, he says. Chuck, do you have eyes? Do you have ears? I'm sorry, but we're not actually accepting this line crap nonsense, are we? They, the mainstream media right there, including Chuck Todd, who sat at the helm of Meet the Press for a decade, is going to sit there and blame Chuck Schumer for something that was plain to see and hear if he had functioning eyes and ears. Oh, and then the guy who is one of the leading faces of the unpopular and untrusted media wants to talk about an untrusted party.
You know, the reason why the Democratic Party has less credibility today, here's an unpopular president, and the Democratic Party has a worse rating than the Republican Party with this catastrophic governance that we've seen over the last 120 days. And yet, why is the Democratic Party in worse shape? because of this distrust.
Well, Chucky Todd, that's one of the many reasons that Democrats are failing, including lying about how the GOP are, what was that word? Catastrophic? Yeah, still zero trust in you or in the mainstream media. And then another happy peddler of lies, Jake Tapper, who now wants to cash out on pretending he had no clue, even after watching old Joe again and again.
Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America. We are all created equal, endowed by in the image of God, endowed by our Creator to be able to treat it equally throughout our lives. Find answers to the drug problem, to drugs, with the use of drugs for health problems. When I went to Dearborn, driving that, was up there. I don't know, man. I think the press thought I was crazy. We saw new standards. We set new standards. We slashed methane and brought over 100 nations
Let's
together.
come out. I've had enough of that. Plain to see and hear right from the very beginning. But now Jakey Tapper wants to make some money peddling a book off his anger at being lied to. What? By the White House staff when he was doing plenty of lying himself. I think isn't this you?
Is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable
you are
to watch somebody on stage search
this
for
is so amazing.
questions
It's so amazing to me
and try and figure out an answer.
A cognitive decline.
Well, when you're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I think that you were mocking his stutter. Yeah, I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline.
Oh, but now Jake Tapper is super duper angry. By the way, he's trying to sell a book.
The bottom line is the White House was lying, not only to the press, not only to the public, but they were lying to members of their own cabinet. They were lying to White House staffers. They were lying to Democratic members of Congress, to donors about how bad things had gotten. And in fact, Alex and I started writing this book after the election of 2024. And we spoke with more than 200 people, almost all of whom were Democrats, and almost all of whom wouldn't be honest with us or wouldn't be candid with us until after the election.
So, you know what that's called, Jake? That's called election interference, and you know it all too well. Why not try real journalism for just once, just 1 minute? Ask the leading Democrats why, if they knew he was a degenerate wreck, why would they let him do this?
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
So you may have not have noticed this, but we do TV all the time. That thing was stitched together. He could barely get a line together, and then he'd put one, they'd cut and redo another line. It was like Frankenstein, that soundbite right there. There's a wheelchair consideration. There was a wheelchair consideration. They were looking into wheelchairs in case there was a second presidency. Can you imagine? And now they're finally admitting he couldn't recognize people he knew very well. And now they're mad. Oh, they're mad and they're shifting their tune. I'm telling you, get the popcorn out, all your favorite snacks. This is the entertainment you didn't know you needed. The left is turning in on themselves. And while President Trump dances to village people in Saudi Arabia with something like the 10th win in a week under his belt, the Democrats are ripping apart at the seams. I gotta tell you, folks, this is one happy day. 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back. I'm going to guess Hawaii somewhere. Oh, Yosemite. I didn't see in the lower right hand in the corner there. Yosemite. Beautiful. I had no idea they had that type of waterfall. Gorgeous, Ben. Good call. Good call. All right, folks, this July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including Brazil, China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with a goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. This is really, really bad news. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollar in our savings, in our spending abilities. Well, this transition won't happen overnight. The Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move from theoretical possibilities towards an inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. It is for me. I've done it. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free info kit on gold by texting America to 989898. And with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold arm you with a free, no-obligation info kit on owning gold before July and that Rio Reset. Text America to 989898. All right, let's go to the White House and our RAV chief White House correspondent, Brian Glenn, who you spent some time in one of the Homeland Security hearings. Tell us about it, Brian. What was on the menu today? Kristi Noem was there? Yeah, Secretary Noem?
Yeah. Secretary Noem was there, and of course all the shenanigans from the Democrats were there, really going down that rabbit hole of deportations and due process for these illegal aliens. And Congressman Goldman, Democrat, kind of got tangled up a couple times with Chairman Green and Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. This is, Eric, I'm still just baffled that the Democrat Party still thinks that defending MS-13 gang members from being deported from this country is something they really want to, that's the hill they want to die on. And I can't make any sense of it. But hey, if they continue that, Eric, where I think the midterms, it's looking pretty good in terms of law and order in this country.
Maryland, man, is more important than the safety and security of our women and children and, frankly, our businesses and just about everyone in our neighborhood. So bring back the MS-13 gang banger who beats the crap out of his wife. Maryland man, right? Van Hollen et al., Congressman Goldman.
Yep. And what's interesting is Stephen Miller said this one day in the briefing room, and it was perfect. He said, all you guys in here sit in your ivory towers, you live in these elite gated communities, and yet not one of you, if I offered you $1 million, would want to go live amongst these criminals that you're defending publicly on your airways, which is true. None of them, it's so hypocritical. None of them want these people to live in their neighborhoods. But they think, for whatever reason, that the public court of opinion is on their side, which is not.
This is so important. You're hitting on something so important. In fact, Politica is another one of the news services, one that leans a little bit right, which I read every single morning, pointed out that the Democrats wanted to leave the border open. Like Joe Biden did nothing on purpose. They were future Democrat voters. They didn't really want to talk about it. They just wanted it to happen. And everyone on the Democrat side and progressives and people who voted progressive were on board until one thing happened. And that one thing was when Governor Abbott decided to he used $12 billion of the state of Texas's money, general fund, and started taking these illegals and putting them in the backyards, in Martha's Vineyard, in wealthy liberal neighborhoods, and then the whole thing changed. Then all of a sudden it became an issue for everybody, and they never saw it. The Democrats never saw it, but they're going to die on this hill, Brian.
Yeah, and also I'll go a step further. A lot of these people in the legacy media have obviously kids. They're married. They have children. So I asked them, do you want these people who live, these child molesters, these child rapists, these really horrible people, do you want them living next door to you? Of course you don't. So I think they need to be truthful with themselves and quit listening to the producer back in the studio in New York that is not married. They don't have kids. They're leftists. They hate Trump. They hate this country. They're writing the stories that they're asking these reporters to ask during these hearings. And, there might come a point when they just walk away and say, I can no longer do this. But I was just very surprised today that Democrats in that committee are still defending deportations of illegal aliens. Don't understand it.
Yeah, it's not a 50-50 issue. I mean, you want to pick something, pick 50-50. They're not going to get the American public behind them when we keep pointing out, and it's not just a Fox News or a RAV segment about the rapes and the murders and the crimes that these people are committing. Regular folks are seeing it in their schools are too crowded. The resources in their towns are being eaten up by illegals. Schools are being closed down to house illegals. It's insane. And then this nonsense, Brian, the nonsense when Congress people show up at the ICE detention center in New Jersey and say, you know what, we're going to break the law, and then have the gut, AOC has the cojones to say, don't touch them or else.
Yeah.
Really? Was she there? Was AOC there?
Yeah. No, she was not there, but many of the radical left people were there. It's interesting because there's a protest going on, a gathering. I can't hear what they're saying, but earlier on my way to the White House, the only reason I'm saying this, I want to see if perhaps they are holding up some signs of deporting. It's all against deportations right now. They're big, massive turnout. But, it's interesting that under Speaker McCarthy, if you remember, Ilhan Omar and others were thrown off committees due to some of their stances, their anti-American stances that they were on social media. So, I'm just wondering for Speaker Johnson, should these Democrats that basically storm the gates of that ICE detention center, should there be some type of punishment for them? I don't think you censor them. I don't think you kick them out of Congress. I'm not asking that. But if they are on committees, I do think we need to show a sign that says, look, showing up to an ICE detention facility demanding to get in is not the right thing to do. Assaulting people, police officers, is not the right thing to do. Now, there is a process that if someone in Congress, Eric, wants to tour a facility, because I remember many of Republican congressmen that tried to tour the jail, the D.C. gulag, they were not allowed in at many times. The door was locked. They played shenanigans. But if they do want a tour of detention center, they have to go through a process to get that approved. You just can't show up and say, I'm in Congress, let me in. It doesn't work that way.
Mayor,
it's going to be interesting. Yeah.
The mayor's who's up for an election, no one really knew him, and he's making a name for himself, but he put hands on an ICE.
You know him now.
he put hands on an officer. He can't do that. And I would just love someone to tell AOC, I don't matter who you are, a mayor or a member of Congress, you can't put hands on a police officer. You can't break the law. You're not above the law. How many times they say Trump's not above the law, yet every single moment they can, they will do things that are above the law, right to the line, sometimes over the line, and above the law, and expect personal treatment. Final thought, Brian. Appreciate your time.
No, absolutely. Let's just hope. Look, for the betterment of this country, let's just hope we can all come together. The border is closed. I'm trying to get Tom home, and he's just over there for a few minutes wrapping up. But he would tell you we have, the detainees, the border crossings are historical lows, absolutely historical lows. So we've closed the border. Let's just hope our Democrat colleagues on the other side of the aisle can agree that this country is safer with the border that it is right now, and let's just stop the political kabuki theater of acting like you're outraged anytime someone is deported from this country. It's not the right thing to do. It's constitutionally not the right thing to do. And
B, we're going to let you go. Anyway. Appreciate your time. If you get Homan, we're going to come back from break and do Homan with you if you can grab him. Otherwise, we're going to do some other stuff.
I'll let you know if he comes over here.
You let us know in the break. All right, folks, before we go to break, I want to remind you, I got a podcast, YouTube page. Right now, we have a bunch of stuff on the Diddy trial that's going on right now. It is salacious. It is crazy. You cannot believe some of the stuff that's going on. We take it all apart, but you got to go subscribe. YouTube, Spotify, Apple. Subscribe. It's free and really some cool stuff over there. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes, and hopefully maybe we'll see. Maybe Tom Homan. Ben, that looks beautiful. Casco, Maine. And Ben, the other day, when Nashville was not snowing, and
I was hoping we would bring that back up. Thank you very much.
That lake is not frozen, but it looks really, some great fishing in there, I bet. All right, folks, my next guest specializes in peak performance nutrition, and he's going to share his 3 favorite nutrition hacks to help maximize your strength, muscle growth, and fat loss. His name is Scott McAuley, and he is the owner of CrossFit Durable in Virginia. Scott, welcome to the show. And I just want to point out that you partner with a company called True Meta, and I have your products right here, who make performance nutrition products. And before you go, tell us about, I want you to know I'm a huge advocate of the protein shakes and the protein workouts, supplements. So tell us about True Meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you having me. I'm going to talk a little bit about probably some of the more protein shakes you guys have versus what True Meta's line offers. One of the biggest things that drew me into them was I am an advocate of high-performing products with 0 filler, 0 preservatives, and that's what really drew me into True Meta. Plus, being made in America was definitely a extra Kickstarter for me. Do you have the protein with you?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So the protein is kind of unique where it's a bone broth based. A lot of people out there are eating whey or pea protein, right. And there's a little bit of a variation that most other people don't understand. And what we know now is whey has a pretty negative side effect when it comes to digestion. So the bone broth has a nice feature in it where we don't have that issue digesting our food as much, and it's a great way to get in additional glycine. Glycine is actually helping with recovery. So not only are you getting 20 grams of protein, but we're also helping with sleep and recovery. And in my world, with a demographic, older, aging population, sleep recovery is going to be the number one thing that we usually recommend on top of getting your supplements into you.
You know,
so
I want to tell you, I do protein shakes every morning. I do, quite a bit. I probably push 150 grams of protein a day. But I do. There's stomach problems that come with that sometimes, and I have to take probiotics and postbiotics and just to keep things okay. And you say the bone protein is better for that. It'll solve some of that.
Yeah. So with the whey, you have that lactate or the lactose that's usually coming from calcium. So with the bone broth, we move that away from it. Now you're obviously dealing with just the bone of the animal. So a lot of that issues with the digestive system goes away. And actually, it's the same thing with my kids. It helps fortify their breakfasts in the morning, so give them 10 grams. It tastes like a chocolate shake, so you can't beat that.
And then the beauty, Scott, is there's not a lot of carbohydrates. 4 grams a serving, you get 20 grams of protein. 20 grams of protein a serving, right? Am I reading that? Yeah, 20 grams of big bone protein, and only 100 calories. So I mean. And it really, the other thing, I'm telling you this. I do this. I've done this for 7-8 months, and it's been fantastic. Lost 23 pounds. Not with this product, but I will try your product. I promise. I try all the products. You're not hungry. If you do a protein shake in the morning, you're not hungry all day. Sometimes not even at night.
The protein is that secret to kind of keep that lasting energy going. That's one of those secrets. You eat heavy carbohydrates, you're hungry the next hour. It's just kind of that effect.
All right, Scott, we got to go. Appreciate the performance nutrition products are at a 35% discount at tremeta.com. And thank you. Appreciate your time. We will get you back again. And by the way, use the promo code BOLLING on that, and you'll save 35% on your next order. Limited supplies last. Thank you for being here, Scott. All right, folks. Talk to me, Ben. Do we have Tom Homan? I'm hearing we might have Tom Homan. Let's bring Mr. Tom Homan, the director, the ICE director. Let's call him the border czar. Let's call him probably the most successful border person, Homeland Security, anything ICE related in the history of America. Tom, appreciate your time. Love the fact that you're on Bowling today, and just keep crushing it, my friend. Tell us the latest. Trump talked about 99% decrease in border crossings. It's across the board, though. It's not just the border, right?
No, you're right. Look, I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Trump 45, it's unprecedented success. We handed the Biden administration the most secure border that we ever had, and they purposely unsecured it, which first president in history of the nation to unsecure a border on purpose. But Trump 47, unprecedented. We beat Trump 45. President Trump has created the most secure border in our history as a nation today. So today, when I'm talking to you, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation because of President Trump and his out-of-the-box thinking. He's a game changer. And it's not because of Tom Homan. It's because of men and women that wearing that green uniform, United States Border Patrol, listening to their commander-in-chief about how to secure that border. And again, most secure border in the history of this nation. ICE, the interior arrest, ICE, they've arrested 3 times more criminals than Biden has in the same time period. So they're doing great. And we're already finding thousands of those missing children. So President Trump is knocking it out of the park once again. But unprecedented success. I'm proud to just be in the mix.
You know, Tom, the AOC, Ocasio-Cortez, levied a threat to you and to Secretary Noem, and she said regarding the ICE detention center in New Jersey, where the mayor, actually put hands on an officer. She said, "You better not do anything to them. Nothing better happen to them, or else." And she didn't finish "or else." I'm kind of laughing at her nonsense. What do you say to AOC, who levies a threat at Tom Homan and Kristi Noem?
Well, look, I'm extremely intimidated. I mean, what a joke. I mean, bottom line is, I was wearing a green uniform, a Border Patrol agent, on the southern border protecting this nation for 5 years before she was even born. I got more than 34 years enforcing immigration law and national security before she was a member of Congress. I forgot more about this job than she'll ever know. So we're not breaking the law. What you saw is the mayor break the law. And the Congress people, I know they're being investigated by Lena Hava, the acting U.S. attorney up there. We'll see where that goes. But I saw the videotape. You can't put a hand on a law enforcement officer. Even if you're a member of Congress, you don't have that right, because no one's above the law. So, I was honest from day one from the inauguration. I said, you can push back against ICE all you want. You can support sanctuary cities all you want. But you can't cross the line. You can't cross the line of impediment. That's a felony. You can't cross the line of knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE. That's a felony. And you certainly can't commit criminal trespass.
So the judge,
you can't assault
ICE director,
a federal law enforcement officer. And look, this week alone, let's remember, this week alone is about law enforcement officers. It's Law Enforcement Week. I buried Border Patrol agents in my career. I buried ICE agents. This is the week we're supposed to honor them, not attack them, and not assault them. And for a member of Congress to do that, it's insulting to the American people.
Agreed. And we back you. We back you 1 billion%. Director, the judge that slipped the illegal out the back door, who got arrested, and also the mayor in New Jersey who got arrested for putting hands on an officer, will they go to jail?
Look, I'll be up to the judge, but I support the prosecution. Again, we weren't bluffed from day one. You don't cross that line. They cross that line. So a judge can be held accountable. So, we'll see how that all plays out in the courts. But I think what they did needs to be consequences. We can't allow that stuff to happen. I mean, the American people voted for Donald Trump to secure this nation, to close the border, and to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. We're not making this stuff up. Everybody we arrest is an illegal alien. At a minimum, most of them are public safety threats and national security threats, so that's what we're prioritizing. No one should disagree with that. It should be a nonpartisan issue. Removing public safety threats and national security threats from this country, everybody should agree to that.
So is there, the border seems to be pretty much closed, locked down. I've spent a lot of time at the border, and now the tunnels. People talk about the tunnels. There's literally thousands of tunnels. Strikes me as the way to fix that problem would be to, bunker bust them and collapse all those tunnels. Do you have any plans to work on the tunnels in the southern border?
Well, of course. I can't share our plans because law enforcement is sensitive, but we're aware of the tunnels. We got great tunnel technology, and not only within DHS and DOD, but there's a lot of smart companies out there got the latest technologies that's helping us identify those tunnels and shut them down. So we're staying ahead of the game. The cartels, they'll change their MO, their method of operation because the border secures. They're going to try to dig under it. They're taking the maritime. We've already increased maritime patrols, so they're not getting away maritime. So they'll change their methods, but we'll be right in front of them getting ready to respond to it.
Very good. We're going to let you go. I'm going to let the folks know you were kind enough. Your folks called me this morning. We're going to do a ride along with ICE and Border Protection. So we're going to bring you a lot of that. And I appreciate you, sir. We all do appreciate you. And thank you for making a few minutes for Rav and the Bowling Show. Thank you, Tom Homan.
You got it. Thank you.
Stay safe, my friend. Stay safe. We need that man very safe. All right, folks, we'll be back. 2.5 minutes. Big Sky, Montana. Amazing skiing there. I've never been there. I heard there's amazing skiing. So we're waiting on Steve Bannon. He's there. We're trying to get the audio up. We're working on it. You let me know if we got it, Ben. Mr. Bannon, pinch me. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Throw water on my face to make sure that I'm actually seeing the one, the only Stephen King Bannon. There he is. Can you hear us?
Tom Homan and Steve Bannon back to back. Not a bad day.
What a day.
Bowling. You're earning your keep.
Mainstream media is so jealous of me right now. Steve, so Congress, we laugh because these clowns, they take 5 months off. They don't work a lot. But take a look. Let's show the first one. Congressman Blake Moore, Republican. Let's show them what happened while they're trying to pass the big, beautiful bill. There he is. You can put a little sound in there, Ben, if you got it. You can play a little sound. You got it? There it goes. There he goes. Wake him up. Okay, Congressman Moore. Okay. So it's not just one side. Let's show the other one. Democrat, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from Michigan. Dead asleep. Steve Bannon dead asleep in the chair right there. Right there. So I did a little math, my friend. Congress, $174,000 a year each. They work on average 167 days. That's $1,041 a day that they work, plus a ton of benefits. The median American family makes $39,900 or $173 a day, and they work 230 days a year. These clowns are asking for more money, and when they're there, they're sleeping through important votes. Stephen.
Well, I think in a full disclosure, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was 4 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that where they worked all night? to get the big beautiful train wreck that's coming our way through. I think it was through committee. They who knows? I can't. The thing's so indecipherable. It makes my brain hurt as I go through this. And we're going to have some guys on today to talk about it. But no, that you're listen. They just announced, I think during your show, Eric, that they're not going to work on Friday. They're going to take their votes and get out of town late afternoon tomorrow. Seriously, they've added another day off.
Isn't this, Steve? They work 167 days a year. That's the amount of days they're off more than half the year, and then they want the Friday. And how are they going to get Trump's? How many EOs has he signed? How are they going to get these things voted and through? Go to work, you guys. Don't sleep through votes and take Fridays off.
They're not going to put any of these EOs up for codification law. I don't think. Andy Googles, I think, is trying to put a bill up to say you have to, but I don't think they have any intention of doing it. Right now, like the big, beautiful bill, the sense of urgency, because you need this done by Memorial Day to turn it over to the Senate to have those guys reject it and then get into a conference, start hammering it out. But there's no sense of urgency up here at all. None. Zero.
Yeah. $1.2 trillion Trump has signed over in the Middle East. Steve, it is amazing to see the difference between the welcome Trump has received in the Middle East. And I'm sure you're going to talk about this, but opening up Syria is a pretty darn big thing. And I think it's a great thing because we can sell them a ton of technology to start rebuilding the Middle East.
Look, we have to look at this realistically. I mean, the guy he's shaking hands with is a hardcore, uber terrorist. That's how he's able to take control of Syria. That being said, President Trump there's more changes that have happened just in the last couple of days than has happened in the reorganization of the Middle East than since Lawrence of Arabia and the Saudis took Damascus in 1917. The Sykes-Picot Agreement's the last big reorganization you had, and President Trump's doing more. It's historic. It's quite fraught with danger, but it gets us out of the invade and hold for 20 years and lose 10,000 guys and $3 trillion. What he's doing is quite bold, leading with economics.
What else?
This is what I voted for.
What else did he do? And you get Syria on board, then you'll have, here's Iran. Here's what's surrounding Iran. Saudi Arabia, Turkey. You'll have the Middle East. You'll have Israel, you have Jordan. You're basically isolating Iran. If you get all these people to start working together with the United States, I mean, you are really putting Iran in harm's way with a bunch of arrows pointing at them. They got nowhere to go.
The biggest line yesterday in the speech, that speech was historic. Of course, the mainstream media is barely talking about it. He gives this historic speech 2 days ago, and the power of the speech, or yesterday, the power of the speech, the most important line where he says, he wants countries to develop by their cultures and their societies. We're not going to get involved in that, in democracy, forcing democracy on people. But then he says, under no circumstances will we allow the Persians basically to get a nuclear weapon. That got thunderous applause, and he's not speaking in the Knesset. That's among the most senior Arab leaders in the world.
Yeah,
they're 100% with us on this. Now, no one wants military intervention, but President Trump's laid it down and actually talked about in the speech what the war room does. Let's cut the oil off. 90% of their cash flow comes from selling the Chinese Communist Party 2 million barrels a day. You got 2 carrier battle groups in the Red Sea, move one over to the Straits of Hormuz and say, hey, guys, you got to turn the ships around. You're not going to China. And let's see what they look like in 100 days after that.
Yep, that's China's Achilles, the oil, the energy. Steve, we took a couple minutes of your time. Appreciate your time. Good to get you back in our E-block. Tomorrow we have a little bit more time. Hey, if you're here Friday, we got a game to play with you. You're going to like it.
By the way, you're the best. You're the best open in A block I got. So I mean, come on. I'm using you. Don't have your agent call me, okay?
I don't have an agent.
We're using this as a freebie.
Sig is my agent. I think he might be yours though. Have a great show, Steve.
Sig. Love you, Eric. Thank you for doing it, brother. Okay, you're in the war room. We're going to pack this afternoon. Let's go. We got a great cold open for you, put together by the Crack War Room production team. Let's let it rip.
Hold on, there's a question back there first.
I have 2 quick questions. First, President Trump has talked about potentially suspending his foreign biz to take care of the illegal immigration problem. When could we see that happen, do you think?
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example. Are you familiar with the term temporary protected status, or TPS, right? So by statute, the courts are stripped of jurisdiction from overruling a presidential determination or a secretarial determination on TPS when the Secretary of Homeland Security makes that determination. So when Secretary Noem terminated TPS for the illegals that Biden flew into the country, when courts stepped in, they were violating explicit language that Congress had enacted, saying they have no jurisdiction. So it's not just the courts aren't just at war with the executive branch, the courts are at war, these radical rogue judges, with the legislative branch as well, too. So all of that will inform the choices the president ultimately makes, yes.
Mr. Miller. Ms. Noem, are you familiar with Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2 of the Constitution that covers the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus?
Yes.
It says that the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. Are you aware of which presidents have suspended the writ of habeas corpus?
I know that President Lincoln did.
Yeah, also Roosevelt and President Grant. You testified under oath, I believe, that the Biden administration allowed an invasion into our country. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So do you think it falls under the constitutional guidelines that I just read to you?
I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I believe it does.
You've also witnessed that the Democrats here today and also radical activist judges are trying to halt and deny the president's agenda to carry out his constitutional duties to keep Americans safe and carry out his promise to the American people to secure the border and carry out mass deportations of those who have entered the country illegally. Knowing this, are you open and supportive of this constitutional option to suspend the writ of habeas corpus to keep Americans safe and carry out the president's agenda?
Well, this is something that's not in my purview to weigh in on. This is the president's prerogative to pursue, and he has not indicated to me that he will or will not be taking that action.
I want to thank Rogan O'Hanley for his efforts to bring this constitutional solution into the national conversation.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. Here's not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 14 May, year of our Lord 2025. Absolutely packed today from the Qatar all the way to the United States, all the way across the country. Got so much to go through. But this, I'm telling you, as we had Matt Gaetz on here today, of the converging crises in the second 100 days of President Trump's presidency, this will be the definitional part. The radical judges, judicial supremacy over the commander-in-chief, over the chief executive officer of the government, over the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer, that would be the Article 2 powers of the presidency, are hurtling towards a cataclysmic, I think, was it denouement? Rogan O'Hanley joins us. Rogan, now in Congress, they're asking the head of DHS. That's at the White House. This behind scenes is starting to pick up a lot of momentum. Mike Davis and of course Matt Gaetz think we got a lot more runway before you got to get there. Walk us through where you think we stand right now with the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, sir.
Well, I think you nailed it. There's just a lot of momentum, I very much appreciate Representative Eli Crane for the shout out, but this is the war room. The credit goes to the war room posse, because if it weren't for you bringing me on to discuss it and the war room posse spreading this message, supporting it, sharing it, everyone watching this is the reason this may end up happening. And I do agree there is a process that needs to play out, which is what, I've noticed it in the change in President Trump's phrasing, right? He's calling it an invasion in all caps and saying, I don't know why that's not being included in all our legal filings, that this is an invasion. 20 million people coming across the border. If you ask anyone with a brain, they're going to say, yeah, that's an invasion. And if not, what is? 30 million, 40 million? And so there is a process that needs to play out before I think the American people will be like, okay, let's do this. But every time the deep state, these corrupt institutions weaponize themselves against President Trump, he emerges victorious. They did it with the impeachment. They abused it. He came out more popular. They did it with the indictments. Okay. He came out more popular. And now they're doing it with a judicial coup. Right? People are wisening up to the fact that this is not normal to have this many national injunctions and for these judges to fight tooth and nail to keep violent cartel members inside this country when they didn't lift a finger to stop the 10 to 20 million coming across our border under Joe Biden. The American people are not dumb. They voted across the board, full control of the government, for a president that touted mass deportations, and now these radical activists in robes are trying to stop them. What else, at a certain point, what else can we do? And I ask people to look ahead a little bit, okay? Say we don't do mass deportation. Say we only deport 2 million in his term. Guess what happens under President Gavin Newsom? Another 10 to 20 million come in. Now we're 30, 40 million deep. And if he wins re-election because of rigged elections or whatever, 50, 60, we don't have a country anymore. It will be toast. It will be done. So it's not even we want to just get these illegals out. This is for the survival of the country, which is why I think in hindsight, in historical hindsight, President Trump will look and emerge as one of our best presidents if he does this, because he will truly have saved the republic.
3 just facts. I want to go back over how driving this. Number 1, let's leave the ones that folks came before. Just on Biden's watch, we know from every bit of analysis and assessment from DHS and others, 10 million illegal alien invaders just here in those 4 years. Number 1. Number 2, you've got $170 billion in these budgets, $170 billion to replace them. That's a fact. I mean, how do people look the other way? That is the definition of invasion. Just to deport these takes $170 billion. Fact number 3 is that it was supposed to take us decades. The Langford bill, 2 million more invaders here before anything kicked in. Trump shut that down in 60 to 90 days. That's secure. He's going to build the wall and other things, but we've stopped the invasion because it was an invasion. People are like, the mainstream media don't address it. You stop the invasion in 60 to 90 days, of which even the Republicans said best case is going to be 2 million new folks a year before any of the stuff to stop them kicked in the Langford bill. You've got $170 billion in the reconciliation bill to deport these people, to set up the logistics chain, right? And it's been demonstrated that there's 10 million here. How much more evidence do you need that it's an invasion and it's his right as commander-in-chief to remove these people, sir?
I couldn't agree more, Steve. And we've seen, it's not just the border wall. Even with strong immigration enforcement, it just takes one radical Democrat president to completely disassemble it and basically tie Border Patrol's hands behind their back. We cannot rely purely on a border wall, but we can rely on these deportations, because as much as they open the border, they can only get, as we've seen, about 10 million in at per term before people rise up. So a lot of this has to do with the 2030 census, okay? And it's not just the survival of the country. This is about power, pure and simple. Let's call it what it is. Democrats, they don't give a hoot about the charitable aspect of this, about giving these people a better life. This is purely about power. We've seen how they're freaking out when 59 South African farmers come into this country. Oh, you guys want to save people who are under actual persecution unless they're, stable families who come in the legal way, right? We've seen them flip out. This is purely about power. Blue states have done such a terrible job at maintaining residents. Everyone's fleeing to red states that they're getting depopulated. They're going to lose electoral college votes. There's 12 electoral college votes that are going to swing to safe red seats in the 2030 census. There's if you deport 15, 20 million illegal aliens, that's 26 congressional seats worth of representation, which unfortunately our Supreme Court allows illegals to be counted in the census. So this is about 2030. That is a massive turning point in our country. But you know what I want to do, Steve? I call it Operation Martha's Vineyard. All we want is what they did on Martha's Vineyard. When 48 illegals touched down, they mobilized the National Guard within 48 hours and booted them all without a trial. If it's good enough for Martha's Vineyard Democrats, it's good enough for the rest of us.
Rogan, can you hang on for a second? I want to go back and tie something together that you brought up that's quite brilliant about the 2030 census. Rogan O'Hanley is the author of this idea of suspending the writ of habeas corpus, taking it from history from three presidents, kind of, random. FDR, General Grant, and President Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War. All three of them suspended it. Pretty big names, right? Short commercial break. Rogan's going to be on the other side. Also have a new MAGA candidate that just won big in the New York City area. He's going to be here. EJ and Tony, man, Senator Johnson today lit it up talking about, $60 trillion by 2035 or something. People's heads are blowing up. Exactly where we're heading on this financing. I tell you how you guys protect yourself. You got to understand the system. You have to understand the process. The End of the Dollar Empire is 7 free installments we put together. It's kind of like a college course, but very accessible. To make you understand, it's not the price of gold, it's the process of what drives the price of gold. Birch Gold is our partner. Go to birchgold.com/Bannon. The 7th free installment on the End of the Dollar Empire is out. The Rio Reset, that's going to take place in July. So President Trump's got this issue with the Constitution. It's got to be settled, I think, by the end of June. You got the Rio Reset and getting rid of the dollar in July. And then you got the debt ceiling. We're going to talk more about that. The debt ceiling in August, we hit it. End of the Dollar Empire. Birchgold.com/Bannon. Go get it today.
host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So, Rogan, take a second here. I want to go back to the 2030 census. Demographically, the country is moving south and southwest to red states. Arizona, Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. It's just overwhelming how they're going south and going to areas of the Southwest and even some of the other parts of the West that are MAGA-centric. Talk to me about the 2030 census, because the Democrats are playing the long game here. They understand that the time that census is done, and remember, I was the guy, along with a couple of others in the White House, that tried to force the issue at Commerce to make sure that the illegal aliens here did not count. We thought it was outrageous. But go ahead and walk us through the 2030 census. Why is this so important? Why are you talking about basically 12 new congressional seats? Will give us a big spread in the House. Also add electoral college votes that may be insurmountable to the Democrats.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I mean, this is the grand prize. This is what Democrats are fighting for. You know, I would say second best is to get illegals to actually be able to vote, right? To get them amnesty. That's their dream. But they'd be happy with just having bodies in states. And that's what they're playing for. That's why they flooded the zone with 10 million illegals, because they said, even though we know this is probably going to smoke us in the election, we're playing for the 2030 census, because if they don't remain here, they stand to lose over 12 electoral college seats in California, in New York, in Massachusetts, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and they're going to red states. They're going to Florida, they're going to Georgia, they're going to Texas, they're going to Nevada, and a few North Carolina. And what that would mean, Steve, is Republicans would not even need to campaign in Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin to win the White House. Only the safe red states would need to be won, and they'd cakewalk into the White House with a very comfortable House majority, because when they lose these electoral college seats, those are congressional seats. Now we're redistricting again, and you're going to add 2 more seats to Florida, maybe 3. Remember, they stole 3 to 5 seats in this last census, right? We saw that. Biden got to kind of clean up right at the last minute, and after the 2020 census, and they found out that Massachusetts kept a seat they shouldn't have, California kept a seat they should, because of errors in calculations, right? We're already operating at an unfair disadvantage. But yeah, this is what it comes down to. And Trump, even if I hate to say it, but like, even if we lost in 2028, if he actually deported 10 to 15 million illegal aliens, they could not stack the country quick enough by the 2030 census.
But this is why your habeas corpus on the commander in chief is so important, because they're trying to delay is to deny. Just mathematically, to get 10 million out now, the clock's they want to make it so painful on the worst of the criminals, the terrorists, and draw every process out. And this is why President Trump's eventually going to go to your solution. Rogan, where do people go to find more about your thinking on this and more about your amazing social media platform?
Thank you, Steve. You can find me DC_Drano on all the major platforms. And I will say, a new policy that's kind of giving me hope is what Governor DeSantis has been doing in Florida. He's proposing, I think they call it the Florida plan, to deputize JAG lawyers in the National Guard to act as immigration judges, right? Like Stephen Miller said, this is not an Article 3 issue. This is Article 2. And the immigration judges work for President Trump. Let's get a lot more immigration judges, or whoever it can be, and start processing these people and sending them out.
Right there. Put them right at the border. Rogan, fantastic. Thank you. DC Drano, amazing. Changing the course of American history. This shows you the power of your agency, your thinking, put it on social media, and the War and Posse. You guys jumped on this. You were force multipliers. Next thing you know, everybody's talking about it, including the President of the United States. We got some other big news, taking wins every day. Let's go get a short clip. I'm going to bring in Frank Marino.
Hello, everybody. Councilman-elect Morano, at least for a little while longer, because I'm about to go to City Hall to be sworn in. We're on the Staten Island Ferry now, about to head to Manhattan to go to City Hall. Of all boats, what boat do we end up on? the only boat that's still in service, well, one of only two boats, that's still in service for somebody that I actually knew, Guy V. Molinari. That's right, we're on the Guy Molinari. Hopefully, that's a good omen that I'll be able to win 10 or 11 elections just the way that Guy did. In all seriousness, very excited about this. I'm with Carmine and Rachel. Carmine's right now very fixated upon looking out the window of the ferry. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve, and I promise not to let you down.
I, Frank Morano.
I, Frank Morano.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of New York.
And the Constitution of the State of New York.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office of.
The duties of the office of.
Council member.
Council member.
In the New York City Council.
In the New York City Council.
For the 51st Council District.
For the 51st Council District.
In the Borough of Staten Island.
In the Borough of Staten Island.
In the County of Richmond.
In the County of Richmond.
In the City of New York.
In the City of New York.
According to the best of my ability.
According to the best of my ability.
Councilmember Morano.
Frank, why is this such an important win right now for MAGA?
Huge for a few reasons. One, because it's in the heart of New York City, and it shows that even in New York, people don't like defunding the police. People don't like cashless bail. People don't like the revolving door of criminals being let out so that they're home in time for dinner. It's important because even in New York, people believe in the same things that they do in the rest of the country, and it's important in Republican circles because I think my victory shows. I ran on a very populist platform. My victory shows that the future of the Republican Party, the future of the conservative movement, is not the Bush, McCain, Romney style of so-called conservatism. It's Trumpian, Bannon-style populist conservatism. That's what I want to bring to the Republican Party and to the New York City Council. And look, we got another election coming up in 41 days. This time it's a Republican primary. And if people want to be part of the solution to making the GOP the grand old populist party, join our mission at MoranoForCouncil.com.
Frank, Charlie Spearing, one of the best reporters out there, used to work for me at Breitbart's, now at the Daily Mail. He had an amazing piece that led the Daily Mail's website for half a day, going through polling the Daily Mail had done with one of the top polling firms in the country, showing that actually New York is actually shifting right on MAGA values. And he's basically saying it's teed up for Hochul to be turfed out in the next election. Do you think there's any chance that really MAGA types can make a run at more council seats, actually take out maybe the local DA, even the mayor, the governor? Is this real? Is New York going MAGA?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's a long way before Manhattan elects a Republican or a conservative or a MAGA DA, but everything else that you just described is very possible. I think there's a real look. You see what's going on in the mayor's race. You see the incumbent Democratic mayor, Eric Adams, who 4 years ago ran on a platform of being Al Sharpton's best friend. Now he went from being the Biden of Brooklyn to the Trump of City Hall. He's running on a Trumpian platform. Even Andrew Cuomo, who couldn't bash Trump enough during COVID, he is going out of his way not to alienate Trump or Trump supporters. And on a lot of criminal justice issues, he's running a very different campaign from the one that he did when he was governor. Now, I don't think these guys have really changed their tune all that much, but I think it's a reflection and a realization on their part that the voters are waking up, that the voters have changed their tune. Not only do I think there's a real chance to get Governor Kathy Hochul out next year, I think there's a great chance to pick up more MAGA city council seats in New York City. But I think there's a fighting chance that we could actually see someone like a Curtis Sliwa win the mayor of New York City this year, which would be a political earthquake, the likes of which we haven't seen since Giuliani won in '93.
Wow. Frank, as you know, this is I don't need to tell you, because you know him so well, that this is very close to President Trump's heart. We got about a minute. What do you think we need to do as a movement to help our brothers and sisters and our MAGA brothers and sisters in New York, sir?
A couple things. One, you could go to my website, moranoforcouncil.com, make a contribution, help us out. But also, don't be fooled into labels. Don't be fooled because someone says they're a Republican into thinking they believe the same things that you believe in. The point that you and others have made, that there are times when somebody that's been a Republican elected official for the last 30, 35 years, they have a lot more in common with the Democratic establishment than they do with Donald Trump and the populist conservative right. This is such an exciting time, but it's only an exciting time and it's only a promising time if we wake up and take this party from the DC swamp creatures that have done such a miserable job running it in a Bush era. The Bush era is dead. Let's have the Trump era, and let's make this party into a populist party with a big tent that we can all be proud of.
Frank, social media and website, where do people go?
MoranoForCouncil.com, or Frank Morano on Twitter. Frank Morano on Twitter.
Brother, thank you for coming on, and thank you for fighting on to victory. Fantastic. Everybody's jacked up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me. Just being on your show really gave me such credibility with conservative and Trumpian circles. I can't thank you enough for that. I'm going to be in your debt for a long time.
No, sir. You every day you guys are getting it. You're taking the incoming. It's really incredible, and keep fighting.
And we're going to get Pam Bondi to shut down this sanctuary city joke that New York City has become and end New York City's sanctuary city status. That was my first act since being elected, is to sign on to that letter asking the Attorney General to do just that. We're hoping she does.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. The fight in New York City, the fight in Manhattan. You got Jackie Toberoff all the time. They're fighters. These are MAGA out there on Long Island and in upstate New York. Upstate New York's MAGA country. I'm telling you, we're going to take New York. You can see the tectonic plate shift that's happening. Short commercial break. E.J. Antoni with some reality checks about the numbers next.
So if you take a look at my bottom lines of budget reconciliation, the first principle, when we're $37 trillion in debt, according to CBO, will be about $59 to $60 trillion in 2035. My first principle would be, let's bend that curve down. Let's make sure that whatever we do, we don't increase the deficit. But right now, I think we're on track to increase the deficit.
But are they listening to you? Like, do you feel like they're potentially going to accommodate you?
They all agree with me. They say, well, I agree with what you're saying, but that ship has sailed. Just to what I reply, we'll call it back to port. Because I think that other ship with the big, beautiful bill, I think that's the Titanic. I think that's going down because I think I have enough colleagues in the Senate that this has resonated with that are saying, yeah, we've got to return to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending. But I always add this, plus a process to achieve it and maintain it.
Okay, EJ and Tony. EJ, we had Senator Johnson on this morning. He's warning about, hey, we're going to blow. If first off, he makes the point that you make. The debt's not going up because Besson's doing a great job of bailing water out of the boat. But as soon as we get the debt ceiling passed, there's going to be another $500 billion to $1 trillion on the official debt that gets counted up. So we're north of 37 right now. He's saying, hey, look, every senator agrees that the glide slope we're on, or the path we're on, gets us $60 trillion in 10 years, and the country's over. What say you, sir?
Well, Steve, I think that's right. And the senator really hit the nail on the head here when he said everybody agrees this is a problem, right? You're not going to find anybody who just shrugs their shoulders at this problem and says, oh, no, don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. No, literally nobody says it's going to be fine. Everyone knows we're going over the fiscal cliff. But what's everybody's answer? Start cutting spending. Just don't start with my stuff. You can't cut my pet projects. You can't cut stuff from my district or my constituents. You have to cut it everywhere else. Well, when that is everyone's attitude, then absolutely nothing gets cut. And that's how we got to where we are today. And I think that's part of the holdup right now with the current tax cut bill is everybody, both whether it's Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. Almost every member of Congress, there's very few exceptions, are genuinely willing to cut the things that need to be cut. And it's becoming not just problematic, it's going to become catastrophic.
So what then is to be done? I mean, he says, and he came on today, that behind closed doors, all of the senators agree we have to go to pre-pandemic. We got to go back to Trump's golden year of 2019. One, do you think that's feasible? And two, then why are we not doing the work right now to make that happen?
Well, it's certainly feasible, Steve. I just can't for the life of me understand why the leadership in both the House and the Senate are not making that a reality. I mean, my goodness, 95% of the spending that you would cut out to get us back to those 2019 levels is all stuff that the Democrats did. It's not stuff that the Democrats or that the Republicans voted for. That you can repeal the entire IRA, for example. That would save hundreds of billions of dollars, and that's not an exaggeration. The only exaggeration was when the Democrats passed the darn thing and they told us that it was going to have a relatively small impact on the budget, and they were off by over $1 trillion. So those were the folks that exaggerated. You can save a lot of money just by repealing the things that the Democrats passed on their own over the last 4 years. And again, for the life of me, why aren't they doing that? I don't know, Steve. It is beyond frustrating.
So Johnson says there's a half a dozen votes up there or more right now that view this thing as the Titanic. Give me your assessment of where you think the House stands, because it's kind of very convoluted. You got people working on pieces of this. You had then the tax size of Ways and Means. They won't put forward or let anybody see an overall number to see what their projected deficits are. But I can tell you, and we've never been wrong in this, it's going to be over $2 trillion this year or close to it. In the fiscal year 26, which the reconciliation bill is, I don't know how they avoid another $2 trillion deficit at least, and that blows through the debt ceiling increase before Election Day in the midterm elections. You think my math is that far off?
No, Steve, you make a lot of really great points, including what you started with, saying that we're already over $500 billion essentially in the hole, meaning Treasury has been blowing through its cash account at the New York Fed in order to keep the government going, with the debt ceiling being in effect this entire year. And so as soon as that debt ceiling is lifted, we're immediately going to borrow additional money. The debt's immediately going to go up so that we can replenish that missing cash from the Treasury's account. So that essentially wipes out, again, $500 billion out of the $4 trillion. That's an eighth of it right there. And then you're going to have that $2 trillion deficit overall. You're going to have another $2 trillion, like you mentioned. And so this isn't even enough to get us through the president's current term. And that doesn't speak to the fact that we need to raise the debt ceiling even further. It speaks to the fact that we need to cut spending much more. I mean, the spending cuts in this latest bill they're basically microscopic. I'm sorry, but there's just no other way to put it. We need to cut much, much more spending. In terms of the question that I think you were getting to, what is the coalition here that's going to be willing to pass this? Steve, I'm not sure there is one, especially once you consider how many Republicans we have from blue states like New York. I know you were just saying New York's going to go red, and I'm not saying it won't eventually, but right now you have a lot of Republicans, even if it's a red district, it's a blue state, it's a high tax state, and they want that SALT deduction big time. They want it so bad. And the problem is with the current version is they're not interested in having a SALT deduction for low and middle income Americans. They want a SALT deduction for very high income earners, which is not what the current bill has. The current bill has essentially a phase out, so it doesn't help the millionaires and billionaires at all. That's not what these Republicans want. They want a big SALT deduction that makes money for the millionaires and billionaires, because that's their donor base. That's the donor class. And that's who those Republicans are interested apparently in helping, not the average American.
You've been, and you know Scott Bessent well. You knew him before as Secretary Treasurer. You know him well now, the team around him. Scott has warned that this is the last chance for a supply-side tax cut. One of my concerns, and I've got tons of concerns about Ways and Means, including the fact that they're not doing a snapback right now on the wealthy, which I'd say is going to happen at some point because the math just doesn't work. But on the supply side part of it, I'm really concerned that none of those supply side cuts are really permanent. Am I missing that, or is it the stuff that we actually have in there that can help business and help us productivity, create jobs, make capital available? They're also temporary. So when Trump leaves, they leave, sir.
Steve, that's exactly right. The most pro-growth part of this bill, things like the expensing for business, where you get that tax deduction, that tax write-off, those things, again, the most pro-growth supply-side parts of this bill are the ones that are temporary. They're not permanent. I mean, it's just absolute nonsense. And that happened, again, because they couldn't agree on enough spending cuts to, quote-unquote, pay for this. Now, going back to your point on the rich paying more, look, I join you in that. I wish we could see more money coming in from the highest income earners in terms of those tax receipts. I just think that the way to do it is going to be not increasing marginal tax rates, but getting rid of all these deductions. And for crying out loud, start with things like SALT, things which are not at all supply side tax reductions. Instead, these are things that are essentially function as loopholes for high income earners. In the case of SALT, it's a loophole for people in high tax states. It's not an exaggeration that very high income earners in places like Manhattan saw their income tax liability go up by several $1 million, by $2 or $3 million, because of the cap on the state and local tax deduction. I want to see more of that. I want us to get rid of essentially all the exemptions, all the deductions in the code.
Yeah, talk to me real quickly. You keep saying it. Don't focus on the marginal tax rates for the upper bracket. Focus on the deductions. What other deductions would you get rid of?
Steve, literally everything. I would get rid of all the deductions, all the exemptions. I'm not exaggerating there. Even things that a lot of people really love, like the deduction of mortgage interest. I would get rid of everything and just reduce all of the tax rates. The problem with any kinds of deductions, Steve, in the code is the fact that once you get beyond about a 25% top marginal tax rate, then the wealthy just start using all of these to get their effective paid tax rate back down to, again, about 25%. And we've seen this pretty consistently for the last 100 years, the entire history of the income tax. So what you end up doing is you benefit the accountants, you benefit the lawyers, and you benefit, to a certain extent, the wealthy at the expense of everyone else, because everyone else now has to shoulder the tax burden of that lost tax revenue. I want to get rid of all of that. Just go to a low rate with a broad base.
You mentioned we got other issues too. Talk to me about student debt. I just heard we got a bombshell about the student debt.
Yeah, and Steve, this was actually something that we talked about last year on your show. The fact that the Biden administration, not only did they get shot down by the Supreme Court over and over again for their unconstitutional attempts to bail out student loan borrowers, but then the court eventually told them, look, you have to get people repaying again. You can't just keep going with these pauses where you're not forgiving loans, but you're also not requiring them to be repaid. Essentially, it's a effective forgiveness if you just do that indefinitely. So the Biden administration said, okay, fine, we'll have people start repaying their loans, but if they don't repay them, wink, wink, then we're not going to report those delinquent accounts to credit bureaus. And that's what happened. So for the last year of the Biden administration, we had no idea how bad the student loan situation was. In other words, how many millions of people had fallen behind. Well, now we have a Department of Education who is actually willing to report these numbers honestly. And what we found is that it's not a fraction of 1% of student loans that are seriously delinquent. In other words, more than 3 months behind on payments. But in fact, the actual number is almost 8%. It's over 1,000% higher than we were told it was. It's just yet another example of how the Biden administration misled the American people on the economic situation and tried to gaslight everybody to make us think that the situation was so much better than it was, when in fact it was pretty darn terrible.
Hold it. You're saying that 8% of the total face amount of the student loans are kind of in arrears?
That's exactly right, Steve. And again, the really insane thing here is that this has been the situation for well over a year now, but the data was purposely hidden from credit bureaus. So we had no idea what the exact situation was. And furthermore, you have literally millions, that's not an exaggeration, millions of people now whose credit ratings have taken a triple-digit hit just this year, and they're going to have now a very tough time getting other kinds of credit extended to them, whether it's a mortgage, another student loan, an auto loan, credit cards, you name it. So you now have a ton of people whose credit rating has really gotten hammered because they were essentially told by the Biden administration, look, you effectively don't have to pay because there's not going to be any consequences. Well, guess what? The adults are back in charge, and now there are consequences again.
EJ, can you hang just for a short commercial break? I just got to ask you about the future of the big, beautiful bills that winds itself through on the economic side. HomeTitleLock.com, $1 million triple lock protection. What does that mean? You get 24/7 coverage that nobody's messing with your title. If anybody does, boom, you get an alert. I don't care if it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. If all else fails, they put up $1 million in a restoration project. Okay? Make sure you get it. Triple lock, $1 million triple lock protection. HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Steve. Check it out today. Don't let one of these varmints get their hands on your real asset, your home. Short commercial break. Return to the war room in just a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Birch Gold, one of the things we try to do is talk to you about capital markets, the intersection of all that. That's what Birch Gold's about. They've got a couple of products totally free that you can get access to. First, take your phone out. Just text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. You get the ultimate guide, totally free, to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. That's one that you ought to definitely consider. Get it on board, read it, study it, start to understand the process. Also, from Birch Gold, birchgold.com/Bannon, you get access to the end of the dollar empire. More importantly, you get to talk to Philip Patrick and the team. Ask Philip Patrick why gold has been a hedge for mankind in times of financial turbulence for, 5,000 years. If you don't think we're going to go through some turbulence, just listen up to EJ and Tony, because right now this thing's a dogfight. So, EJ, given your assessment, which kind of dovetails with Ron John and other people, and these are some of the biggest supporters, you're one of the biggest supporters of President Trump. Just where do you think this thing stands in the? Let's leave the Senate out for a second, but just in the House, this process of going through these committees, trying to pull this together, the tax cut. Have you seen an overall model from anybody that's presented that shows you what this looks like in fiscal 26 and beyond, sir?
Not really in depth, Steve. The reason for that is because we just don't have enough of the details yet. So, look, let's take a high level view of it. Then let's do the 30,000 foot. As the senator was saying, this does not solve the problem, right? We are still headed in the wrong direction. Now, if our only two choices are between what we currently have and doing absolutely nothing, then what we currently have on the table, at least, would be the better option. Because if we do nothing, then you will see some of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions expire. You will see a demonstrable tax hike on the American middle class. So that will definitely be worse. Again, I wish we could get a lot more. Hopefully in the future we can. Hopefully with future bills we will be able to claw back more of that spending, and we will get more Republicans with a spine in Congress. But as of right now, if this is the best we can get, it is at least better than doing nothing. But look, that means that the president, was not served well by the Republicans in Congress. And if we want to continue supporting President Trump, I think that means you have to turn up the pressure even more on the Republicans in Congress. In other words, if these folks weren't willing to actually put a good bill on the president's desk, if they weren't willing to work with the White House, then frankly, they need to go. And I don't know if that happens in the primary or in the general next year, but whatever the case, we have to, I think, hold these Republicans accountable if they're not willing to support the president and his agenda, which he was overwhelmingly elected to pursue.
Do you agree? The 10-year bond, I think, is 4.5. I think it ended there today. I haven't looked at it. Started the show, but it was I keep saying the bond market's going to get a vote here. Clearly, they are. This is not because of President Trump's tariff policy or trade, which the mainstream media try. This is about they're understanding this bill, and they see the spending, and they see the inability to raise taxes or cut deductions on the wealthy. So you're not going to have additional revenue generation. Are you concerned that the further we go down here, that even the decisions of President Trump and his ability to enforce and implement his program may be taken away from us as the bond market starts to respond here?
Well, absolutely, Steve. Look, the bond market is not something you want to go toe-to-toe with, because as big as the federal government is, even as big as the Treasury is, the bond market ultimately gets the last say. We do not want to get into a position where literally nobody is willing to hold U.S. Treasuries, and then the Fed just has to print every dime that the government spends. I mean, that's Weimar Republic territory. That's how you get to hyperinflation scenarios. But that is what is eventually going to happen. To your point, if we don't start heeding the warnings that the bond market is giving us. Look, as much as there's been a ton of drama and a ton of market turmoil, and there has been regarding the president's tariff policies, I understand all that. But guess what? Virtually everything now, after conducting pauses on essentially every country, we're basically right back to where we were before August 2nd. Equities are nearly back. The bond market is nearly back. So the difference that we're seeing right now. And it does track, again, to your point, it tracks very closely with the progress of discussions on the Hill and how the bill has been evolving. The bond market is right now signaling they are not happy with the insufficient level of spending cuts in this bill. And if it goes through, and if we do nothing in the future to fix it, the bond market is going to continue to voice that concern, and it's going to get louder and louder over time. And as talented as Scott Bessent is, eventually there's going to be nothing he can do about the problem, because nobody wants to buy what he's selling. And it's not because we have a bad salesman who's trying to auction this stuff off. It's because the quality of the debt is just going to go down.
Wow. EJ, where do people go on social media to get you?
Best place to find me is on Twitter. The handle there is @RealEJAntoni.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
Next hour, we're going to have a shocking report about what's going on in Texas over at what's called the Colony. That's going to upset you no end. The folks working on Texas, the Patriot Mobile team, 972-PATRIOT. Make the shift today. Make the switch. This is the best phone service out there, bar none. Go to patriotmobile.com. You can email, get in contact with people. Promo code Bannon. You get a month free on changeover, or call 972-PATRIOT. They're layered on top of all three big services. They got every service in the world you want. These are people that support your Judeo-Christian values. These are the folks that fought to make sure that Texas is the MAGA railhead of all. 14-point victory for President Trump. Now more than ever, make the switch. 972-PATRIOT, and tell them Steve Bannon sent them. Mike Lindell, sell me a set of sheets, brother, before we end the first hour.
Right on, everybody. This is the 50% off or more War Room exclusive sale. Start with the biggest flagship sheets we have. Biggest sale we've ever had. All no matter what, if they're kings, Cal Kings, king size, queen size, $49.98. That's over $100 off. Promo code War Room. Go to mypillow.com, scroll down, get those crosses while they last. Save 50% on them. This is another War Room exclusive, everybody. If you buy right now, and if you buy $100 or more, I'm going to match it with $100 in free digital gifts. You probably already know a lot of you that have bought, and you love them. They're absolutely awesome. You probably already know a lot of you that have bought, and you love them. They're absolutely awesome. Call 1-800. I missed the number there, Steve. You probably got that number there. But they call them. They took it off the bottom screen. You can call my call center, you guys too. They love hearing from the War Room posse. Promo code War Room.
Thank you, brother. Most powerful promo code. MyPillow.com. Promo code War Room. Stick around. From Qatar to Romania to Texas. Next in the War Room.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and the WiredToFishCoffee.com studios. I love Wired to Fish Coffee. I just had some before I came in here. That's why I'm ready to go. You guys should check it out. It's an amazing coffee company. Makes the best tasting coffee I've ever had. Also does a lot of good in the world by donating to things like clean water for fishing and Christian faith organizations. You can go check them out at Wired, the number 2fishcoffee.com. Use the promo code JustNews at checkout. You get 10% off. All right, another day, another trip, another extraordinary accomplishment for President Trump's administration. He continued his tour through the Middle East today, stopping in Qatar and continuing to make good on bringing investments and manufacturing back to the United States. This time, a total of $1.2 trillion, including a record $200 billion deal for Qatar to buy 160 Boeing jets. Boeing's been in trouble here in America for some time, but now this is going to be big news for them and their workers. It's a big win for the president as well. He has promised that these tariffs would bring in lots of new business. We're closing in on $10 trillion of commitments just since President Trump took office. Excuse me. That is just some of the good news that came out of this trip. Another big moment. The president decided to meet with the new interim president of Syria on a meeting that 6 months ago probably would have been unthinkable. This guy, the current president, had ties to al-Qaeda. He's renounced them. He's been governing. He's been holding Syria together. And today, by President Trump meeting with him and lifting some of the sanctions, he gave Syria the opportunity to walk away from Iran further and to come closer to the United States. A chess game that could have profound impact for the Middle East and peace here. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, there's also a lot of things going on. House Ways and Means Committee earlier today greenlit some parts of the tax portion of the GOP bill. And also tonight, the House Energy Committee approved in advance to the floor a very important Medicaid reform, some savings for Medicaid and a workfare requirement. We've been talking about that. Keeping those 2017 income tax cuts in place on track to be made into law, as well as making the first substantial changes to Medicare in over 2 or 3 decades. Historic stuff going on. And finally, some news that started on this show. You remember it, Monday night. NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya told that extraordinary story that 2 contractors in a level 4 bio research lab near Washington, D.C. in Western Maryland got into a tussle. That one slashed a hole in the containment suit of the other, potentially exposed them to deadly pathogens. Today, it became a matter of congressional scrutiny. RFK Jr., the HHS secretary, testifying before senators, confirming to Senator Rand Paul that incident did happen just like we reported it, and that the FBI now has been brought in to investigate it as a criminal matter. That's a major escalation. By the way, no one in Congress even knew about this 2 days ago. Thanks to the work here on the show, we were able to get that out there. Good time to bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. She has a lot of other headlines. What are you watching, Amanda?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm going to play media police for just one more day this week because the mainstream media, months after the election, well, they're finally reporting on the mental decline of former President Joe Biden. But they're putting an unusual spin on it. You see, mainstream media's take is that the Biden administration covered up the whole thing, and that is why they didn't report on it. In fact, CNN's Jake Tapper is releasing a whole book on the topic. It covers how the Biden administration covered up his decline, and it's called Original Sin. Interesting title. But unfortunately for the media, everyone else knew that President Biden was having mental acuity issues, except, of course, them. However, it wasn't just a case of the Biden administration covering it up and the media not realizing it. They actively tried to deny any claims that President Biden was experiencing mental decline. So take a look at this mashup from our good friends over at Grabien, documenting all of the times that Jake Tapper himself commented on it.
How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment like that?
Is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable.
You have no. I can't. This is so amazing. It's so amazing to me that
try and figure out an answer.
A cognitive decline. President Biden embraces his stutter, talking about it, while Trump mocks it, exaggerates it, belittles it. False claims to the Wall Street Journal about President Biden's mental fitness and acuity. He's 81. And his memory, it doesn't seem great. It's not horrible, but I don't understand the outrage.
I wonder if Jake Tapper used that clip on his show.
Probably not. I got a good idea. I think there's a typo in the title of the book. I think it was supposed to be called Original Spin, not Original Sin.
Indeed.
CNN and Jake Tapper trying to come clean on Joe Biden. I don't know where to go. Well, somebody that always gives us the straight scoop is Congressman Marlin Stutzman from the great state of Indiana. He joins us now from the front lines of Congress where so much action has been happening today. Congressman, good to have you back on the show.
John, Amanda, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Great honor. Listen, you came on the show a few weeks ago and said, be patient. These tariffs are going to make a big difference. Of course, you've been trying to equalize the situation with beef in the Midwest. A lot of progress when you see $1.2 trillion out of Qatar, an ally of Iran sometimes, now coming closer and closer to America. It kind of proves that the tariff policy you were advocating for is starting to work.
Well, President Trump is the one with the backbone and the leadership to do this. Watching him over the past several weeks has truly been remarkable. I mean, the fact that he has brought China to the table and to their knees, basically, and resetting the table. There's still a long way to go, but the fact that Great Britain has, we have a trade deal now with them. The stock market is back up. It was a blip, obviously nerving, but again, President Trump has got a spine of steel. And then he goes over to, to Saudi Arabia in the Middle East, and to see the reception he got there. One of the things that I learned this when I was over in Saudi Arabia back in 2014 is, a lot of times, in America, we think of a business negotiation as a win-win. Right. Well, in their case, they often think of it as a win-lose. If you don't, if you don't negotiate strong enough and you're the one taking advantage of, that's your own fault. But they don't do that with Trump. They know Trump is a strong negotiator. He's the strongest diplomat since Ronald Reagan. And the deals that he's putting together for the American economy and for the American people are truly historic.
Yeah, they are.
Congressman, I want to ask you about the diplomacy improvements, I think, that are happening on this trip. President Trump forging friendships with people who, like John said in the intro, 6 months ago, I don't think we would have ever imagined that. I also think that 6 months ago, maybe even 6 years ago, people never thought that peace in the Middle East was achievable. But if you have some of these other nations, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, like Syria, who signed, or Qatar already, but like Syria, who sign on to the Abraham Accords, it certainly seems like we should be very, very close, if not arriving at peace in the Middle East under this Trump administration.
This is only because of President Trump. I was over in Syria over the Easter weekend with Congressman Corey Mills on a trip with a group called Syrian American Alliance for Peace and Prosperity. And we actually met with the new president, President al-Shara. The fact, this is, the Syrian people are the reason why I went, because they have been through so much over the last 50 years of the Assad regime. And the fact that Assad left Syria without a bullet being shot or a war being fought was truly remarkable. And they're so hopeful and so optimistic. Now, would al-Shara be the guy that we would have picked to take Assad's place? Absolutely not. But he is the one that forced Assad out. And in meeting with him, I spent about an hour and 15 minutes. He's 42 years old. I was impressed with the people that he's picking around him. The things that he's saying and the actions that he's been taking are showing that he seems to be wanting to move the direction towards the West. He even told us that he had an offer from the Russians, but he was refusing it. He wouldn't even meet with the Chinese. And that was the same thing that I even heard back from the Saudis in 2014. For whatever reason, they don't want to do business with the Chinese. They want to do business with the West. If they can move and stop any sort of jihad training, any sort of that jihadi mentality in the Middle East, there is a real opportunity for peace and prosperity there.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And it takes a chess player with a lot of courage for Donald Trump to say, I'll give the legitimacy of the presidency to sit with him and talk because I want to give this country a chance to get on its feet and be successful. I look at today, and I think the biggest loser of today is Iran, because Syria moved closer to the United States. Qatar moved closer to the United States to the tune of $1.2 trillion. Iran is getting increasingly isolated, embarrassed. They could also be forced into a deal by this sort of chess game, right?
Absolutely. And, I mean, like Amanda said earlier, the fact that we're, 6 years ago, could we think that there is really, potential for peace in the Middle East? And, again, I expressed this to President al-Shara. The relationship with Israel for America is very valuable and precious to us as Americans. But we want the same type of a relationship with Syrians. We want the same type of relationship, with other countries in the Middle East. But again, it has to be focused around the fundamentals of religious rights, around human rights, women's rights, and I don't know that we can install American democracy in the Middle East necessarily, but at least things are moving that direction. The fact that they're building wealth in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and other countries, I think is attractive to a country like Syria, and it is only going to isolate Iran. And that one seems like a really tough nut to crack, but if there's anybody that could do it, President Trump could.
Absolutely. Yeah. Speaking of tough nuts to crack, something that piqued mine and John's interest when we heard that speech yesterday, obviously the mention of Syria, but right along with that, he mentioned Lebanon. This is a leader, a non-Hezbollah leader. Seems like there might be a little bit of an open door there. What's your take?
Well, again, I mean, there's an opportunity. After Assad's departure from Syria, you don't have these opportunities, but maybe once in a generation. These dictators, of course, were backed. Assad was backed by Putin, by the Iranians, and the Chinese, whoever. They could use him as a proxy. Lebanon has been the same problem, and Hezbollah has been pushed out. President al-Shara from Syria, he even takes some of the credit for that. He said that he had, pushed out Hezbollah and also pushed out the Iranians out of Syria. And Lebanon seems to be on a good track. Morgan Ortegas in the Trump administration has focused a lot of her time and attention to Lebanon, and it's very optimistic. But I think it goes back to President Trump's style of leadership. They understand strong leadership. And when somebody says they're going to do something and they follow through on it, they respect it. But it was ironically in Syria, one of the most unpopular presidents was President Obama, because every time he drew that red line back during his presidency and Assad crossed it, were there any consequences? No. But they know that if there were a red line with President Trump and they crossed it, that there would be consequences. And that's why I support President Trump, lifting the sanction on Syria, because there's a 4-year window here that the Syrian people can actually rebuild their country, and hopefully a government recognizes that it's better to focus on commerce rather than chaos.
Yeah, there are some similarities to how the Soviet Union fell with the way we're now curating these great partnerships and economic partnerships with the Middle East and bringing them closer to the United States without a bullet ever having to be spent. It's so important. So I want to just ask one more question. You're one of the few people in America that have had the chance to sit with the Syrian president. Obviously, he started his world in Al-Qaeda and ISIS. He's clearly gravitated. What did he tell you about his willingness to resist that temptation to go back to that sort of violence? What did he tell you about Christians? And what did he tell you about his desire to get away from Iran?
Yeah, he actually was very much to the point on Iran especially. He said that he was open to letting Iran have an embassy, but he would limit their visas and the amount of traffic coming from Iran, and he didn't want to let them, basically congregate in a certain part of the country, that he would keep them spread around the country. So I think he knows he has to pick a side here. The fact that, we're just not going to allow another dictator. We don't want to trade one terrorist for another terrorist. Yeah. And he does have a checkered past. But, as you watch his time in his life, he did definitely fight against Assad. He fought against ISIS. But the Syrian people already give President Trump a lot of credit for the fact that Idlib, back in 2018, the city up to the northern part of the country, they were going to bomb the tar out of it because of the terrorist organizations that were up there. But Trump, in his instincts, said that wasn't a good idea because so many civilians would be killed. So the Syrian people, there's actually signs around Damascus that say make Syria great again. So they're big fans of President Trump. And but I think this new president, I told him, I said, the opportunity you have is incredible. The Syrian people are remarkable. They're so smart. I mean, if they're outside of Syria, they're a doctor or an engineer or business person. They're very successful.
Yeah. Sir, it's always an honor to have on. This is a fascinating. You're one of the few people that really talked to this man, and I think we learned so much from you tonight. What a great honor to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on this evening.
Yeah, we always enjoy our conversation. It was really great. All right, folks, how about that? We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll unpack those surprising inflation numbers. They're going down. Is the president's economic policy working? And is he reshaping global trade as we know it? We're going to raise that with our next guest, Rebecca Walzer, right after this.
Tell me the truth. How many different beauty potions do you have sitting on your bathroom counter right now? If it's more than just Vibrant Super C Serum, listen up. The ingredients in this one bottle can replace your day creams, your eye creams, your night creams, your neck creams, your wrinkle creams, and your dark spot reducers. It's made in the USA with the highest quality ingredients, including vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, vitamin B5, and vitamin E. Super C Serum delivers noticeable results. Simplify your skincare routine, get a healthier complexion, and minimize wrinkles and age spots with Vibrance. And if you don't find it better than your current skincare routine, you'll get a full refund. So go to Vibrance.com/justnews to save up to 37% off and free shipping. That is Vibrance, Vibrance, Vibrance.com/justnews. Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. Inflation continued its downward trend for a third straight month in April. The CPI rose by 2.3% compared to last year, the slowest pace in over 4 years, according to the Labor Department. Month-to-month inflation ticked up just 0.2%, a modest increase following March's decline, but nothing compared to what we saw during the Biden years. But that's odd, considering we have been hearing for weeks now that President Trump's economic policies, including tariffs, would crash the economy. So joining us now to talk about that and the investments that the president secured in Saudi Arabia and Qatar is the founder of Walzer Wealth Management, Rebecca Walzer. Rebecca, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Amanda and John. I appreciate it.
It's been a real fast turnaround for folks who I think the beginning of April, sometime around April 6th, said that an economic downturn, a recession was all but inevitable. And now, lo and behold, I think JP Morgan is the one who definitively pulled that back. Any chance that they're going to waffle on that and go back to, we might have a recession?
Well, I mean, obviously, the developments in the last, 15 days have been phenomenal and unprecedented. And this president and this administration deserves so much credit and so much, hand clapping. And so I'm a huge fan of what they've accomplished. We can't really say how great it has been and how different of an approach globally this has been. This president has the nerve that he needs to have and the grit that he needs to have to go after such an uncompromising and unconventional way of really, I would say, managing the global interaction on the economic front. This 90-day pause that we got with China, which really sent the equity markets, gave them such a needed reprieve. That is obviously TBD. We obviously have to work things out with China on the longer term. And China, unfortunately, their property, their real estate had a really big sort of beginning crisis last year that they're not still really out of. And then this tariff issue with them and the amount of exports that they were going to be able to forecast to bring in at the tariffs that Trump was putting on was going to decimate their economy. So Xi Jinping had no real ability to do anything but, hey, let's pause and let's talk. But what Trump is doing is he's got so many wheels in the fire. Thank God he's got an excellent team around him. But, so we can't say that it's time to top off the champagne glasses yet, because this is how he negotiates. This is what he does. He goes out and he creates such a ruckus and such a stir because he's letting them know, look, I hold the cards. We hold the power. We are the world's really largest economy. Some people would debate that with China, with GDP, some numbers sometimes, but we'll say we're the largest economy, China number 2, and we are the global reserve currency still to this day. Now, that's obviously under threat with all of the things that have been happening globally, but Trump is using the cards that we still have in America to leverage the future for us in a better way instead of just debt financing it and leaving it, into shambles. And that is going to take time and patience. And so all of the positive information these last 15 days has been really great, but, TBD on the finality of it. It's going to be a back and forth. It's going to be a negotiation, and that's going to go through iterations.
Yeah. I see a couple of real concerning signs still that we need to take a look at. In our own country, there seems to be at least a commercial real estate market, a sort of post-COVID hangover, and a change in the workforce, the way people are working. And then the gap between mortgages and affordability continues to be a problem for homeowners. What are the biggest warning signs for you about things we still need to keep an eye on as we watch this next 6 months of history-making economy?
You're 100% right, John. We definitely have a commercial loan crisis, actually, more than anything. And that really leads into a banking crisis. I don't think that people understand how tied our medium-sized banks are, not necessarily the large 4 banks, but our mid-sized banks are absolutely the property lender of first resort for most commercial entities because they know the local property market. And so we have billions, if not close to $1 trillion, about $900 billion of real estate mortgages, commercial real estate mortgages that are due to refinance in the next 18 months. And the problem is that the values of the properties, to your point, John, have declined substantially because nobody is utilizing those buildings at the capacity that they were pre-COVID. So when you've got hybrid schedules of people in the office for 3 days, the dry cleaner can no longer rent his space because people don't need to, have the clothes for 5 days a week. Or maybe there's a different dress code policy, or the little mom and pop shop that were the cafe in your building, they're gone. Or all of the cafes that surrounded in an urban center, those are going because where are the clients? So what happens is as we changed our work, arrangements, this affects the value of being in commercial property, and therefore those appraisals are not going to come in at the pre-market value that they were, actually financed at. And so a lot of banks have been kind of pushing the refinancing of these notes beyond like grace period and getting things. And at first it was because they wanted the interest rates to come down. They're like, oh my gosh, Powell raised rates so fast between 2022 and 2023 that the loans couldn't be refinanced at such high rates. So it was really about, gosh, we really need to lower rates. But if we actually refinance these commercial loans at the higher rates and we don't have the property value, we're going to have to recognize losses. And that's the unrealized losses that are sitting on all of these banks' balance sheets. And that's the problem. We don't have a system. I mean, I hate to say this, but if you look at the FDIC balance sheet, it really only has hard assets of about 2% of what it says it insures. So our system is a system built on trust. And if that trust is broken, it will cause problems. So we do have a lot of issues that this administration is going to have to deal with. And this is what happens after you print $10 trillion between fiscal and economic policy and through a pandemic, and then have to deal with the fallout of inflation, which this administration is obviously doing a great job with so far. And you have to deal with the fallout of how it affects, all of the things that are tied to our financial communities.
Yeah. Rebecca, President Trump has been doing his businessman thing and out raising capital for his company, the company being the United States of America, and he's going to hit that $10 trillion mark very soon. I think a lot of Americans look at that, though, and they say, well, how exactly is that going to affect me as an everyday American? How does that trickle down to me? How does it?
I think even the message of tariffs has been so unfortunately misconstrued by the mainstream and been pushed on the American population as this draconian, nobody uses tariffs for economic policy. What is this? It's totally not true. We've absolutely had this leverage before successfully. And again, he's leveraging the cards that he has. But let's be honest, and let's be clear. Our country became very litigious, and basically, I'm a business owner, I'm an entrepreneur. I write the checks on the front, ACH these days, but, I authorize the checks that get paid to my employees. And the fact is that when you become too litigious to actually manufacture in your country, you actually outsource that to overseas. And that's what we did. And, China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001. They've had the most favored nation status since then. And it's ridiculous that they would have such a status when they are the second largest. That's for poorer countries. So they get a lot of passes on the world global stage because of that status. And Trump is basically coming in and saying, listen, during COVID, we literally didn't have a supply chain that was resilient enough to even support our medical needs for prescription medications in our own country. So we are dismantling the ability to afford home ownership because we have basically hollowed out our middle class by outsourcing the good paying jobs overseas. And that happened naturally for a natural sort of way that we became too litigious, too expensive to manufacture in our country. That's our own fault. We have to fix that at tort reform, all kinds of things. But then we still need protections. I'm not against worker protections, but worker protections that are so expensive that you go out of business doesn't do anybody any good. We have to basically unhollow out the middle class that has basically, we're really a bifurcated economy, and to the upper wealthy and really the lower bottom class. And there's a very hollow middle class because all of the jobs that were blue collar other than trades have been outsourced manufacturing to Asia basically since really it started in the 80s, but it has just taken off since the millennia. And we cannot have a country of taxpayers that make a good wage base if we literally expect to buy everything for cheap pennies on the dollar at Walmart.
Well, that's a great point. Real quickly, we only got about a minute left. Congress has a role here, too. President Trump's got a lot done. What does Congress have to deliver to make sure it doesn't put the economy into another part of hurt?
Well, we obviously have the debt ceiling issue that still has to get resolved. We can't have that, pop up. And he's doing so well, everything's going well, and then we enter this debt ceiling issue. That is an issue. And then also we need the tax reform to be reinstated. And as you know, or to be re-upped, it automatically sunsets because it was done through the budget reconciliation process when it was originally passed in 2017. And so it had to be sunsetted as a matter of course. And it does sunset at the end of this year. And so obviously you have Republicans that are in the higher tax tax. Blue states that have a really big problem with the SALT limit that is current set at 10,000, and that stands for state and local tax. A lot of people think that I'm a tax lawyer, but a lot of people think, what is SALT? State and local tax is what it stands for. And those property tax reductions got reduced that were being augmented in California, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. That got augmented to got reduced to only $10,000. And so people were basically paying federal tax on money that was really being paid as property taxes to their state. And that's a big holdup right now that has to get worked out as well.
Yeah. Rebecca Walzer, thanks so much for joining us tonight. We'll have you back on again very soon.
Thank you both.
Yeah, good to have you.
All right, everybody, coming up, I think it's time for a border update from our very own Ben Bergquam, who has been embedded with ICE. So we're going to talk about that with him next.
Hey folks, if you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. When's the last time you checked on your home title? I know the answer. That's the legal proof, of course, that you own your house. If you're like me, the answer is never. The problem is, in today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, your home title has been transferred out of your name. That's not a good situation. Then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property, and you're not even going to know about it until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. That's why you need to stop what you're doing and find out today if you're already a victim. Use the promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. You also get a free title history report plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HometitleLock.com right now and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
So we're out here on another op with ICE doing a surveillance out here.
Once again, once you get rolling, maybe it goes the way you want it to go, maybe it doesn't. You got to be prepared for whatever scenario plays out.
He's a gang member, self-admitted.
Assaults, DUIs, it's the whole gamut. We know exactly who we're going after.
We're waiting for him to leave the house. Once he leaves the house, we'll do a vehicle stop, take him into custody.
Wow, that footage is from our very own Ben Bergquam. I used to love to watch the show Cops. Watching Ben Berkham is even more fun, more informative. He's my favorite.
I'm so jealous.
Oh my gosh, he does such great work every day, and we're lucky to have him live. Yeah, he's out with ICE. He's out down by the border again. Ben, welcome back. You are a juggernaut, baby. We love the work you're doing. You're allowing people to see what it takes to go get these millions of illegal immigrants and get them out of the country. What are you experiencing on the front lines, buddy?
Yeah, well, that's it. One at a time. So we're talking millions that we've got to go get, and the ICE and the ERO and HSI are out there doing it one at a time. Now, thank God, here in Houston, it's not a sanctuary jurisdiction. They're actually able to work with law enforcement and the jails, so they can go in and pick up most of these guys. They were telling me 70% of the illegals, the really bad guys, they can go directly into the jails and get. The other 30%, they're getting out on the streets, unlike places like Chicago, where you have to get everyone out on the streets. But this is even with that, it's still a slow process in comparison to the massive number of illegals that we've got to go after that Joe Biden and the Democrats let in. So thank God they're doing it, but this is just the beginning phase of what's needed to actually secure this country and deport everyone that needs to be deported.
Yeah.
Great point.
Ben, I want to ask you about the other side of the border crisis, which is actually not in crisis mode anymore, and that is the physical border and people coming across it. President Trump's first term, a lot of focus on building a border wall, but now with crossings being down anywhere on any given day from 96 to 99%, is a border wall still needed? Should we still try to get that there just for good measure? Because it kind of seems like whatever is happening right now without it is doing pretty well.
Yeah, the short answer is yes, because Trump is in for 4 more years. I've actually got my Trump 2028 hat in the car. God willing, we can make that happen. But outside of that, even if it's 8 years, you never know who's coming back in. And you can see the devastation that Joe Biden did in 4. We absolutely need a wall. Beyond that, there are a lot of areas that are so remote, even now, with Border Patrol almost fully staffed, or they're working on getting them fully staffed. Those are still areas that are tough to get to. So a wall slows it down. It's just like the door and locks on your house. It doesn't prevent somebody from coming in, but it'll slow them down, hopefully long enough for you to be able to get your gun and defend your property. And the same thing is true on our border. That wall is part of the defense of our country. It's absolutely necessary. And really, to me, it's needed across the entire border, but really the Border Patrol knows. They know where they need it, they know where they don't, and I follow their judgment on where best to put it.
There was a historic thing that happened yesterday, and I want to get your take, Ben. I also want to get one of our good friends. I know you're sitting alongside Goliad County Sheriff Roy Boyd, who was just in this studio a week ago for the Border Hero Awards ceremonies. I want to ask both of you gentlemen this, because I think it's a pretty important thing. Last night, for the first time in our history, the Justice Department charged Sinaloa cartel gang members with terrorism crimes, material support of terrorism, narco-terrorism, chemical terrorism, a brand new powerful tool that President Trump made possible. How important is this going to be for lessening the cartel's control of the border over the next few months?
Well, it's critical. I mean, from my perspective, I'll let Sheriff take the lead on this, but from my perspective, just being down there in Sinaloa a few weeks ago and seeing the control that these guys have down there, they are a terrorist organization. There's no doubt about it. The terror and the fear that they put in everybody that lives in Mexico, that's not being paid off by them, it's indescribable. And to be able to stop that, to be able to hold these guys accountable and actually make a dent in that is incredibly important. But the most important to me is actually going after the politicians and the people that are behind them, the money guys, the bankers that are all tied to them ultimately. Sheriff?
No, you're absolutely right, Ben. And what this does, this provides new tools on the tool belt to help the federal government go after those organizations and the people that are involved in those organizations. And it's a deterrent, but it's working very well so far, because as we've seen on the streets, the Sinaloa cartel has already drastically curtailed the fentanyl production and the importation of fentanyl in the United States out of fear of this new law and fear of President Trump bringing it to their doorstep.
Sheriff, before we let y'all go, John and I have talked about a lot about the increase in recruitment for law enforcement across this country, especially Border Patrol. But for you, with the Sheriff's Department, are you finding as well within your department that you guys are able to recruit better because morale is better and they feel like there is a letter of the law to be followed now?
Well, I think you're going to see more people that are going to be open to going into law enforcement. Fortunately, at the Goliad County Sheriff's Office, we're in a unique position where we're full and we have a waiting list of people wanting to come on board. If you'll allow people that want to go into law enforcement to actually go out and enforce the law and do what they've been tasked to do, then they're much happier in doing their jobs and doing their duties that they've been sworn to. So I think that under President Trump, you're going to see a lot of people try to come on to the federal agencies, try to fill those ranks, and try to move forward with enforcing the laws of the United States of America.
What a great idea, and I know you do it every day, sir. You're such a great model for the rest of the country, and you held the line for 4 years when Joe Biden was trying to break that line. One last quick question for you, Sheriff, and Ben, you take a stab at it too. When law enforcement men and women see Democrats crash an ICE facility, when they see that a judge try to help an illegal alien criminal escape from federal custody, what goes through their mind? What message can you send back to the Democrats who are doing these stunts from the men and women who wear blue and protect this country every day?
Well, it goes back to this. You break the law, there's consequences, and I believe that we need to take those people, we need to throw them in jail, we need to prosecute them, and they need to pay for the crimes they're committing. That's pretty much what needs to happen. Let's not tolerate it anymore.
Texas simple.
I just echo that.
Yeah.
Arrest them, prosecute them, have a punishment, and they'll stop doing it.
Yeah, so such a simple recipe, and it seems like we got common sense back, so it's being executed. To both of you gentlemen, you are heroes. Every day you give us the truth on the border. You give us that security on the border. And I know tomorrow, Ben, I think you're going to be doing a tour of one of these detention facilities so we can get up close and personal with some of these criminals. We can't wait to see that. Great to have both of you on the show today.
Hey, thank you, guys. Yep, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good stuff all around. Wow. And Sheriff Boyd, he was such a great, what a treat we had with him.
I know, 2 weeks in a row.
I know. Great man and just such clarity at a moment when we often don't see it in Washington. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, our weekly Just the News Health Update, where we ask the question, how bad is sugar for you? Really? It's really that bad, I guarantee you. We'll answer it next, right after these messages. Welcome back, America. It's time for our weekly Just the News Health Update. I love this segment. It's brought to us by our good friends at Native Path. Joining us now, the co-founder and chief culture officer at Native Path, our good friend, Dr. Chad Walding. Dr. Chad, good to have you on.
Hey, John. Good to be back. Thank you so much for having me.
We love having this conversation, and the more I think we have this conversation, the more we're encouraging people to get healthy. When I started a couple years ago and saying I'm going to start taking care of myself a lot better, I really let things go. I found a 5-letter word that I found was my 4-letter word. Sugar is a big problem. I was addicted to it, and I didn't realize the long-term effect it has on your liver, your metabolism. Tell us a little bit about how we got to be sugar addicts and what it's really doing to our body.
Yeah, well, you're not the only one that's addicted to sugar. I mean, I would say that most Americans in this day and age are extremely addicted to sugar. And the reason is because we've been fed sugar since we were little children. And from an early age, we got addicted to sugar. You know, it's in damn near everything. And it's in things you wouldn't think. It's in things like salad dressings and ketchups that you just assume are okay. But if you look a little closer, there's sugar in there. There's fructose in there. A lot of the sodas that we might think are healthy, the fruit juices that, you know, it must be okay. Has sugar in it, right? And from a business standpoint, it's great because, like you said, you get addicted to the product, right? You can't just have a little bit, and that's what sugar does. It kind of disrupts this satiety signal in our brain that says, oh, we're still hungry, and this is really tasty, and we want more. You know, if we found honey in nature, which we wouldn't do that often, we would just go after it, right? But real whole food that our ancestors ate did not have so much added sugar, and the issue here is what I think is setting us up for the biggest problem that we have in America today, and that's insulin resistance. You know, when insulin's a hormone, most people know about it in its reference to diabetes, but the job of insulin is to clear the bloodstream of sugar. And when there's too much sugar in the bloodstream coming from too much refined carbohydrates that have added sugars in there, the pancreas itself starts to burn out. Like the actual beta cells of the pancreas start to say, like, we can't do this anymore. There's way too much sugar in there. And this process leads to insulin resistance. And insulin resistance is really the root cause of obesity. It's the root cause of diabetes. It's the root cause of high triglycerides and blood pressure. And it's those things that also lead to things like Alzheimer's and things like cancers, right? So sugar to me is at the root issue of what's going on and one of the least things that we can change. And, you know, in this world where we're bombarded by advertisements to have refined carbohydrates, especially not only to adults, but also to children, one of the best things we can do is move back to whole real food like our native ancestors would eat, and prioritizing protein, right? Protein is the thing that it's your go-to. It's probably the first thing that you can do to say, get on the path and start your health journey is when you are eating refined carbohydrates, start substituting that with protein, ideally animal-based protein. That's going to be very satiating for you. It's going to fix the sugar cravings. It's going to balance your blood sugar as opposed to this big spike in blood sugar that we get from sugar and this big dip, right? The volatility, just like we have volatility in the stock market, it's not healthy. It's not healthy for our blood sugar. We want steadiness with protein and good quality fat. So substitute where you're eating carbohydrates with protein, and then, you know, focus on vegetables and good fruits like that. Those things have fiber. They do have sugar in them. They have glucose in them, but they have fiber to really slow the release of sugar in the bloodstream and not put so much stress on the pancreas. It really does come down to that. So that's my thoughts on sugar. That's a long answer, but you know, it's probably you're tapping into the biggest issue of what's causing most of our health issues and really getting people into the dependency on many medications.
It is been called by RFK Jr. recently the poison in our food system today, but RFK was pretty clear. We're not going to be able to get rid of it. We're not probably going to be able to regulate it out of our system. We have to do it on our end of it. And you talked a little bit about the role that protein plays, collagen, another big part of that. If you've been 30 years on the sugar roller coaster, tell us a little bit about bringing collagen into your routine, what that may do to be restorative to the damage we've created to our body.
Yeah, well, usually, you know, when people come to me and we do like a one-on-one and we say, hey, I want to get healthy, what are we going to do? And I ask them what they're eating. We find a lot of sugar and carbohydrates, and it can seem overwhelming for them. Like, what do I do? What's the first thing I can do, right? And the first thing we can do is the first thing that we put in our mouth to start the day, right? So instead of starting a day with, say, cereal and juices and a banana and, you know, all that refined carbohydrate stuff, start it with protein, right? It could be eggs, it could be avocado, you know, having some sausage, a little bit of ground meat. But what I also like, which is a great thing you can do, is start putting collagen in your coffee or your tea even before your breakfast, right? So collagen, you know, some people call it a protein, some people call it a magical molecule. Others have called it the fourth macronutrient because it's such an important aspect to the structure of our body. You know, I think it's something that in our modern day, it's critical that we start supplementing supplementing and using collagen to really give our body the raw materials that it needs to function as best it can. It impacts your brain, it impacts the quality of your nerve health, your heart, your digestive system, your bone health, your tendons, your ligaments, your hair, your skin, your nails. When all of those things are better, your body starts to function better. Your health, it's much easier for you to regain your metabolic health even when you start using collagen on a consistent basis. So I've seen it change the lives of so many people. We have over 1 million customers now at Native Path, all telling us about the positive changes they've noticed in their health, whether it's improved bone density, or they've lost weight, or they have better energy, or they've gotten off sugar, right? We've seen it time and time again. So I'm very confident in how important supplementing with collagen is in the modern day.
Got about a minute left. There's so many ways to take collagen. Everyone thinks, oh, I must have to take another pill. No, you just drop it into your coffee, drop it into your drink, put it in your shake. It's probably one of the easiest things to take that really feels unintrusive. And then all of a sudden you start to feel the benefits. Just talk about some of the creative ways people ingest collagen every day.
Yeah, so one thing to know is tasteless and it's odorless. So you can put it into anything, and our collagen is ground up in an extremely fine powder, so it blends really easy. I love putting it in my coffee. I add a little MCT in there, a little bit of butter, I mix it all up. That's wonderful. People like that. People also like putting it in their morning teas or in their smoothies. And it doesn't just have to be taken in the morning. It can also be taken in the evening. I'd say about 2 to 3 hours before bed for a nighttime tea. It can be very beneficial for your sleep as well. But really getting a couple doses a day and staying consistent with it, I would say, is the most important thing. It's not something you can just take one and everything's better.
Yeah.
It's a daily staple that you want to take every day and really make a part of your diet.
Yeah, it builds up in your body, and then you really start to get the long-term benefits. Your joints start to feel better, and it's a whole new ballgame. I've noticed my joints are much more loose and limber since I started, and that's been a benefit after years of being sore and cranky about them. So it's really great. Dr. Chad, every time we talk to you, we feel better, and we're on a path to getting better. I love that. Thanks for doing this segment with us every week. It's a great honor to have you on.
Thank you, John. Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. What a great conversation. All right, folks, here's your homework assignment. Go do it right now. You are going to get a benefit from this. Go to getnativepath.com/justnews to start your healthy transformation today. There are great discounts, great products, including that collagen product, which I've been using. It has been transformed. A lot of my members of my family using it. They're bragging about it. It makes me feel good to know that we're spreading the word. Go check it out and get on that path for better health. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of the show, so I thought I would start with this clip that went viral today. File this under hippie commie ice cream maker news. Ben Cohen, the co-founder of Ben & Jerry's, has an absolute meltdown at an RFK Senate testimony today. Check it out.
The witness will suspend. The committee will come to order. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be tolerated. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room.
John, he is like a cross between Larry David and Bernie Sanders. I think some people actually thought that he was Bernie Sanders, but seeing him yanked out of there, listen, I know why he was there, because he sells $7, 1,100 calorie ice cream, and he knows what RFK is doing in the sugar sector, and he is not on board. He wants all of those artificial color dyes and all that stuff.
He had a meltdown. Now he's got a criminal record, so good for him. He's been booked, as I understand, by the Capitol Police for disruption.
He kind of seems like an old hippie, but I think they should pull his hippie card, because hippies nowadays are maha.
Yeah.
So
I listen, if the Democrats think this is a great optic for them, they should keep doing it, because they're actually digging themselves a hole. And he's a big Democratic supporter, and he's into that whole Vermont culture. But you're right. A lot of but for him particularly, the food industry it finds a great threat in RFK Jr.
Yeah.
Who's going to clean things up.
Yeah. What's been amazing to see is a lot of these companies, Tyson Foods a few days ago came out and said that they are preemptively going to clean up their ingredients list. And the requirement for a lot of these ingredients isn't even until the end of 2026, but they're already making the moves. And
it's good public, listen, it's good consumer
PR.
policy.
It's good PR.
It is. There's no reason to fight this, except unless you like to do silly things.
I know, and I agree. Democrats, when it comes to your PR, keep sending people like Ben Cohen to the floor of the Senate. Keep charging ICE facilities. Keep doing it all. Keep putting AOC out there. More, please. More.
Please have more ads or more moments with Eric Swalwell. He said he had a BS detector today. I was waiting for Kristi Noem to come back and say, well, you didn't have a spy detector, sir, as I recall with Fang Fang. It would have been such a moment, but I mean, these guys are like so silly.
Oh, I love it.
People are trying to make ends meet at a table, and we're talking about photos of MS-13 mock-ups. I don't know. But the RNC is saving a lot of money on political advertising right now. They're just playing the free clips from Congress.
The secretary has got to appropriate that line and use it the next time around.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of more, someone who is saying actually less, Governor Gavin Newsom, who was all on board with free health care for illegal immigrants who are considered low income, and now he's saying, let's hit the pause button. This was about $3 billion over the projected cost. It ends up costing California taxpayers $16 billion. I think if Californians didn't have to pay that in state and local taxes and salt taxes, like Rebecca was talking about, then maybe they could cushion the cost of California's gas prices a little better. But what do you make of Gavin Newsom saying, pause?
I don't know what to make of Gavin Newsom at all right now. I don't know if he's in a midlife crisis or he's inhaled too much of his own hairspray or whatever, but he has, he's trying to sound like a Republican and yet act like a Democrat every day. And I'm getting a sense of bipolarism. I don't know what to make of him. I think he's making a fool of himself. He is not going to be able to remake himself as a moderate after all he's done in California. Yeah. And the next election in California is going to be a blast, because though he may not be on the ticket, he is going to be the subject of the entire race, because the left is either going to have to embrace him or disown him, and the Republicans are going to mock him. And he's still going to be on the ballot in the back of people's minds, because the last 12 years of insanity in California belonged to that guy.
Yeah. The best thing Republicans can do going into midterm is making every Democrat Gavin Newsom.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best thing they can do.
Yep.
They can say this Democrat, maybe they are in Indiana, maybe they are in Georgia, but they're wanting to turn Georgia and Indiana into California, and that'll turn people.
Don't let them do it. That's right.
Absolutely.
Good point.
All right, everybody. That's going to do it for us tonight. We appreciate you being here with us, and we're going to be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's right here on Real America's Voice. Go to justthenews.com. Lots of headlines coming out throughout the night because President Trump, well, different time zone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. President Trump continues his whirlwind tour of the Middle East. This is about making peace deals. It's about making economic deals. And of course, when people have prosperity, you also get peace involved with this. He's there to push back against Iran and many of our enemies, and he is certainly doing just that. I mean, President Trump is literally building relationships here as he conducts this whirlwind tour. This is him with the Emir of Qatar.
And the job you've done is second to none. You look at this, it's so beautiful. As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto. And just a great job you've done, and what a beautiful place. And we appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels like that in a long time.
He hasn't seen camels like that. The big, beautiful marble. What better way than to befriend the Emir of Qatar than give all kinds of compliments to his castle and his camels? They love their camels over there. No one can debate that. All right, so he is with the Emir of Qatar. We talked about some of these economic deals that are going down. They're big ones. One of the biggest deals to buy Boeing planes, like 160 of them, came out of Qatar today. Also, a deal to buy drones from U.S. manufacturers. This is huge. This is what it's all about. Here's President Trump again.
But you're right. It's actually 200, including the 40, so it's over $200 billion. But 160 in terms of the jets. That's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly, and congratulations to Boeing.
So again, you're talking billions of dollars of deals. Where are we going to find workers in the United States? This is going to be our next problem. We're going to have too much work for the United States. This is also, though, folks, about walling off China from these other countries. Make no mistake, as President Trump ties many of these countries to the United States, every time he does that, China gets a blow to its economy. That's a good thing. This is Kevin O'Leary talking about that from Shark Tank.
U.S. is number one in AI development and spending. Number two is China. Number three now, and very advanced in certain verticals, is the United Arab Emirates. They are so far ahead in many different verticals. And he wants to see that cooperation on AI be removed from the China model, because remember there was talk about the UAE starting to talk to China about AI. He doesn't want any of that.
All this is why you've seen some of the tech stocks here in the United States start to explode, go back on the rise. All great news. So when you talk about walling off countries, you got to wall off Iran as well. So Qatar has been instrumental in trying to work anyway, peace deals with Israel and Hamas, which then means what you're really working is a deal with Iran. Now, President Trump knows Iran is an evil actor, and he wants them to behave. But he sent a stark message from Air Force One to Iran today, and this is just the message I believe that Iran needs to hear.
I'm always considering the secondary sanctions. I had the secondary sanctions on Iran and drove them into bankruptcy, and there would have been no October 7th. There would have been no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. So I'm always, and as you know, I put secondary sanctions on Iran again. And hopefully they're going to make the right decision, because something's going to happen one way or the other. It's very simple. It's going to happen one way or the other. They can't have a nuclear weapon. So we'll either do it friendly or we'll do it very unfriendly, and that won't be pleasant.
Iran doesn't want to see America, specifically with President Trump at the helm, acting unfriendly. And I think Iran should get that message. Now, we also have Russia, Ukraine. President Trump is contemplating going to Turkey to join in on the Russian-Ukrainian peace talks. So the big question is, will Vladimir Putin go? Will Putin go? Will Trump go? Here's President Trump again.
Right. What will you do?
Well, I don't know if he's showing up. I know he would like me to be there. And that's a possibility. If we can end the war, I'd be thinking about that. Now, tomorrow, we're all booked out. You understand that? We're all set.
But you go if he
We're going to
goes?
go UAE tomorrow. And so we have a very full situation. Now, that doesn't mean I wouldn't do it to save a lot of lives and come back. But, yeah, I think they're thinking about something. I don't know that he would be there if I'm not there.
All right, so will Putin go? Putin probably only goes if Trump goes. Trump only goes if Putin goes. I guess it's a game of chicken now. I'd like to see them all in a room, hammer out a deal, and just stop the killing, okay? That's what everybody wants. Which brings us back to Israel and Hamas. Israel ain't playing right now. They see President Trump in the Middle East. I hope they realize I think this is a good move for President Trump and Israel as he starts to befriend many of these Middle Eastern countries. But Israel is about ready to take the fight to Hamas if Hamas does not get back in line. There are talks of a ceasefire. We'll see how that plays out. I want to bring in now former Green Beret and host of Speak the Truth podcast, Matt Tardio. Matt, welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having me again, Grant.
All right, Matt, you have some interesting thoughts on how you see the Israel-Hamas war playing out. You want to lay it out for me?
I mean, part of it's just kind of what Netanyahu's already stated, right? Like once he goes in and once he starts, he's not going to stop. And that includes whether or not Hamas wants to come out and try to do more hostage negotiations. They're going to have to negotiate under fire, minus a little area here or there. But down in the southern portion of the Gaza Strip, Israel has already gone into the city called Rafah. It's the southernmost city. It kind of nuts right up against Egypt there. And that little tiny portion of the strip in that city of Rafah, they actually took it and they cleared it out. And it looks like they've actually set up places to start processing Palestinians through. So once Israel goes and starts pushing through Gaza, it looks like they're going to be processing civilians through Rafah and then moving them out into a different location. When we start talking about what's going to happen when Israel decides to do that, that's when the real trouble comes in, and that's where Iran comes into the picture. Iran's not happy with Israel going in and taking out one of their main proxy organizations over in the Middle East that's right on Israel's back door. And so the main concern is that Iran is going to act up, and they're going to launch a massive ballistic missile attack over Israel the moment they actually initiate it. Just yesterday, I saw new leaflets get dropped and actual warnings coming in for the city of Jabalia. It's kind of like central north over inside of the Gaza Strip. So it looks like Israel is going to be actually going in and clearing out a new area. And that all of that actually ended up falling because Mohammed Sinwar, the brother of Yahya Sinwar, actually ended up getting allegedly killed yesterday. We're still waiting on 100% confirmation of that. But it looks like they are probably going to be going in pretty soon. And it looks like we're going to have to make a decision on Iran.
All right. So your belief is if Israel goes in, full force into Gaza to just clean that mess up once and for all, you think Iran will attack with ballistic missiles? If that happens, I think that's going to be Iran's last mistake, because either the United States acts or Israel goes in with its might and power and wipes Iran's nuclear capabilities, infrastructure out. Would you expect that to happen?
100%. And I don't think it's either going to be Israel and or the USA. I think it's going to be a combined operation of both going in there and taking care of it. We've got intel assets on the ground. I have no doubt that we're pulling good intel out. Obviously, our technology is very, very good. So the moment we start to get that inkling that they're going to do that or they're going to launch that attack, I would expect the United States and Israel to launch a preemptive attack against them. We're having a lot of issues when it comes to these nuclear negotiations, trying to get them from having, spinning their own centrifuges and generating their own enriched uranium. Iran's not budging on it. They're not. They're refusing to budge. And the U.S. is very, very firm in its position, as you just heard from Trump. They're not going to be allowed to have it. The message has been very clear from the United States across every single person on Trump's panel. They will not be allowed to enrich uranium.
Let's hope they don't already have it, because there are some that believe they may already have it, maybe in a crude form or fashion, but they may be there. We've been talking about this for a long time, and the United States has never had a deal in place where we've really been able to verify exactly what they're doing. So any deal that would come forward, I would hope that verification process would be included in it. And lastly, I'll ask you, President Trump on this whirlwind tour, I don't trust any of these countries, quite frankly. I don't trust Syria. I don't trust Qatar. I don't trust Saudi Arabia. I don't even know if I trust the UAE. I don't trust anybody. So what do you think this does for peace in the Middle East here, Matt?
Well, you've got to get there somewhere, Grant. You've got to start somewhere in order to get that peace. And I don't trust anybody as far as I can throw them, especially any of those nations over there. However, it's kind of operating within that gray space. And so kind of the enemy of my enemy is my friend for the most part. But when we look at other countries, Saudi Arabia, we could take that and we could say, look, going into Saudi Arabia was a smart strategic move, coming up with the package deal that we ended up signing, because it also ends up hurting BRICS, because BRICS tried to get Saudi Arabia to sign on last year and they just didn't respond. Well, now we've got an economic agreement with them. So that's a good thing. When we look at Qatar, dealing with them, we're able to negotiate the release of a U.S. hostage. So that's a good thing. Ultimately, when you start dancing in this space over in the Middle East, you're going to brush shoulders with some pretty shady people, and the U.S. government does it all the time. I think this is the first time a United States president has actually put himself out there like that, though.
Yeah, it sure is true. Remember, he went to North Korea and shook hands with Kim Jong-un. And this is what President Trump does. He operates on another level. He's always has a method to exactly what he's doing. Matt Tardio, Special Forces veteran, I appreciate you coming on, as always, and laying this out.
Thanks for having me, Grant. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. I like Matt. Didn't love seeing President Trump go to Syria and shake hands with a former al-Qaeda guy. He's like the founder of al-Nusra, responsible for killing I don't know how many Americans, but he's leading Syria now. But President Trump has a method to this. He goes in there, he tries to show everybody, hey, we can talk, we can get someplace. And in the end, he's exerting pressure the entire way. And hopefully, in the end, we get peace out of it and stability. That's all we want for that region, because it makes a big deal and a big positive for the rest of the world. All right, turning now to RFK Jr. On the Hill, 2 hearings today. One in the House, one in the Senate, his first as Health and Human Services Secretary. Protesters took over, including one of the co-founders of Ben & Jerry's, got arrested in this melee. Cut 20.
Or with less. The budget I'm presenting today supports these goals and reflects.
The witness will suspend. The committee will come to order. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be tolerated.
Honestly, folks, these people are lunatics. As I said, one of the co-founders of Ben & Jerry's arrested there. But again, it got heated early, not just from the protesters, but from people like Bernie Sanders.
Should we give tax breaks to billionaires and throw kids and others off of Medicaid?
You're conflating the congressional bills with proposals from the president. The president
No, I'm talking
is
about
not
the
making
congressional bill. I'm talking about the bill, the reconciliation bill.
I mean, the president is not trying to do tax cuts for billionaires. He's trying to have no tax on tips and no tax for
$235 billion by
how many people, how many billionaires do you know that are making overtime?
How many billionaires do you know getting paid overtime? Nobody, okay? How many billionaires do you know that are taking tips to try to pay the bills every month? Nobody. And listen, even if we get to a place where I want, and President Trump has talked about this, it's not in the bill, a 15% corporate tax rate. We get to that spot. Yeah, some billionaires may save some money, but guess what else happens? Their companies grow and more people are at work and the money starts flowing. Why they're talking about that to the Health and Human Services Secretary, I have no idea, but I can tell you this. RFK Jr. didn't sit back. He went on the offensive to people like Rosa crazy-haired DeLauro. Remember her? You won't see her here, but this is purple-haired congresswoman from Connecticut.
Anybody thinks that we did gold standard medicine in this country from these institutions, look at our children. They're the sickest children in the world. Laura, you say that excuse me, Congressman DeLauro, you say that you've worked for 20 years on getting food dye out. Give me credit. I got it out in 100 days.
I'll give you that credit.
All right, so let's work together and do something that we all believe in, which is have healthy kids in our country, for God's sake.
She's worked for 20 years to get food dye out of food. He does it in 100 days. She got dye in her hair in a matter of minutes, and it stayed there for a long time. All right. Chris Murphy, he's another character. He's the senator from Connecticut. Of course, the vaccine has to come up with RFK Jr.
If I advised you to swim in a lake that I knew there to be alligators in, wouldn't you want me to tell you there were alligators in it?
So are you recommending the measles vaccine or not?
What I've said and what I said,
it doesn't sound like you are. If that's,
are you going to let me answer? Are you going to keep it?
Are you? Or are you not?
Are you going to let me answer? What I pledged before this committee during my confirmation is that I would tell the truth, that I would have radical transparency. I'm going to tell the truth about everything we know and we don't know about vaccines.
Are you recommending the measles vaccine?
I am not going to just tell people everything is safe and effective if I know that there's issues. I need to respect people's intelligence.
What he's saying is he's not a doctor. He's not going to give medical advice. Okay? They won't have it. They want to hang him out to dry, but the American public is on board with RFK Jr. and getting to the bottom of the corruption inside the National Institutes of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, all of it. I wish him luck. It's going to be a big task. You know who else needs help? The FAA and air traffic control. They've got a system that is completely outdated. Well, again, there was a hearing today in the United States Senate. They want to blame all of the problems, the shutdowns, Newark Airport, the blackout of the radar on Trump. Secretary Duffy of Transportation had a good point here.
The infrastructure didn't rot in the last 100 days. We didn't have 3,000 controller shortages in the last 100 days. There was 4 years that came before. where nothing was done. And watchdog groups have warned the DOT that the infrastructure was failing, and nothing was done. So we're going to do something about it. We're going to try to fix it.
This goes back decades and many, many administrations. Everybody kicks the can down the road. And now we got this military helicopter that crashes into a commercial jetliner at Reagan International, DCA as it's known, it's three-letter code. These problems are big. And when you hear about how we're communicating from DCA to the Pentagon, it's absolutely lunacy. Listen to this.
Is it true that the hotline, the direct line between the Pentagon Air Traffic Control and the DCA tower, has been inoperable since March of 2022?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Who maintains that hotline?
I believe the DOD maintains that hotline, but I think the next question would be, why were we not aware of it and insist upon it being fixed? And
I didn't have that written down, but it's a good one.
How the hell is the main communication line between Reagan International Airport and the DOD, which is flying all kinds of helicopter missions up and down the Potomac, out since 2022? We got a real situation here. I want to bring in now aviation expert Jay Ratliff is with us. Jay, welcome back to the program.
Hey, Grant, good to see you.
Jay, you listen to some of this stuff, and you say, you know, my 10th grade son would know to fix this right away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's a critical item for safety, you would think the minute something like that goes offline that it's a priority. But everything that happens within the FAA continues to be the same story. It is not addressed. They don't get the funding that they need. The attention to the situation that we have is not being met. You have a different FAA chief about every, 8 months, it seems, before we get a new one. There's no sustained leadership. And when we say that the FAA technology is outdated, Grant, that's an insult to the word outdated, because when you understand that some of the parts that are involved in this antiquated system that goes back to last century are so outdated that when the FAA needs parts, they have to go to eBay to buy them. I mean, that tells the whole story. You're talking about a complete system that is stretched to the point it's breaking. And we're seeing it in Newark. We've had 3 instances in a matter of 2 weeks where we've had computers that have malfunctioned. 2 primary systems, 1 backup system. This is just the beginning.
People at home need to know you have GPS on your phone, in your car. Mm-hmm. We're using radar. We're not even using GPS. You talked about the incidents that have happened over the last couple of weeks. Newark Airport with the blackouts of the radar blackouts is frightening. Let me play some audio just to remind people of what that sounds like when you're an air traffic controller or a pilot. Roll that.
1989, I hand you off here. Our scopes just went black again. If you care about this, contact your airline and try to get some pressure for them to fix this stuff. New York departure now 120.8.
120.8, sorry to hear about that. FedEx 1989 switching. Good luck, guys.
The air traffic control begging pilots to call their airline?
Yeah, well, they need help, because you've got the FAA right now where you have air traffic controllers that have been understaffed for a period of years. They know that nationwide we're 3,000 short. As a result, they're trying to hire as many as they can. Now, to the FAA's credit, and I'll give them credit when it's deserved, last year they had a mark of 1,500 air traffic controllers they wanted to hire by the end of the year. Grant, they did that by September 1st. This year, the goal is to hire 2,000 air traffic controllers. The problem is you have a number of those that do not make it through the training, that fail out. And the training process from the start to the end, kind of when you turn the spigot on to where the water comes out, you're talking 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 years before the people that are hired can actually be put on the job independently. So that's not a quick fix. And that's one of the reasons that from a staffing standpoint, there's such alarms, because, look, we can't pull air traffic controllers out of Dallas, LA, Denver, and throw them into Newark, because all we're doing then is having a shortage of air traffic controllers everywhere else. Now, all the air traffic controllers weren't hired at the exact same moment, but there was a large batch that were, because, look, President Reagan, all those years ago, fired all the air traffic controllers when he warned them, don't go on strike. And they did. They called his bluff and he fired them. So when you hire all those people at the same time, it doesn't take a great deal of intelligence to understand they're probably all going to retire about the same time. And we've been short on air traffic controllers for a number of years. That's one of the two issues that we have to address. The other one is this technology. And if President Trump is going to step forward as he has and said, we're going to fix this, and they adopt a Manhattan Project type of mindset where it's like all hands on deck for 2 or 3 years, it will completely upgrade the technology like never before. Scott Kirby, the head of United, says, I've never been more excited.
Yeah, it has to be a Manhattan Project style event here because we've got to get it fixed. And I'll just remind everybody at home, we had a massive, quote, infrastructure bill under Joe Biden. Remember that? Well, no money went, apparently, to the FAA to upgrade the systems. Just an absolute travesty. Jay Ratliff, I appreciate you coming on. As always, thank you.
Anytime, brother.
Absolutely, you too. All right, folks, just think about it. Lots of opportunities to fix this, and nobody did. And again, it's not just Biden administration. It goes back administration after administration after administration. This has been a problem. And somebody, well, I think we've already seen it. People are getting killed because of it. All right, it's no secret that America's healthcare system is broken and its future is uncertain. Don't rely on chance. Prepare for medical emergencies now with the Wellness Company. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust in their line of prescription medical kits. I got one right here, the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. From the flu to COVID, a trip to the beach, trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Here's what I want you to do. Go to twc.health/voice. Get a kit like this, ivermectin in here, a Z-Pack in here, amoxicillin, you name it. twc.health/voice. Use that promo code VOICE to save 10% and make sure you tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, coming up, Wisconsin judge, remember her that blocked ICE agents in her courtroom, has been indicted by a grand jury, plus a huge federal court decision. A big win for the Trump deportation efforts. That's next. back, everyone. I've got really good news. A Pennsylvania judge has ruled in favor of the Trump administration that it can use the Alien Enemies Act. Remember, this was what President Trump was using to deport all of those illegal gang members back to El Salvador to put in what I've been calling the MAGA Max prison. Okay. President Trump has not used the Alien Enemies Act since. You had 3 other courts that says he can't use that. This tees it up for the Supreme Court to weigh in on all of this. One disappointing part of this ruling, the judge says that the Trump administration has to give these illegals 21 days notice to use the Alien Enemies Act so they can contest it. I don't believe that's true. I believe if you are here without papers, you don't have a visa, you don't have a green card, you can be instantly deported. You don't get the due process that the Democrats talk about all the time. Here's another story for you, very good. In Wisconsin, a grand jury has indicted Judge Hannah Duggan. So Judge Hannah there, you see on your screen, is the one that aided and abetted an illegal alien to escape the capture of immigration agents, federal agents trying to capture that man in her courtroom. She basically went back to her chambers and let the man totally escape. Now she's been indicted on obstruction and concealing a criminal. Here is Tom Holman, our border czar.
You know, I support the prosecution. Again, we weren't bluffing day one. You don't cross that line. They cross that line. So a judge can be held accountable. So, you know, we'll see how that all plays out in the courts. But I think what they did, there needs to be consequences. We can't allow that stuff to happen. I mean, the American people voted for Donald Trump to secure this nation, to close the border, and to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. We're not making this stuff up.
All right, her argument is, the judge that is that she was acting in an official capacity. She has immunity. I don't think she was acting as a judge in a courtroom when you go back and sneak somebody out the window, basically. She needs to pay for these crimes, and they are crimes. All right, Texas. Down in the Houston area, ICE has been in and about rounding up illegal aliens, deporting 528 of them, arresting 422 of them in the last week alone. Ben Berkwam had been following these ICE agents and filed this for us.
So we're out here on another op with ICE doing a surveillance out here.
Once you get rolling, maybe it goes the way you want it to go, maybe it doesn't. You got to be prepared for whatever scenario plays out.
He's a gang member, self-admitted.
Assaults, DUIs, it's the whole gamut. We know exactly who we're going after.
We're waiting for him to leave the house. Once he leaves the house, we'll do a vehicle stop, take him into custody.
As you see, they got their man, 422 of them, as I said, in the last week. Well, I want to bring in now RAV border correspondent Ben Berkwam. He is with Goliad County Sheriff in Texas, Roy Boyd. Sheriff, Ben, welcome to the program. Ben, let me start with you. Everything went smooth. It seems like that night you were out and the last week has been phenomenal for authorities in Texas, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was actually this morning. We just cut that. Shout out to Clayton. Great cut there. We were out with the ERO this morning, and we're actually at the AOR right here, ICE's headquarters here in Houston. They've been nonstop. Since President Trump took office, they've been nonstop. In fact, their biggest week was even bigger than last week, over 600 in 1 week. And these guys are just going after it. But to put that in perspective, you know, you look at what we did this morning. We were out for 4 hours. We had a team of about 8. We're out there and we catch one guy. So every single one of these bad guys they're getting, unless they can get them in the jail, it's a huge amount of resources to go get them. Guys that were already here illegally. We know they were here illegally. This guy happens to be a gang member, cartel member for the, I didn't even know this one existed, the Knights Templar, which is a spinoff of La Familia Michoacan. Looks like a clean-cut guy. cartel member living in the community. Got one off the streets, but there's millions more to go.
Well, I take it, Sheriff, there's no worry that you're not going to be cooperating with federal agents when they come and want one of these guys out of your jail, I'm sure. How great is it now to have the cooperation of the federal government to fight this illegal immigration problem right here in Texas, Sheriff?
Man, it's great to have the Trump administration in office and to be able to partner with our federal partners in going after these people that are here illegally and are breaking federal, state, and local laws. But I will tell you that if we are going to accomplish the mission, we are going to have to go about it in a different manner. We're going to have to be more efficient. We're going to have to be more synergistic in our approach, and we're going to have to come together and use the full force of law enforcement across the entire spectrum from local to federal in order to accomplish a task, because at the rate we're going right now, it would take something like 77 years to deport all the people that came across in the last 4 years. So we're going to have to pick up the pace, and we're going to have to do things a little differently than we've done in the past.
Yeah, Ben, you know, it's amazing because you watched firsthand tens of thousands come in a day, and now Democrats are arguing we have to deport them one by one. There's a reason to their madness, I know. Your thoughts on what the sheriff just said, Ben, and what you've been doing with law enforcement?
Well, this is the first step. I agree with them 100%. These temporary stays of deportation, the ability by what Joe Biden did, he broke the law to begin with, to allow these people to game our asylum process. Should have never happened. They should never have been allowed into our country. I believe President Trump, and I know his attorneys are looking at this. I was talking to Emil Bovee when we were riding out with him in Chicago. They're looking at ways of removing these temporary protective statuses and stays of deportation. Once that happens, then you can start picking them up in mass. The other problem with this is, kind of going back to the sheriff's point, most of these guys are using administrative warrants where you have to wait for them to open the door or catch them on their way out. We've got to shift to more the criminal warrants and going in, busting down doors and getting these guys out of here. But it's the mindset. I think part of this, Grant, is the war in the media. You see the left lining up, making these guys out to be villains, ICE and Border Patrol and law enforcement. President Trump, very smart in this, tactical in this, with Tom Homan and Kristi Noem, going after the worst first. So you're forcing the Democrats to go and try to make a case to protect illegal criminal aliens. But this is just the beginning of it.
I would argue they're really failing at making that case. They're looking stupid. President Trump's been brilliant. He picks an 80-20 issue, goes on the 80 side, and makes Democrats try to support the 20 side. It's a great move. Sheriff, before I let you both go, I'll ask you, I'm sure you rest a little bit easier with President Trump and Tom Homan and all the gang now working hard, but I'm sure you're still kept up at night. I'm sure you still have challenges. Tell me, what's the biggest challenge? What keeps you up at night right now?
Well, you're absolutely right. I'm not satisfied. I don't think President Trump is satisfied with what's going on right now. I think we've got to take it to the next level. And what really keeps me up at night is trying to figure out how to get all of law enforcement on the same page so we can go out and fulfill the mandate given to President Trump by the American people, because this is America, and our job should be as law enforcement to make America safe for Americans again.
Yeah, well, you guys are great. Sheriff of Goliad County, Sheriff Boyd, thank you. Ben Berkwam, as always, thank you as well. And God bless you both. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. You know, I asked producer Cole, I said, you ever heard of Goliad? He said, no. I said, go watch yourself the Alamo. It's a very important area of Texas, Goliad. I'll tell you that much. As a guy who lives in Dallas. All right. This July, a global summit of BRICS nations are meeting in Rio de Janeiro, including China, Russia, India, and Iran. Their goal is to displace the U.S. dollar as the global currency, calling it the Rio Reset. As a result, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, which impacts your savings. Luckily, Birch Gold Group is there to help you. Learn if diversifying cash into gold is right for you. Simply text America to the number 989898. Get your free info kit on gold before the Rio Reset. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA and precious metals. Text America to the number 989898. All right, is artificial intelligence ruining our children? There's one teacher that is speaking out. She quit because of it. We'll have the full story next. Parents and grandparents, I want you to listen up very closely to this story. There is a 10th grade English teacher, Hannah Marie, she goes by on social media, who is sounding the alarm. She quit in disgust. She says she has lost faith in her kids. Why? Because of technology, AI. Watch.
And that technology is directly contributing to the literacy decrease we are seeing in this country right now. A lot of these kids don't know how to read because they have had things read to them, or they can click a button and have something read out loud to them in seconds. Their attention spans are waning because everything is high stimulation. They can just scroll, watch less than a minute. They can't sit still for very long.
Sounds like every kid I know, right? She made some very good points for parents. This AI especially. I've got a son in 10th grade. My very special lady friends' kids, I know they're using AI for many things that they probably shouldn't be. Here's one more point she raised.
And I just don't think these kids even care. They don't care about making a difference in the world. They don't care about how to have a resume. They don't care how to write a resume. They don't care how to write a cover letter because ChatGPT will just do it for them.
Well, that's probably true. The caring, though, making sure your kid cares, I actually believe that's up to the parents. No teacher's going to be able to do that unless they're absolutely exceptional. I want to bring in now National Director of Moms for Liberty. My friend Catalina Stube is here. Catalina, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, what do you make of this? I mean, AI has taken over. I know these kids are using AI to do their algebra homework and write their book reports.
Well, let me tell you, illiteracy is not just the kids' fault. It's the system, it's the culture, and of course, the adults leading it. Blame the system, blame the culture, blame the adults, but don't blame the kids for adapting to the world we gave them without giving them the tools to thrive in. I mean, the teacher quitting situation shines a glaring light on broken educational system, but blaming on only the kids or the existence of technology is missing the full picture. I mean, yes, students are struggling. Yes, literacy is declining, but didn't happen at once. I mean, and it certainly wasn't caused by students only. So first of all, we misplaced our priority in school. So the emphasis of initiatives like DEI and other woke programs could directly strain school resources or curricula if they prioritize social initiatives over foundational skills like reading and math. I mean, they cannot come at the cost of foundational literacy and life skills. Balance is key. I mean, if students are being offered programs that foster empathy but cannot read at grade level, we're setting up for failure, not just academically, but socially and economically. We need an education system that includes both human and hard skills.
Absolutely. And technology, look, you're going to have to be on board with technology because the world will pass you by without it. But I'm with you. A lot of parents want to blame video games and all this stuff. I think it's a parent's job. You want to stop your kid from watching video games, and stop them. You don't need to do away with video games. Here's another clip from this teacher, Hannah Marie, and I'd be interested to get your thoughts on this. Listen.
And I think that we need to cut off technology from these kids probably until they go to college. Call me old-fashioned. I will be old-fashioned, but we are at the point where I really don't have a lot of faith in some of these kids that I teach. That doesn't go for all.
Catalina, I would love to say, yes, cut them off from social media and all those things. The problem is, as a father of a 10th grader, you now limit them from interacting with their friends. That could do tremendous damage as well. This is how these kids communicate on Snapchat. They don't even use text messaging anymore. So what do you say to her when she says cut off all technology till college?
Well, honestly, I don't think that's the solution. It's real. I mean, it's the fact that most of the parents handed their children a loaded weapon. So smartphone without training, without a purpose. So let me explain. So parents unknowingly put the enemy in their children's hands when they gave them smartphones without boundaries, without a purpose, or without education. Children were not equipped to handle the psychological, neurological, and educational consequences of hyperstimulation and infinite distraction. I mean, the average teen is scrolling 6 hours a day during school hours. That is not a distraction. That is a life derailing. I mean, we need to give them purpose. We need to give them this technology with instructions or directed, or either they're gonna lose it. I mean, schools also are outdated and under equipment. While the world move forward, schools stay the same. The educational system still operate like 1950s, just with iPads slapped onto the desk. I mean, technology is a tool, not a teacher, and kids are being trained to be passive users and consumers, not creators or critical thinkers. They are not learning to build apps, write codes, launch a business, or solve real world problems. I mean, they are learning to scroll, to copy paste. Where are the courses that they teach real life? Why are we still teaching calculus to every child without explaining how it applies to anything they will actually experience? Where are the courses in entrepreneurship, emotional resilience, relationships, financial literacy, conflict resolution, and perhaps media discernment? We teach logarithms, but not how to manage budget. Build a resume or navigate digital. That's not education. It's memorization with no purpose.
I love, Catalina, I love all of those classes. They need to have those, entrepreneurship and discernment in the media. All those things would be great, and they'd be real life skills for kids. I wish you were the principal at every school in America, by the way. Catalina Stube, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Absolutely. And don't forget the organization Moms for Liberty. You know, my son says, he's like, Dad, I'm not ever going to use algebra. I said, no, you don't use algebra. He says, do you use algebra for the talk show? I said, no, of course not. But what I do use is critical thinking. And so when you do algebra at a younger age, it's teaching you how to critical think and problem solve. It's not just about what the algebra is. It's about the steps and process you have to use to get there. I don't think teachers even explain that to these kids. I don't know. Sad where education is going in America. All right, Joe Biden's decline was obvious to us. I think it was obvious to everyone. But now the leftist media is forced to admit it. Yet they're trying to cover for themselves, too. Here are their crazy revelations next. you know the media is so deceitful? They do one thing leading up to the election. They all covered for Joe Biden that he wasn't failing, that he was mentally fit, all of these things. When we all knew what our eyes were telling us, the guy was a disaster. Well, now they're writing books about it. Now they're profiting about it, talking about how the White House should be ashamed of themselves for hiding this, and it was a national security risk. Look at the old man on the beach. He can hardly walk. That's an American president at the time. Sickening. This is Jake Tapper profiting off of what he tried to cover up.
The bottom line is the White House was lying not only to the press, not only to the public, but they were lying to members of their own cabinet. They were lying to White House staffers. They were lying to Democratic members of Congress, to donors about how bad things had gotten. And in fact, Alex and I started writing this book after the election of 2024. And we spoke with more than 200 people, most of whom, almost all of whom, were Democrats, and almost all of whom wouldn't be honest with us or wouldn't be candid with us until after the election.
Think about what that means. That's 200 people that he says were lying to you. And oh, by the way, make it 201 because Jake Tapper was that person. He continued talking about the things that he found out about this, like Biden's spine, and he possibly needed a wheelchair.
So the White House physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, was telling White House aides that President Biden's deterioration of his spine, the degeneration, was so significant that if he fell one more time, that he might have to be in a wheelchair and serve in a wheelchair for his second term. But everybody pushed off the notion that he use a wheelchair until after the election.
Use a wheelchair. Use a wheelchair. And you're telling me that the mainstream media didn't know about this? Here is Kevin O'Leary summing it up as only Kevin O'Leary can. Cut one, please.
This poor man was broken. And look what happened to the country, and look at how he's being beaten up. It's almost immoral what we're doing to him now, to sell books. I was there at the White House dinner watching this. The same reporters who didn't report on him are profiting from his decline.
Which dinner?
It's outrageous what they're doing.
Outrageous is maybe an understatement. So Jake Tapper at the front of the line on this. You want to see where Jake Tapper was before the election? Now he's all high and mighty about exposing where Joe Biden was. Watch this interview he did with Laura Trump.
I think what we see on stage with Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable.
You have no. I can't. It's so amazing. It's so amazing to me that
try and figure out an answer.
A cognitive decline.
Well, you're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was.
I think that you were mocking his stutter. Yeah, I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline. I would think that somebody in the Trump family would be more sensitive to people who do not have medical licenses diagnosing politicians from afar. In our 2020 lead today, President Trump's niece, who is a clinical psychologist, is calling on the...
You don't need to have a medical degree to diagnose that Joe Biden was failing at every level, physically and mentally. And Jake Tapper knew it. And that clip with Laura Trump is literally proof to me that he knew it. And when you watch him talk about the days and months leading up to the election, and 200 plus people were calling Joe Biden out for being a cognitive disaster, Jake Tapper knew it. And yet he covered for it, because that's what the Democrats do. They are in cahoots with the media, just as the media is in cahoots with them. All right. Speaking of Democrats, this one fell asleep during a hearing this morning. Maybe she's bored with Congress getting absolutely nothing done. Is that Debbie Dingleberry? I think so.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Folks, I want you to take a look at Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. She literally falls asleep in the committee hearing. Roll it, please. Just roll this video. It's literally the Ways and Means Committee meeting, and she is out cold. Now, apparently this was a 17-hour marathon. She wasn't the only one who fell asleep. She's a Democrat, Debbie Dingleberry. Republican Blake Moore, he fell asleep too. I think we have that. There's Blake Moore. Now, Blake Moore fell asleep at 5 o'clock in the morning. Folks, it wasn't until 3 hours later they passed Trump's tax plan out of that committee. They went 17 hours, but he had to be nudged by his cohort there to wake up. That's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Don't go to sleep.
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, May 14th, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Glad you're in. Slick Rick sitting right there is going to do going to do sports. That's what you do. You do sports.
Yes, sir.
Rick Delgado does the news, and he's sitting right here as well. Aaron Friend holding it down as always on a Wednesday night. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
You like my red shirt?
I like your red shirt.
Love the red
Nice.
shirt. Oh, my goodness. Somebody's a Buc-ee's fan
That
here.
looks familiar.
And you know why I'm wearing this red shirt?
Actually, yes.
Yes, you guys do.
Yes, we just opened up
because
nice
everybody,
gifts.
we start the night with gifts. I like this. Start the show with a gift reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From our wonderful audience that continues to amaze at really every turn. I walk in here today to the studio, and there's 2 packages on the desk that Slick drops off, because most of the stuff goes to Slick's office.
Yep.
So Slick dropped it off. I opened it up, and there's something in there for everybody. KDJ stuff is here. He was going to be here tonight, but he couldn't in the end. Vinnie Mac is here. He's got something here. All with these nice little notes.
Then you got Paul.
Paul Nolan's got something there waiting for him. He'll be here tomorrow night. Paul just got back from South Carolina.
Yep.
Today. Slick's got something there.
Yeah, I got a phone holder.
I got this beautiful shirt. Slick, what'd you get?
I got a phone holder. They must know I need to hold my phone on during the show.
Okay, very good.
It's actually really it's purposeful for you.
And Delgado, what'd you get?
I got, I thought it was a foot warmer.
Yep.
It could be a Buc-ee's puppet. Check it. But I can put my foot in there easily.
Sock puppet.
And keep it very, very warm. I can also use it to on my phone holder as a decorative piece of my phone holder, and a Buc-ee's keychain.
Very nice.
Yeah, I got a Buc-ee's keychain too.
And read the letter there that you got.
Yeah. For mine,
Slick.
it says Rick. What is this anyhow? Or maybe you meant to say what even is that?
Yeah.
Every night we all yell. Every night we yell. Yes, the guys. I don't know what that word is.
well,
the guys are on. Okay.
Yeah. Slick's got the typed letter from the people who
you have
sent
the
this.
typed letter.
So, Slick, what do you got there?
Okay, Slick, we drove from Bloomfield, Greene, Colorado, Indiana. Greene County, Indiana, to Bowling Green, Smiths Grove, Kentucky. 3 hours one way, mainly to get the dancing Bucky for Harry and something for everyone. Enjoy. I hope you get laughs and smiles like you give us every night. Pat and Larry Bird. Larry Bird from Bloomfield, Indiana. Now, I saw Larry Bird. Now, it's spelled B-Y-R-D, so I got a little separation there. But, man, Larry Bird from Indiana. How do you like that one?
Well, we want to thank them very much for sending this along. It's great stuff. I love this shirt. It fits great.
I know.
By the way, and the best gift,
I can't believe they had one that big. What?
I have to say, I think the best gift is, as they said, for Harry on the highway.
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
And
You
that would
open
be-
Harry's.
That would be this guy right here. And there's a little note to Harry. But let me show you the best part of Harry's gift. You press the little button on the chest.
Wait, do we have the license for that?
We're going to get hit. Ain't my fault.
Look at that.
Harry.
Harry on the highway. There it goes.
I'll tell you, this show is turning into a QVC lately. With all this stuff going on. I love it.
Oh, man. So that just...
Man.
So nice. Thank you so much to Larry Bird. And what's his wife's name?
Pat Bird.
Pat and Larry
Pat
Bird.
and Larry Bird from Bloomfield, Indiana.
Very nice. Thank you very, very much. So appreciate that. Well, lots to do tonight. Lots to talk about. Lots in the news. Obviously, the president's still overseas. Lots in sports. Knicks trying to close out the Celtics tonight. We'll get to all of that. But let's get into what I've been trying to get into for a couple days. And that is the ugly truth about the big, beautiful bill. And this is not my assertion, although I probably agree with most of what this Wall Street Journal article says. It's written by Senator Ron Johnson, who I saw on with Steve Bannon, I believe, today. And Ron Johnson says the ugly truth about the big, beautiful bill. Of course, we've been waiting for Republicans, well, really to just kind of get out of their coma and wake up. This Congress has sent the least number of bills to a president's desk, I believe, of any Congress. They've now canceled votes for Friday, so they need to get a 3-day vacation in, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So they're going to take their final votes now on Thursday and get out of here for the weekend. We found that out today as well. And it's like, I don't know, Congress thinks like, well, Trump will do all the work and we're just kind of along for the ride. I know, we'll take pictures, go to parties, go to dinners. You know, I don't know, insider trade and just get along. I mean, I don't know what else they've done so far. I said this before. I mean, there's people I don't even think about. I mean, again, I know he's not in the House; he's in the Senate. But do people ever think about Jim Jordan anymore? Is he still around? Like
yeah,
he holds like a big. He's on a big deal. You know, he's still
on a big committee.
Big committee.
I think a few committees. Maybe.
Okay, I don't know what they're doing. Do you?
No.
Okay, good. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. I don't even think about. All I think about is Trump. He's the only one that's making things happen. I don't know what Congress is doing.
You want an idea?
Other than taking days off.
You want an idea, Damon? A quick one?
Sure.
Quick idea. Cut one. Here's an idea of what Congress does. Cut one.
Oh yeah, Debbie Dingbat, of course.
Yeah. This is what they do.
Oh my God.
Debbie Dingle.
That is unbelievable.
Sleeping during a committee hearing. That they're supposed to vote on stuff.
Yeah.
Too much partying.
But they're sleeping. This is what I was talking about yesterday. And it was kind of an off-the-cuff thing where I equated, the difference between Trump and all these other politicians is that they don't do anything. And he does. And it's noticeable. It's insanely noticeable now, especially after today. There's even more of these people. We'll show you later of them sleeping through this committee hearing where they're all supposed to vote on stuff, Damon. But again, it just proves your point that they don't do anything. There is nothing you can point to that says, oh my goodness, this was a positive for the American people. Look at how it affects everybody. Nothing. Everything is just because, according to your big, beautiful bill, they can't even claw back $9 billion. $9 billion. They can't even claw that back. Why? Because I think it was something you posted on X, all the faces of the GOP senators who aren't going to vote for it. Why? Because it's money out of their pocket. They've already, if anything, they probably got paid off already, and they're like, no, you can't support this cut because you already told us, you took our money and said you were going to vote for what we wanted. That's where we're stuck at. Maybe he needs to just dissolve the Senate and have all new elections and get brand new people in there that'll actually make a decision and do something.
In some ways, the Republican Party is really the bigger danger to the country than the Democrat Party is. And I know people going, what are you talking about, Damon? You know, I don't know. I think I'd rather somebody tell me to my face that they want to destroy the country and hate the country, and I can just actually believe who they are when they tell me, and then I can deal with it. I can decide how I'm going to counter that or push back against it, or but at least I know when they tell me what they believe in, what they want to do, what they stand for, and how they're going to do it, you can actually believe it. Now, you don't have to agree with any of it, and you can to every bone in your body want to push back against it because you believe the total opposite. But at least they tell you, and for the most part, what they tell you is true. The Republicans, what makes them so weak, feckless, pathetic, is that they talk like you would agree with them, and then they vote like the other guys.
Right.
And they actually stand with the other guys. This is why I always argue that it's not 53-47 in the Senate, it's 90-10. And I say the same things over and over and blue in the face. It's not 53-47 or 52-48, whatever the numbers are. It's 90-10. And that's the truth of it. And look no further than that headline. Senate Republicans voting against codifying DOGE foreign aid spending cuts. It was the same thing with the CR. All the stuff that DOGE had found that they wanted to cut, the CR comes along and they're going to just finance it all again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and again, these people have sent the least number of bills to the president's desk, I believe. I don't quote me on this part, but I believe of any Congress, or at least in the last handful for sure. I don't know what they're doing. They're literally doing nothing. And they can't even work a full week. They're taking Friday off. No votes. Out of here. See ya. And Scott Besson has laid down July 4th as the as kind of the day for the big, beautiful bill. It's back to Senator Ron Johnson. The one big, beautiful bill that Congress is working on is certainly big. That's the part they've always got down, the big part. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Too often, the reality of these budget debates gets obscured in the details, politically charged issues, and it's demagoguery all the way, all the time. Let me attempt to clarify the current discussion by focusing on the most important facts and the numbers about this bill, he says. In fiscal year 2019, federal outlays totaled $4.45 trillion. Or another way to think of it is 20% of gross domestic product. 20% of our GDP was our federal outlay. This year, according to the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, January 2025 projection, total outlays will be $7.03 trillion, or 23.3% of GDP. That's a 58% increase over 6 years. The CBO projects federal outlays will total, ready? $89.3 trillion across fiscal years 2026 to 2035, which is what this big, beautiful, nonsensical disaster covers. $89.3 trillion. Now, he says much of the blame goes to the pandemic spending, but lockdowns are long over. There's nothing now to justify this abnormal, disgusting level of government spending. Pathetically, Congress is having a hard time agreeing on a reduction of even $1.5 trillion from that 10-year amount. $89.3 trillion, we can't even cut more than $1.5 trillion from an $89.3 trillion budget. over 10 years. That's a 1.6% cut, and they can't even agree to that. A little more than a rounding error in these kind of numbers. My guess is that much of this minuscule decrease will be backloaded to the end of the 10 years, for which Congress is now budgeting, increasing the probability those savings will actually never be realized. So effectively, they want to cut nothing from a budget 10-year of $89.3 trillion. That's the starting point of the big, beautiful bill. And we will pick it up there when we get back on a Wednesday. Live from Studio 6B. Plus, we'll do sports news all coming up.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday, May 14th. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's going to do some sports here in a little bit. Delgado's going to do some news, but I want to stay on Ron Johnson because Ron Johnson was on with Steve Bannon today, and Steve almost seemed surprised at one point on how, not determined, but just how off-putting this whole thing has been so far to Ron Johnson. And he just said, "No, we can't do this to the deficit in this process. as Republicans. We just can't do it. And he's like, I don't want to see a tax increase for all of Americans is what would be effectively happening if we can't get something done. But let's vote on that separately then, if we have to. But this is just a disaster. Eli Crane on with Steve yesterday. I'll get to his two things. And I think he brings up a really good point. And that is that President Trump has to make a decision at some point to get involved in this process.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning he needs to pull the leaders in the room and say, we cannot cut $1.5 trillion from $90 trillion over 10 years. We cannot have the biggest debt ceiling increase in history on our hands of $5 trillion or whatever. Maybe it's down to $4 trillion now. We cannot blow the hole in the deficit to these kind of numbers on our watches. And we've got to get serious about this and start to lay out something that he would be willing to accept, because I hope he would not be willing to accept this. I understand the need for extending the tax cuts. Everybody gets that. But you can't do it at the expense of, these numbers are idiotic.
Stupid numbers.
So back to Ron Johnson, who, by the way, good for him for having the guts to put this out and then to go out and defend it. At least he's messaging correctly. I don't see anybody else messaging it other than, of course, Chip Roy. Of course, he'll get hammered from everybody. I think Rand Paul has talked a little bit about it too. But Ron Johnson says, other than during World War II, this increase in spending that Republicans are putting forth is unprecedented. These are not the words and the terms you want associated with this, with what we're trying to do here. After World War II, Congress and President Truman understood the importance of returning spending to normal levels. In 1941, total outlays was $13.7 billion. $13.7 billion. That was 11% of GDP at the time. They peaked in 1945 at $92 billion, or 41% of GDP. That was a 577% increase, 10 times as large as what we've experienced with the pandemic. Yet by 1948, they were back to $29.8 billion and back to a little over 11% of GDP. Since 1948, the U.S. government has steadily grown, and spending as a percentage of our GDP has more than doubled. That level far exceeds the size and scope of government that our founders absolutely envisioned. In 1930, prior to President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal, federal outlay was 3.5% of GDP, while state and local expenditures were 9.1%. That was the foundational premise of America and the 10th Amendment, a limited federal government with most governing occurring close to the governed at the state level. That vision of limited federal government is now completely unattainable. But returning to a reasonable pre-pandemic level of spending should be doable. The economy is no longer forcibly shut down. Congress should at least be able to bring spending back to its 2019 share of GDP, which would total $6.4 trillion next fiscal year. This would be $838 billion below the CBO's current fiscal 2026 spending projection of $7.29 trillion. Returning federal outlay to 20% of GDP would save $8.4 trillion over 10 years. That is quite the difference from the paltry goal right now of $90 trillion spent and $1.5 trillion saved. It is essential that Congress deviate from this current path. Under every scenario now being considered, federal debt absolutely skyrockets from its current levels of almost $37 trillion. The CBO's current projection adds around $22 trillion under the Republican plan over the next 10 years, resulting in total debt of approximately $59 trillion. That is 134% of GDP by 2035. Not 2095, 2035. That projection assumes an automatic tax increase will occur in 2026 when the 2017 tax cuts expire, increasing revenue from 17% of GDP in fiscal 25 to an average of 18% over the next 10 years. With the CBO projecting 10-year GDP at $373 trillion, that's a 1% increase, represents $3.7 trillion of additional revenue and lower debt. I am asking the president and congressional leaders to reconsider a multi-step strategy on budget reconciliation by immediately passing a bill based on the Senate's original budget resolution. We can still fund Trump's border security and defense priorities and bank $850 billion in real spending reductions. The next step would be to pass a bill that extends current tax law to prevent the tax increase in 26, but avoids default by including a smaller increase in the debt ceiling that maintains the pressure and leverage to achieve future spending reductions. With those goals achieved, sufficient incentive would remain to address President Trump's tax proposals, focusing on working men and women across the country and the already expired business tax provisions of his 2017 tax law. It would also give us the time to simplify the tax code, rationalize the tax code, and go line by line through the entire federal budget to uncover, expose, and eliminate the hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse that the DOGE effort has shown exists. If we don't, America, we are headed off the cliff. That's a little bit from Senator Ron Johnson in the Wall Street Journal from the other day.
And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. But man, it just seems like none of the Republicans have any interest in even talking about this.
No, they don't want to cut.
The way they have treated this process so far and the way it's gone, I mean, it's just... And again, Eli Crane on with Steve Bannon yesterday. Here's a little bit of the first clip. I got two clips from him. Why don't you play? Here's the first one.
Look, you're a man of deep faith, and you're also a gunman. Part of that deep faith, I think, came from the fact that you answered your country's call and became a frontline warrior in combat for us. So, what are your thoughts? Where do we go? How do we sort this out, and how can Eli Crane be at the tip of the spear of this?
Well, I think there's a couple ways to sort it out. I mean, I love some of the things that you guys do on this show. This is an activist show. You've got Grace Chong that developed that app called Bill Blaster, where you guys can light up members of Congress and senators and, let them know that we need to get serious about fiscal responsibility, and this bill doesn't go far enough. You can also light us up about maybe going back to a two-bill process, which I think would be much healthier. Those are some of the things that you guys can do. But, Steve, at the end of the day, I understand, the environment that I work in. I also understand that, like I told you in a private conversation several months ago, and, I just said on your show, I think the only way that this changes with the makeup of these two conferences is if the President of the United States makes it a priority and pulls leadership into a room and says, we are going to make fiscal responsibility a priority. These are the numbers I want to see.
Yeah. We'll hold it right there. We'll finish that clip when we get back. And I think that's a great point. Yep. Has to happen.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're going to build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes? And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1, 2, 3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. On a Wednesday night, Slick's going to do sports. Delgado's got news coming up. I just want to finish this Eli Crane video, and then we'll move on to other things. But I think both of these, he's absolutely correct. So here, we'll just pick it right up where we left off. Eli Crane on this big, beautiful bill, the process, and where the president can play a role, since seemingly the Republicans, there's really no distance. There's no daylight between most of them and most of their Democratic colleagues when it comes to spending. There's just not. That's just the bottom line. Here he is.
You in a private conversation several months ago, and I just said on your show, I think the only way that this changes with the makeup of these two conferences is if the president of the United States makes it a priority and pulls leadership into a room and says, we are going to make fiscal responsibility a priority. These are the numbers I want to see. Because he's got great guys around him that, like Russ Vogt and others that understand the situation and, have the political and physical courage to actually implement some of these changes. I honestly think that that's the only way this thing changes, because there are a lot of members up here that don't have political backbones that were hoping that Elon Musk and Doge could come in and maybe give them some political backbone. And the only thing that really concerns them is holding on to their seat. And so if the president, who uses the bully pulpit better than anybody on the planet, made this a priority and started lighting these folks up and telling leadership, this is going to be a priority, we're going to do this, I think that's the only way that this changes.
And I think he's absolutely right.
Oh, he's dead on.
As I've said, the president needs to, I love the president, but he needs to pressure the left wing of the left flank of the Republican Party like he pressures the right flank when it comes to these debt ceiling things, because the guys he's pressuring are the guys we need more of. So we're not in this situation. But somehow those are the guys that always catch the fire. We need to be catching the fire on the other side, the guys who are with the left. who talk like the guys on the right and then vote like the guys on the left. We got to pressure them. One more here from Eli Crane with Steve the other day on this fiscal insanity.
I remember having a conversation with you early on in this Congress, and I remember telling you something. I said you were pretty much going to see the same thing out of Washington, D.C., because the players haven't changed up here. You still have a lot of members of Congress and the Senate whose priorities aren't to save the country or to get us on a fiscal responsible track. Their priorities are to elevate themselves in the political arena, make sure that their donors get taken care of, and make sure that they don't make any moves that put them in political hot water. And so I also told you that there was only one thing that had changed that could possibly move the fiscal needle back towards responsibility. And unfortunately, as I told you, that was President Trump making this a priority. Now, when I told you that, and I feel the same way today, I hate to put that on the president. I mean, he's got the world on his shoulders right now. He's done a great job on the border. He's putting out fires all over the world right now, in addition to negotiating all of our trade deals. But when you've seen the movie enough times, you know who the characters are, you know who motivates them, and you know what the plot is. And unfortunately, there's still not enough fiscal conservatives that are willing to put themselves in political hot water to actually have the tough conversations, make the tough decisions, and take the tough votes that will put us back on a fiscally responsible track.
And of course, why would they? When they see Chip Roy do it, or they see Thomas Massie do it over and over and over again, every time these things come up, what happens to them? So who wants to jump into that boat when they're always catching the fire? But now we're to a point where now everybody's starting to say, wait a minute, we have how many senators that don't want to vote against codifying Doge cuts that they found? What? We want to spend how much over 10 years? 90 trillion? We're going to do what with the Green New Deal? We're going to extend Biden's expansion of Medicaid, Obama's expansion of Medicare. We're going to codify those things? We're not going to get rid of the Inflation Reduction Act? Wait, what's going on? Now, all of a sudden, people start to take notice.
Yeah.
But we should have been taking notice for the last 10 years. Because there's no daylight between most of our side and their side on spending.
Yeah, but I think we have taken notice. It's just, like he said, unfortunately, the only thing that's changed is the president. You still got so many of the same players who are only concerned about themselves. Meanwhile, the job is not to be concerned about yourself. It's about delivering for the American people. And I go back, and I've made this reference a million times. The movie Dave. Right, where Kevin Kline plays the lookalike president and goes in and decides he's going to he's going to balance the budget live on TV. You know, you can take these people and browbeat them behind the scenes, and maybe somebody will hear about it, and there'll be an anonymous source that talks about it in the news, and nobody cares. Put their asses in front of the camera and say, why won't you cut this? And put them on the line. Put them in front of the American people. People would watch that thing. They would know exactly who they're dealing with then, because none of them want to be on TV and then have to go back and ask for a vote after they voted to put their own constituents into bankruptcy by killing the country. I think that's the only way to do it. I think put them in front of the TV, make them own what they want, and explain it to their constituents and the American people. Why do you want to spend $2 trillion on this garbage when it's not what the people want? I think that's the way it's got to go, because none of them will be like, they'll just throw their hands up.
All right, 36 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slick's got it. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, let's get to the scoreboard. Big NBA playoff game tonight at the TD Garden up in Boston. Right now, Celtics lead the Knicks by 2, 69-67, 9 to go in the third quarter. This is it is a must-win for Boston. Boston does not win tonight. The series is over, and the Knicks will go on to take the Indiana Pacers, who defeated Cleveland last night. So big game. I think the Knicks want to end it. They don't want to go back to the Garden, have to play a game Friday night.
No, they do not want to give them this game.
No, they really don't.
Definitely.
But we'll see. Derek White having a lights-out night, 23 points to lead all scorers, although Josh Hart with a very respectable 20 points for the Knicks, so he's come to play as well, hit a few three-pointers. Game getting a little rowdy and a little testy. If you take a look at what Jaylen Brown did to Josh Hart earlier on, there was a very suspect foul there. You'll see it when it's probably going to be all over social media shortly, but he did grab him in the wrong spot, and it really did not look appropriate, and this game is getting ugly, so we'll keep you up to date on that. Shifting gears, we have the NHL right now. The Panthers in control, blanking the Maple Leafs 3-0. That's a Game 5 in Toronto. Series tied at 2. Whoever wins this game, obviously with the 3-2 lead there, takes the command. There's 7 minutes to go in the second period. Check that. 7:12 to go in the second period. Panthers over the Maple Leafs 3-0. Oilers are taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. Golden Knights also in a must-win situation tonight, and they are home, fortunately, so that's good. They're in Vegas. That's a 9:30 puck drop. A lot of fans tuning in for that. We have a lot of fans in the chat, too, that are Vegas fans, so we'll see. Hopefully they can win. And last but not least, to cap it all off, the Warriors take on the Timberwolves. They'll be in Minnesota. Minnesota looking to close that series out. Big D, that's a Game 5, 9:30 p.m. tip-off on TNT and True TV, and that's West semifinals. So getting down. We're getting close to the conference finals in both the hockey and the NBA, so very exciting. Can't wait for that. We'll get to a couple of stories. Here's a good one. We talked about this a little bit last night. Now it's in the news. Trump's influence possible factor in MLB's removal of Pete Rose from ineligible list. ESPN broadcaster says. Carl Ravitch was on Outkick's The Ricky Cobb Show. This is Ryan Canfield of Fox News reporting. Pete Rose was removed from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list on Tuesday. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred wrote that upon the player's death, they are no longer ineligible as they can no longer represent a threat to the integrity of the game. In a letter obtained by ESPN, 17 players are now eligible to be voted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball broadcaster, Carl Ravitch, thought Rose's reinstatement seems associated with Manfred's recent meeting with President Donald Trump. Trump and Manfred met at the White House last month, but it is unclear what the two discussed. Trump has been ardent in his belief that Pete Rose should be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. It seems more closely associated with the meeting he had with the president, Donald Trump, who made it quite clear he wanted to absolve Pete Rose and get him back into the position where he would then be eligible for a committee to get him into the Hall of Fame, Ravitch said during an appearance on Outkick's Ricky Cobb Show. Trump posted to Truth Social in February, in fact, it was February 28th, he could posthumously pardon Rose. MLB's hit king served 5 months in prison in 1990 and in 2017 was accused of statutory rape for an encounter decades earlier. Ravitch said he himself is unsure if MLB's motivation for removing Rose from the ineligible list. To me, I'm not sure what the motivation is. To me, permanently ineligible means just that. The passing of Pete Rose doesn't necessarily change the dynamic for me. He was permanently ineligible. I look at the Hall of Fame, and this is such an individual, personal conversation, and your feelings about Rose and your feelings about the report. Apparently, they took a poll. 61% feel Rose should get into the Hall of Fame, which means 39%. Well, it might be a little bit less than that because it could be somewhat
kind of low. 61%.
I thought that was very low too. I saw Johnny Bench was on the Dan Patrick Show, and they were talking about that a few hours ago. The great Johnny Bench, greatest catch I'd ever played a game. And you know me with the Reds, but yeah, that was something. I thought that was rather low too. I it's gonna be very interesting. It's 16 individuals. It's 4 MLB owners. I believe it's 4 players. I think there's 4 front office people, and I believe 4 active players. I'm not sure on the Classic Baseball Committee. I'll get in the next report, Big D. I'll look up exactly what the committee consists of, and you're going to have to get 12 of those 16 to agree.
It's going to be tough to get.
I don't know it. He's a slam dunk.
How could he be? If 61%, if you apply that same percentage over there, not going to work.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, you're not going to get to 1/3. So it's 2/3. It's going to be very difficult. So we'll see. And of course, that vote does not come up until December of 2027, which means Rose's first eligibility to be inducted in the Hall of Fame will be the 2028 class. And in that class, you have Steve Garvey and some other phenomenal ball players. And don't forget, Shoeless Joe Jackson is part of the mix, too. Another classic baseball player who batted like .356 lifetime. So he's another guy who could be a shoo-in, no pun intended. Wow, just a lot of craziness going on, Big D. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, so... let's let's see. Okay, and Stephen A. Smith is out there, of course. He says, that ain't going to win you elections. Stephen A. Smith warns AOC would fail with centrists. Now, Stephen A. is starting to make a serious look at running. He's back in, he's throwing his hat in the ring. This could happen, Big Day. I know you're laughing right now, but this could happen. Stephen A. Smith has fired a shot across the bow of one of his potential 2028 presidential rivals by saying that New York Congresswoman, same thing, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will not appeal to centrist voters. So,
well, Stephen A's on it, boy.
He's a rocket scientist.
Nothing gets by him.
Well, I don't know.
AOC will not.
Well, apparently they're saying this is the first shot across the bow. So
I'm interested to know if Stephen A. thinks that that party actually has any centrist voters. That's my first question.
He might be the lone wolf. We'll see. I don't know. But
I heard Stephen A. on. I think it was CNN's their horrid Sunday morning show.
Oh, he was on early on. And he shows.
He actually said, I don't want to be associated with that party. If I run as them, they'd have to tear that thing down before I'd want their association, basically.
That's probably a smart move, Big D. Somebody's going to have to come out and pull away from that.
Yeah, it worked out good for David Hogg. All right, 17 till the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll do some news with Delgado coming up to wrap it up on hour one right after this.
Are high interest rates keeping you from selling your home? We have a way to get you more money for your home while saving thousands in commissions. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent who will sell your home fast, for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We paid a 2% commission, which I don't think we would have had with any other agent, and we got top dollar for our house, and we are just so happy about it, and the results were fantastic.
Ideal Agent connected me with the top 1% agent in my market, and I actually got it at a discount, and I saved about $12,500, which is unheard of when you're working with the top producer in any industry. We've helped tens of thousands of home sellers get 5-star results with top performing experts you can trust. We guarantee it. Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Slick's doing sports, of course, brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. If you haven't tried that Rev 7 yet, check it out. And they've got great deals going on right now on pillows and sheets and all kinds of great deals. Debbie, let me give the LFS6B code out to Debbie Dinglebat. It looks like she needs a pillow when she goes to work, so I encourage her to use code LFS6B at checkout and puts one behind her head there. Maybe she won't look so stupid. Well, no, that's not going to help her.
That's not going to help.
But at least if she falls asleep, she'll get a good night's sleep there at work if she has a MyPillow with her. So, all right, 13 to the hour. Let's do some news. News is brought to you by our friends at Eternal Life Coin, eternallifecoin.com, all one word, eternallifecoin.com. Check it out. It's a beautiful piece for someone who's a believer or religious in your life that you want to give something to. I love the reviews of people who are telling us how they're and who they're giving it to and why. It's really, some of them are just beautiful. So, Rick Delgado's got the news. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, so talking about Debbie Dingbat over on Capitol Hill, she's one of the 3 lawmakers that have caused an uproar as they have been outed for falling asleep in Congress during an overnight bill markup on Capitol Hill, sparking outrage online. Video cut number 1. Let's show Debbie Dingle again from Michigan as she takes a little nap. Somebody finds her literally falling. It looks like she's trying to catch flies the way she's leaning back there. Look at that.
Looks like she's sunning herself.
Yeah, that's what your hard-earned money goes to pay these almost $200,000 a year representatives that we send to Congress. Video shows a hilarious moment when Democratic Rep. Debbie Dingle took a nap on Wednesday morning. Another clip shows Republican Blake Moore from Utah being gently shaken awake by another lawmaker after he fails to respond to a question.
Blake, wake up. Blake.
Yeah, we have that one.
We're trying to bankrupt the country, Blake. Wake up.
Night of the living legislators.
It's
Blake, come on.
stupefying.
We're up to $20 trillion we're spending. Come on, wake up.
I'm trying to find what. There it is. Cut number 5. Here is that Republican again. They're doing the roll call for these people to. Okay, here's where you work. All right. What say you? Here we go. Here's cut 5. Check it out.
Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe.
Those people fell asleep and fell.
Miss Tinney.
Underneath.
Miss Tinney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no.
No
Mr.
dose.
Moore.
Look at this guy.
Watch.
He kicks him.
Mr. Moore.
I'm glad he thinks it's funny.
Oh my God.
Mr. Moore, no.
I mean, listen. Late nights at the Capitol Grill.
Oh, and he does a little bow.
Miss Van Dyne.
Collecting his unearned paycheck from the American people.
Sure.
Blake Moore. Everybody thinks it's hilarious.
I mean, there's no difference between him and the empty chairs, by the way. They're all empty suits, so what's the difference?
Yeah, the snooze fest came during a marathon hearing at D.C. as the lawmakers debated Donald Trump's big, beautiful domestic policy bill, something they should be awake for and paying attention to because we've been talking about it. Dingle, 21, was seen slumped in her seat, completely unconscious, while surrounded by 3 bottled drinks. We're not sure what was in those bottled drinks. Meanwhile, Schakowsky, 80, she was caught snoozing in the bottom corner of a video feed showing another lawmaker speaking just inches away. And as you just saw there, Representative Moore, he's only 44. There's no reason for him to be sleeping.
Come on.
Schakowsky, she's 80. Of course she needs a nap. But 44, he should be awake. He failed to respond to the question and needed to be woken up by a neighboring politician as Congress laughed.
What's amazing about Dingleberry, is she never falls asleep when she's over on MSNBC. If you're going to fall asleep and Justified, it should definitely be on the set there. I mean, that could put anybody to sleep.
You would think. Finally, here are all 3 reps caught in cut number 2, snoozing away. And just, again, points to what we've been talking about. These people don't do anything, and they prove it to us every single day.
He's a lullaby, all right.
Look at this.
Utah calling. Utah. Hey.
Looks like she was going to give him a bottle.
Here's Shakowski.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
She looks actually mummified.
Where's she from?
She is from, I believe she's from
Pluto?
Michigan.
Okay. Yeah.
She was a sleeper during her campaign.
No, she's from Illinois.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you got Debbie Dingbat.
That's too good.
Another one. She looks like she's ready for a coffin as well.
Now reposing.
just throw them in the box and dig the hole. I mean, that's what they look like.
Need one of those air horn deals.
Oh, man.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh, man, you give somebody a heart attack.
She looks like she had a stroke. I don't think there'd be much of a difference.
That's what Pelosi looks like about 4 deep on a Saturday night at her own house. That's probably what, after the Balvenie hits.
Amazing. One ex-user raged on our tax dollar. Disgraceful. It must be exhausting to work 2 days a month.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, because, it justifies because they've gotten so much done.
Yeah. Why are we paying any of them another fume? Then this is why they never get anything done, another ex-user added. So there you have it. Be proud, Democrats and Republicans. These are the people we elect, and that is how they treat us. Awesome. Good stuff. I don't know if you saw this. One guy who it always seems to be awake and always has something funny to say. That would be one of our favorites out of Louisiana, the gentleman out of Louisiana, Senator John Kennedy, with the line of the week, as far as I'm concerned.
Is this the Qatar thing?
No, this is about the tariffs.
Oh, that ain't the line of the week, then.
This is about the tariffs and about the China tariff deal and how Democrats are freaking out over it, saying there was nothing done here. Well, here's cut number 8. Here's Senator Kennedy laying it out for the Democrats. Cut number 8, check it out.
Unless you're the reason that your parents drank, you see that it was a big victory, not just for President Trump, but for America. Before the president did what he did, China's tariffs on the United States were a little over 20% on average. Now they're 10. Our tariffs on China were a little over 20. Now they're 30. That's a 20-point swing. Now, I've listened all day to some of my Democratic colleagues say that, well, we didn't get anything for it. If you believe that, I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die.
Oh, that's a good one right there.
Come on, Kennedy, he's the best.
And he started off with a great line too. Unless you're the reason your parents drink.
Well, I don't. As good as that one is, I'm not sure that takes the cake for the week. This one might. Oh.
Reflections on what we're watching now, Senator.
Well, first, quickly, Qatar. I trust Qatar like I trust a rest stop bathroom. If they want to be friendly, I want to be friendly back. But with those guys, trust in God, but tie up your camel.
Reflections on what we're watching.
Wow. Man, oh man. All that on hump day, no less. Wow.
Trust in God, but tie up your camel.
Wow. Okay. That's a good one, Senator.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down. Bum, 9 o'clock. Hour 2 on a Wednesday. Real America's Voice all across the country. Glad you're in. And of course, across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio, which I forgot to say in hour 1 because I forgot it's Wednesday.
That's right.
We are there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday nights, 103.9 LI News Radio, where you can hear the great Kevin Downey Jr. Weekday mornings, 9 to 11, and Big D be sitting in there a couple times. And Slick, have you've been on there?
Yes, I have.
Delgado's been on there a bunch of times as well. It's a great show, 9 to 11 weekdays, right here on 103.9 LI News Radio. You can hear Kevin Downey, and you can hear us here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night, 8 to 10. And we always appreciate the great folks at JVC Broadcasting, John Crouchiella, for having us on.
Fantastic.
Great people, great stuff, great station. We're proud and happy to be there. But, of course, the mothership, Real America's Voice, all across the country, all across the world. We appreciate them as well. Slick's going to do some more sports in hour 2. Rick Delgado's going to do some more news. Aaron and Fran holding it down, as they always do, on a Wednesday. And, of course, you, the live from Studio 6B audience. Glad you're in. We always appreciate all the support. We started the show with, again, just coming in and just get... You know, the America First Warehouse called me today.
Did they?
And said, you've got gifts here.
Really?
Yeah, they got 2 boxes of stuff that came into the warehouse.
Really?
And tonight we got from Larry and who Bird? Pat Bird. Pat
Bird,
and Larry Bird.
From Bloomfield, Indiana.
We got a
couple boxes from them tonight with great stuff. I'm wearing mine, my Bucky shirt, which I love.
That looks good on you.
Pretty comfortable, by the way. And I look good in red.
Yeah, people say. They're saying that in the chat. So. You look good in red.
Thank you very much. But my favorite is what Harry got. Harry on the highway got the dancing.
Oh, Harry.
Dancing Bucky, which plays On the Road Again, Willie Nelson, which is, I mean, how good is that for Harry on the highway?
Which is perfect.
Perfect. Give it to him when he comes in about 6 months from now.
I'll have to replace the batteries before I give it to him. But it's great. So, by the way, Friday night, America First Warehouse will be there.
Oh, yeah.
Live again. I don't know how many of you are coming, but we're looking forward to seeing whoever's coming there.
We're expecting
whether
a big
it's
audience.
10 people or 1,000 people.
We're big audience.
We're going to do the same show we would do no matter what, and we appreciate it. We'll see you there. Well, lots to cover in hour two still. I have a lot of stuff. You know, by the way, did you see the Wall Street Journal headline? United Healthcare Group is under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud.
Wow.
From the U.S. Department of Justice.
I didn't see that. Wow.
I didn't see that.
Company stock has declined over its financial performance and now the sudden replacement of its CEO. The Justice Department is investigating United Health Group for possible criminal Medicare fraud. People familiar with the matter said the Healthcare Fraud Unit of the Justice Department's Criminal Division is overseeing the investigation, the people said, and it has been an active probe since at least last summer.
Wow.
While the exact nature of the potential criminal allegations against United Health is unclear at this point, the people said the federal investigation is focusing on the company's Medicare Advantage business practices. United Healthcare did not respond to written questions Wednesday. A DOJ spokesman declined to comment. The probe adds to a list of government inquiries into the company, including investigations of potential antitrust violations, a civil investigation of its Medicare billing practices, including at its doctor's offices. United Health is seeking to recover from the meltdown of its stock over its financial performance and the sudden replacement this week of its chief executive officer, Andrew Whitty, with the chairman and former CEO, Stephen Hemsley. United Health stock has declined by almost 50% over the past month.
Wow.
Last year, the company faced a hack. By the way, this is different than United Healthcare CEO, the guy who got shot, I believe. Last year, the company faced a hack of a technology unit that disrupted payments to many U.S. health providers for months and the killing of its top insurance arm executive. All of this comes as the Trump administration and Congress look to cut federal health spending, a key source of United Health's success. In March, U.S. Senators grilled Mehmet Oz, now the Medicare and Medicaid agency head, during his confirmation hearings on the findings of a Wall Street Journal investigation practices of Medicare Advantage insurers such as United Health. Dr. Oz pledged a crackdown then. The criminal investigation could pose an additional challenge to United Health in the midst of deep deficit of trust among shareholders, regulators, and customers. The Justice Department's Criminal Healthcare Fraud Unit focuses on crimes such as kickbacks that trigger higher Medicare and Medicaid payments. Medicare payments. The fraud unit has offices in more than a dozen cities, but is managed by DOJ's headquarters in Washington, D.C. I saw that headline. There's a lot more to this article. It's, I think I've shared it on our social media, but quite the interesting headline there. Been going on since last summer.
I didn't even hear about that initially. That's pretty crazy because that's a big deal, especially when you consider, what did you say? They lost 50% of their share price
50%
already?
down, yeah.
Yeesh.
Yeah. And of course, obviously, this is all mainly a big question of money, billing, overbilling, who knows what else. Doctors, laboratories, other service providers who overbill government health programs and insurers.
They never learn. There's always a paper trail. They're going to get nailed. I don't know why these guys continue to do this.
Did you ever deal with this when you were in the pharmacy business?
Yeah, we always had.
Not with fraud,
we were always audited. We were audited. We were heavily regulated, and rightfully so. It was annoying, and it drove you crazy, but they had to do that. You worked on. But these guys, they get crazy with themselves. They get away with a few claims, and it's unconscionable. It really is.
Medicare Advantage issuers are paid extra for covering sicker patients, creating an incentive to document diagnoses for patients they cover. In some cases, the journal's reporting has shown questionable diagnoses by United Health, adding billions to taxpayer costs. So that might be the crux of what they're looking at here. Kind of softly reminds me of what was going on during COVID times. Talk about trying to bill for dollars.
Oh yeah,
finding things to bill for. Some of these hospitals and the drugs and the things they were forcing people into, and
some of the DME,
remdesivir, and all this crap they were pushing and billing for. I don't know if it's the same, probably not, but just that's the first thing that came to my mind. So, all right, let's do some more news. 7 minutes past the hour. We didn't do much in hour one, live from Studio 6B, and Rick Delgado's got the news. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, you were talking about the health insurance there. Did you catch any of the testimony over on the Hill the other day? Senator Josh Hawley, the chair of the Senate Homeland Security Subcommittee that oversees disaster management, vented his frustration yesterday at a hearing where he grilled the executives of two major insurance companies. Again, you're talking about these companies that are there. They're supposed to help people. Instead, not really doing that, cutting hurricane and other disaster-related payments. I have some background in this, so I know what he's talking about when they talk about, filing a claim and then having to go back and try and get money, because what the adjusters did and what they were caught doing, and what some of them have testified to, is that the adjusters were told to basically deny claims and cut out things of claims. So big insurance companies like the Allstates of the world, that was one of the CEOs that was getting grilled, would have to pay out lower claims. In the last year alone, disasters have devastated communities across our country. He noted that tornadoes left thousands of people without power. We're talking about moms who had to haul 5-gallon buckets of water because pipes are gone, the Minnesota senator said in his opening statement. He then went on to grill some of these people. Hawley noted that in his opening statement that Americans are required by law to purchase homeowners insurance. Natalia Miguel, a homeowner in Georgia, testified about her frustrating experience with Allstate after a 70-foot oak tree fell into her home and on the roof, collapsing it. She said that an insurance company replaced her first claims adjuster after the person confirmed that the family suffered a significant loss. I guess they didn't like the words significant loss. That means they'd have to pay. So Allstate got rid of that adjuster and assigned somebody else. The second adjuster said that only half of Miguel's roof needed to be repaired. And again, that's how this whole process starts. There was a lot of firing going back and forth between Hawley and some of these Allstate people. Just amazing that they reject the claims of houses just being destroyed. But that's their job, right? Reject, and finally they have to, at some point, kick it over and make a payment, unfortunately, for these people. So I just remembered that because you guys were talking about the health insurance.
I saw some of that Josh Hawley clip earlier today. Boy, he was fire. And the guy was like, he was trying to like backpedal. It didn't work out too well. You could see the guy was caught in a
exactly. And speaking of things going on Capitol Hill, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. confirmed Wednesday. Now, I didn't hear about this story when it happened, but check this out. This is from John Solomon's Just the News. During Senate testimony that an incident involving two contractors that shuttered a biosafety lab at Western Maryland's Army base is being investigated now by the FBI. Listen to what happened here. Kennedy said in response, he said, "We brought in the FBI. As you can say, it appears that there was an attack from one contractor to another. As you can say, it appears like it was deliberate criminal act that was kind of an attempted murder equivalent. The revelation follows National Institutes of Health Director Jay Bhattacharya saying on Monday on Just the News No Noise that the incident was a fight between contractors in which one slashed a hole in the containment suit of another, potentially exposing them to a pathogen." These are supposed to be adults working in the federal government.
Sounds like an episode of 24.
Right. On an Army base dealing with pathogens. When the incident occurred, it's considered unclear, but Bhattacharya, who was confirmed as the NIH post, said he shut down the high-level lab upon assuming the post, and he would not reopen it until he was satisfied that it was safe. Paul praised Kennedy for bringing the FBI into the investigation. He said he planned the trip to Fort Detrick with Bhattacharya and Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, as they plan to report back to Congress as to what they find. It's just it's insane when you stop and think about it. These are supposed to be professionals dealing with high-level pathogens and virus-like things, and one gets mad at the other and slashes a suit. This is childish. Oh. It's amazing, but this is the kind of garbage that goes on in the federal government. I don't know. Maybe they should fire these people. What do you say?
Be a good start.
Yeah, be a good start. Get some new contractors that don't try and kill the other contractors. There you go.
Rand Paul tonight on the spending bill. They're scared to cut even $9 billion. That's a rounding error on a $2.2 trillion deficit, he said. If you can't even vote to defund sex change surgeries in Guatemala or trans comics abroad, you're not a fiscal conservative. You're a fraud. Send the bill. Let's see who folds. That from Senator Rand Paul. All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do on a Wednesday right after this.
Protect your covered home systems like this AC.
Yes, thank you.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I got fitted right over the phone, and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-778-5814.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Sound like the blues on a Wednesday night, which means I'm going to talk to you about somebody and something here, if I can just find it. Who am I talking about tonight, Aaron? Do we know? Oh, Tax Network, our friends from Tax Network. Well, if you missed April 15th, which, man, it's going by fast now, right? Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or you still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse, with over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily. And tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. The good news, well, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Are you self-employed? Are you a business owner? Well, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track, and they'll do it fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the code to use at checkout at MyPillow. It'll give you a great savings on whatever you're buying: pillows, sheets, towels, Rev 7 energy drink that's good for you, that doesn't have all that crap in it. Lots of great stuff, lots of great deals going on right now at MyPillow as well. Use code LFS6B at checkout. Slick's got sports. What's going on, Slickster?
All right, Big D, NBA playoffs. Well, they better get the garden ready, get the lights ready, get the floors down, get everything going, because we're going to be playing in the garden. Knicks are obviously costing themselves a game tonight by shooting absolutely awful. Celtics looking to close this out and force a Game 6 at the Garden, Big D. Celtics up 99-77, up by 22 here with 9 to go in the fourth. So short of an absolute miracle and collapse by Boston, the Knicks will be having a Game 6. And I got to tell you, it's going to be real tight for the Knicks going into that Game 6, because they do not want to go back to the parquet floor for Game 7. That's for sure. Do not want to do that. And this is without Jason Tatum, who is out for the year with a torn Achilles, their superstar. But Rick, you called it last night. You said somebody else is going to step up. Well, apparently White and Brown have both stepped up in a big way tonight. Mm-hmm. And they're getting play from everybody tonight. Well, it's just unbelievable. So 99-77, 9:40 to go. We'll keep you up to date on that and have a final report. By the time we get to the last sports segment, this game will be over. The Panthers over the Maple Leafs 4-0.
Trust me, it's over now.
Big D's got it over already. Yeah, Knicks are, man, they're 0 for October here. Here we go. We got the Panthers up 4-0 over the Maple Leafs in Toronto. 14 to go there in the third. Panthers looking to take a commanding 3-2 lead. And the Oilers and Golden Knights in a must-win situation at home in Tinseltown, 9:30 p.m. Here we go. Golden Knights, big one. And the Knicks taking on the Celtics. We gave you that already. Warriors, Timberwolves. That's a 9:30 tip-off. That is in Minnesota. Minnesota leading that series 3-1. Looking to close it out, Big D, and wait for the winner of the Dallas series there. That's a good series, too. Dallas and OKC. OKC won that game last night. I think they're up 3-2, so it's another great series going on. Baseball scores. Cardinals 12-7 over the Phillies, top of the ninth. Middle of the eighth, Blue Jays lead the Rays 3-1. Pirates 4-0 over the Mets, bottom six. Top eight, White Sox over the Reds 4-1. Reds playing terrible, 2-8 in their last 10. Braves over the Nationals 4-3, top seven. Marlins 3-1 over the Cubs, bottom seven. End of four, Rangers over the Rockies 4-1. Royals over the Astros 2-1, top of the fifth. Finals here, Twins down the Orioles 6-3. Phillies over the Cards 2-1. Brewers take care of business against the Guardians 9-5. Twins over the Orioles 8-6. Diamondbacks edge the Giants 8-7. Yankees with a good win today in Seattle, 3-2 over the Mariners. Tigers over the Red Sox, 6-5. Angels and Padres, 9:40 first pitch. Athletics and Dodgers, 10-10 first pitch. Boy, we need more baseball teams, don't we? And we got to get to this story. As usual, I bring you the constant variety of transgender in sports. We got to run at least one story every night. Here's one for you. Trans runner wins Pennsylvania high school girls 200-meter race for 6th time this season. This is Catherine Hamilton of Breitbart Sports. A transgender athlete beat a freshman girl by 15/10 of a second in 200-meter race at a high school meet in Pennsylvania over the weekend. Luce Allen, a senior from Plymouth White Marsh High School, set a personal record of 25.2 seconds at the SOL American meet, marking his 6th win of the season. Fox News reported he won the girls 4x400 meter relay in the same meet. We have a clip on that. Aaron, if you could run cut 9 for us on this here race. Here we go. Look at this.
See if you can find the guy.
Oh, good Lord.
That dude right there.
That sure looks like a dude. Dude looks like a lady. No. So this is just absolutely crazy. Big D. In March, a lawyer read a statement from Allen at a Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic Association Board of Directors meeting claiming that making trans people play on teams that correspond with their sex is damaging. If we remove the ability of trans people to compete with a team that corresponds with their gender, then you'll strip them of their opportunity to develop as people, Allen said. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, trans athletes, like any other high school athlete, are just kids who want to compete. Yeah. And I could not disagree more. Yeah. That is absolute insanity. I know, Rick, you did track. I mean, could you imagine if you were running a track back in the day against girls? I mean, it'd be insane.
It would have been stupid, just like it's stupid today. What's telling about that is that he wins this girls' race. Meanwhile, when he was racing up against boys, let's see, he ran today, I think, a 25 second for 200 meters, which is, translate to about 50 seconds for a quarter mile. That's all right for a high school runner. For a boy. Now, against girls, that's a different story. Now, the reason why he's competing against girls is because to be a really good 200-meter runner, he's got to run about 2 to 2.5 seconds faster.
Yeah.
He went from being ranked, I think, 172nd in the state to now number 4.
That's crazy.
Do the math.
He'll be looking for a scholarship, no
exactly,
less. And probably get one from one of these lib schools. And Big D, I'm going to just take another story real quick here. NFL unveils full schedule. Eagles and Chiefs rematch in Week 2. Should have been Week 1, but they're playing Dallas, the Eagles. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and the Kansas City Chiefs will be featured in at least 8 standalone games during the upcoming NFL season. Their Super Bowl rematch against the Philadelphia Eagles won't be one of them. The teams will meet in Week 2 in Kansas City in the late afternoon game on Fox. One of many marquee games announced Wednesday night as the NFL unveiled its 2025 schedule. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills will visit Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday Night Football. And then we also have Aaron Rodgers is going to face his former team. If he does end up signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, they'll visit the New York Jets, who now have former Pittsburgh quarterback Justin Fields. That ought to be an interesting game, don't you say, Aaron? And number 1 pick Cam Ward will make his NFL debut with the Tennessee Titans against Bo Nix and the Broncos on September 7th. And it's going to be a lot of good stuff. Cowboys will be visiting the Jets on October 5th. I'll make sure I get tickets for that. And check your local schedules, and it's out, the NFL schedule, Big D.
Mm-hmm. And you guys, Dallas opens up against who?
We open up in the marquee first game, September 4th, the very first night of the season, against the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. What could possibly go wrong as we travel to the city of brotherly shove? Oh, Madonna mia.
0-1. Who do you play in Week 2?
Yeah, who's at Week 2?
Week 2, we have the Washington Commanders. How do you like that one?
0-2?
Yeah, 0-2.
Who do you got Week 3?
Week 3, we have the New York Giants.
0-3. 0-3.
Yeah, so, and so on and so forth.
So by September 20th, Slick will be in rare form here on the show as he comes in every night when you're 0-3 on Sunday. That's Sunday.
Thanksgiving, we play the Kansas City Chiefs. That was announced early this morning, so it should be very interesting to see what happens.
What a year this is going to be. Who's your quarterback?
That would be the one Dak Prescott returning from his injury last year.
He's still on the team.
He is.
Oh, okay.
Now, what did he hurt?
What's that?
When did he get injured?
His hamstring.
Oh, I thought his feelings got hurt.
That too.
His skirt was too tight. All right, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
A little chafing problem.
you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the 0G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Suck. All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice, of course, across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. We'll get into the chat before the end of the show. We'll do some more sports with Slick, more news with Delgado. But right now, please welcome back to the show the Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Health at the Wellness Company. That would be Dr. James Thorpe. Dr. Thorpe, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me on again, you guys. I really enjoyed the sports talk. I noticed your New York Islanders memorabilia behind you.
Yes.
And, you got the wrong people up there, okay? You need to get a bobblehead doll of Kenny Morrow.
Oh, Kenny Morrow, the great Olympic champion. Yes, of course.
Look, the doc.
There you go.
Morrow was great.
It was released on the exact same day as my book.
Wow.
Okay, there you go.
Now, that's good, Doc.
And anyways, Morrow, he got the gold medal and he got Stanley Cups. And he's still working for the Islanders and he's got the #1 draft pick.
Yeah, we'll see what he does with it this year. That's all right. Go, Doc knows his stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Man,
he's a big hockey guy.
I love it.
Well, the Knicks are getting routed tonight up in Boston, so now they're going to come back home for Game 6 at MSG. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. But, well, thanks for giving us a few moments. We always appreciate it. So we've been hearing and talking a lot about, I don't know if we talked about this last time you were on, but we've been hearing a lot about these parasite cleanses, ivermectin and such. Can you talk to us a little bit about how these work?
Yes. Well, the parasite cleanses, these have been really an underappreciated potential problem, medical problem. There are a significant number of parasites that affect a significant proportion of Americans, and most of the time asymptomatic, and many of the times presenting in very subtle, if any, symptoms. So it's gaining popularity in the medical literature, and this periodic cleanse with these anti-parasitic agents has become something for people to really consider.
And because I think people think about this and they hear parasites and they immediately think of some third world country somewhere or some developing nation somewhere, but it's not just a problem there. I mean, ivermectin, I believe, people like to call it only for horses, but I believe it was originally used, I think, for lice, but also for parasites. Am I correct about that, Doc?
You're absolutely correct. And listen, this was a Nobel Prize winning drug. And it's one of the pharmaceuticals that I've used extensively. And it's very safe. The safety margin is very large. So as you see in many states, they're moving towards over-the-counter.
So let's talk about who should be doing this. You said it's kind of becoming more popular. Are there certain kinds of people? Is there someone who's more exposed to possibly having a problem like this that should be looking at it? Who should be or should not be, I guess is maybe a better way to ask it, looking to do this?
Well, I think that it is certainly anybody that has any symptoms, any vague symptoms. It's somebody that might have high exposure risk. It's a lot more prevalent. There's many different types of parasites: hookworm, schistosomiasis, pinworm. It's pretty prevalent. Even where I live down in Florida, people walking around in the ground can get parasites by walking without shoes on. So some of these parasitic diseases are unusual. Some of them are more common. And, doing a parasite cleanse is certainly something to consider. Of course, the other aspect about this that, of course, it's off-label use, but there's an emerging, very impressive anecdotal reports all around the world that, interestingly, these parasite cleanses have been associated with prophylaxis or prevention or even treatment of cancers. So, of course, we're not marketing that. There are no randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled trials proving that. But by the way, there are none of those perfect trials for any of the 80 vaccines on your FDA schedule either. But there are emerging reports from all over the world suggesting that the combination of ivermectin associated in conjunction with fenbendazole or mebendazole can actually successfully treat advanced cancers in which traditional therapies have been a failure. In other words, patients with an advanced cancer sent home to die on hospice. Let's give this a shot. And so, there's several physicians out there, Dr. William Mackes of Canada, several other physicians around the world that are reporting anecdotal cases like this.
Yep, I followed the doctor on X, and I've read some of the treatments he's been doing. We're speaking with Dr. James Thorpe from the Wellness Company here on Live from Studio 6B. You can visit him online, twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. It's a simplistic question, but I think it's people hearing this or thinking about it. Obviously, it's the main thing they want to know. How safe is doing these cleanses? I mean, we all know the safety profile, I think, at this point of ivermectin, but how safe is doing these cleanses?
I think that it is very safe. Everything has risks and benefits. And I think that we always weigh those risks and benefits. People are ordering it off Amazon, fenbendazole. You can order it off Amazon. The mebendazole, fenbendazole, is not approved for human use, but it's marketed all over the world off Amazon and used by many, many patients. Amazon has sold out of their stocks. Mebendazole is not available, to my knowledge, through Amazon. It is much more expensive, and it is approved for human use. So I think that the overall risk-benefit ratio is very favorable. But again, there are side effects of getting up out of bed in the morning too. But yeah, we would worry about certain problems, potential liver problems or other problems that are rare and that could occur. And that's why we're not prescribing this or recommending it for any off-label use, but certainly you would want to talk to your doctor about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you a question before I ask you a little bit about President Trump. Are you surprised? I saw RFK today testifying, and the lunatic there from Ben & Jerry's ice cream, of course, was upset because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was talking about making America and the food healthy again. The guy from Ben & Jerry's was in there. He jumped up, started screaming. They had to get him out of the room. But I don't want to ask you about that. But are you surprised that the COVID shot is not yet off the childhood vaccine schedule with RFK in there?
Yes, I'm very disturbed at him. I'm very, very disturbed with all this nonsense, with the distraction. I'm very, very disturbed with Marty Makary at the FDA commissioner. I think that his ties to the deep state, his ties to, my goodness, Johns Hopkins University, it's just, they're the most heavily funded, captured university healthcare system in the whole world. I mean, they received billions of dollars just in 2021. Makary in his book last year, I think that was staged and probably written by all of his associates just to put him in the office. The name of it is Blind Spots. Interestingly, he does an incredible job of that book of outlining the major failures of the healthcare system and disasters over the last 5 decades. Ironically and oxymoronically, Marty doesn't even bring up the COVID-19 vaccine, which is the greatest disaster in the history of medicine. And Marty Makary recommended this in my most vulnerable patients, the world's most vulnerable patients. That's a pregnant woman and an unborn, preborn baby, the most vulnerable patients in the world. He pushed these vaccines on those individuals. So, I'm not too impressed with Marty Makary. I'm not too impressed with the new Surgeon General picks. I'm not impressed at all with Kennedy. All this nonsense of, what color Fruit Loops, you eat, you're going to have fried chicken and, canola oil, dyes, and so on and so forth. You know what? I don't really care about that when you're ignoring the number one therapy and intervention that is killing and harming pregnant women, preborns, children, people of all age. It's the greatest medical disaster in the history of medicine. This is absolutely just egregious.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised myself, quite frankly. One thing I hope you are impressed with, or at least feel a little more positive about, is President Trump signed an executive order, I think since the last time we spoke, banning gain of function. Obviously, I'm assuming you're a big fan of that, but just give us a very quick summary on why that's so important.
Well, it's so important because we have labs all over the world, and we're probably the leading nation in the world that has investigated and made these bioweapons. Not just in the United States of America, but we're sponsoring all over the world. We lied, and we were the ones that engineered the gain of function by the COVID-19 virus. We funded it over in Wuhan. We're doing it over in Ukraine. So, this is the medical industrial complex, the CIA, and we have no business doing it. So I'm very grateful to President Trump. I was very impressed with him yesterday in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, very impressive, right? Dr. James Thorpe from the Wellness Company, we always appreciate you coming on the show. twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Our friends over at the Wellness Company, you can check them out. Promo code VOICE, save an additional 10%. Dr. Thorpe, thank you so much, and we'll see you again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Dr. James Thorpe from the Wellness Company on live from Studio 6B, and the doc's not holding back, huh? And
we love him.
That's why I asked him. because I got to be frank, I'm with them. There's no excuse for that to still be on the childhood vaccine schedule for 120 days into this administration, 4, 6, whatever it is. It should have been a day one thing. Yeah. Day 1, hour 1. That thing is gone. Man. And it's not. And it should be concerning.
Wonder why.
Because when will it be? Will it be? Question mark.
Should be.
What's going on? So, all right, let's do some news. Well, we don't have a ton of time, but I guess we'll do news when we get back. But
I got a little something for you if you want to see it real quick.
Sure.
Here is this is cut number 12A. Here is Representative Lance Gooden out of Texas, representing Texas.
Is he sleeping too?
No. Oh. You know what? I'm going to save it because we are going to run out of time, unfortunately. But he confronts some protesters.
All right.
To their face.
Okay.
And it's quite enjoyable.
Sherry Morrell on Facebook says it's abhorrent, Damon. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. If you're going to be in that position, it doesn't take anything to get rid of it. As easy as it went on, should be as easy as it should come off. And the fact that it hasn't is a huge red flag. All right, we'll wrap it up for a Wednesday, live from Studio 6B right after this.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody, on a Wednesday. Let's do a little more sports, a little more news to wrap it up. We'll start with sports. Slick. Farmer Brook, Big D looks defeated. What do you mean I look defeated? What are you talking about?
Maybe red's not your color after all.
No, I look good in red. I don't look defeated. Defeated about what?
Maybe not about the Knicks. You know, you're a Knicks fan.
No, I'm not a Knicks. Who cares?
Oh, now he's not a Knicks fan.
Now he's not a Knicks fan.
The other night he was a Knicks fan.
Oh, if they win Game 6, I'll be a fan again.
Sending his family texts about this. This guy was rubbing it in.
I am what you would somewhat call, small percentage chance, somewhat of a front runner.
Oh, yeah.
Fair weather.
Yeah. Damon wrote the book on bandwagons. What are we talking about?
Where's my cowboy hat?
When the wheels fall off, Damon's onto something else. I'm in a cigar bar.
Remember the year on this show? I forget what it was. It might be even before you guys. I was arguing with somebody over the Super Bowl or whoever won, and the next day I came in with their hat on.
Oh, no.
And they said, "What are you? I didn't know you were a fan of that." Well, I said I am as of 10 o'clock last night. Let's do some sports. Slickster's got it. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, we got to get to the scoreboard one last time. Playoffs. We're going to start with the NHL. Another blowout here in Toronto. Panthers. That'd be the Florida Panthers. Your defending Stanley Cup champions, showing their wear. They beat they're beating the Maple Leafs 6-0 with 4 minutes to go in the third. It's all over, but they're crying. They will now take a 3-2 lead back home to Florida for a Game 6 where they'll look to close it out on the East second round and move to the Eastern Conference Finals. And the Oilers are taking on the Golden Knights. Golden Knights in an absolute must-win, down 3-1. They really need to come out and do it tonight. Hopefully they can shut down Connor McDavid and the boys. Edmonton playing good hockey. That's a 9:30 p.m. puck drop on ESPN. And again, Golden Knights win or, well, stay home in this case. And it's all over in the TD Garden. The Boston Celtics just came down hard, shooting great, 127-102 over the Knicks. And Derek White led all scorers with 34 tonight. He shot absolutely lights out. That series is now cut to 3-2, moves back to Madison Square Garden Friday night. I don't want, dare I say, a must-win for the New York Knicks. But if the Knicks don't win that game, it could be all over. But they're crying, going back to TD Garden at Game 7. So
they're all must-win games.
Well, they are. You're right, Rick. But this really ratchets it up, and the Knicks really, they're going to be tight. I believe the Knicks come out and they win. I call Boston win tonight. I'm going to call Knicks closing it out in 6. It's hard to win 3 games in Boston. We were talking about that earlier. But they're going to go home. They get some home cooking. You'll have Spike on the court there. Hopefully, what's his name holds his stomach together. He doesn't throw up all over the place. But other than that, they should do well. I think they'll win that one. Warriors and Timberwolves. Big D, you're right. Minnesota favored by 9.5 at the Target Center. Oh yeah, I danced with Prince's band on that stage. I love that place. They're looking to close it out against the Warriors. They don't want to see Seth Curry, who is going to be reevaluated, possibly be back if there's a Game 7 on Sunday. But I think they're going to close it out tonight. I take the Timberwolves with the win. That's a 9:30 TNT game as well. Just want to get to one story, if I might, before I close it out. This is a real winner. This takes the term wiffle ball to a whole new meaning. Minor league official scoops dog poop off the field with bare hands. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Yes, Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. This is not to be here. An official at a minor league baseball park resorted to extreme methods to remove dog poo after a canine decided to relieve himself on the field during a game. Things got down and dirty, literally, at Atrium Health Ballpark on Sunday when the Canopolis Cannonballers were taking on the Carolina Mudcats. In the bottom of the third inning, a dog serving as the Cannonballers mascot decided he could no longer hold it and ran from his post coasting towards home plate where he had a rather large bowel movement just a few feet away from home.
What are you talking
This is unbelievable. An unfortunate occurrence, no doubt. However, the messy situation got even messier after a stadium employee who apparently drew the short straw and was charged with removing the poop used his bare hands to clean it up. They went crazy on X. If you look this up, it's absolutely unbelievable. The powers that be at Atrium Health Ballpark clearly need to update their poop removal policy. We can only hope this particular employee was not involved in food service. I'll tell you one thing, stay away from the sliders, that's for sure. The Cannonballers went on to win 3-0. I'll tell you.
Can I just ask you a question?
That's a real story.
Can you, we're going to go to news, but I just curious what the next story in sports was.
Yeah. If I didn't have anything else to do,
did you pass up a story to get to that one? What was that story?
I thought that story was funny. I really did. Who doesn't love a good poop joke, But that was a good story. And like I said, man, what a screwball that guy was. But man, could you imagine that big? Oh, that's a real story. It's incredible. Picking up dog poop. I can't say what else they're saying, but this is a regular bleep show.
Yeah, dog poop.
And, that's a wrap in dog do. Back to you, Big D.
That is definitely a wrap in sports for the night, Slick.
How you doing?
Yeah. Definitely stepped in it with that one, huh?
Yep, I figured I'd unleash that one.
Try the sliders while you're here. All right, 8 minutes till the hour. Let's do some news. And here with the news is Rick Delgado. News is brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, since we were talking about RFK a little bit earlier, Department of Human Health Services Secretary, the aforementioned Robert F. Kennedy Jr. testified this afternoon before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee on the fiscal 2026 budget for the department as he pushes the Make America Healthy Again initiative. You mentioned Ben, I guess, from Ben and Jerry's getting kicked out of the proceedings earlier. Since being sworn into the helm, Kennedy has overseen significant layoffs across his agencies. He's also made it his mission to root out the cause of autism, announcing a program earlier this month to partner with the National Institute of Health to make sure they research the topic. And I believe he also laid down a date. Didn't he say August or September they're going to have the answer for this, what causes autism? I think we played that a few weeks ago.
I mean, he said something like that. It was some very short time frame.
Right.
But I would encourage him to read David Kirby's book, if you like a place to start, about mercury, called Evidence of Harm, which I believe came out in 1993, 98, something like that. Evidence of Harm, thimerosal. And the link between thimerosal and a lot of these things that we're seeing back then. So maybe he can start there. But if he doesn't believe in taking the COVID vaccine off of
which is amazing,
I don't have a lot of hope for getting to the bottom of any of this stuff if that's not on the table.
Right. Well, again, he was testifying for the budget. Here he is having to explain to California Democrat Josh Harder what exactly waste, fraud, and abuse is. Here, check it out for yourself. Here is RFK. This is cut number 6. Check it out.
So do you disagree with the cuts that are being proposed for Medicaid right now?
Oh, the cuts to, this is I don't know if you understand this or whether you're just mouthing, the Democratic talking points. The cuts to Medicaid are for fraud, waste, and abuse. And I'll tell you what that means. It means that because of DOGE, we were able to determine, and it's about 8 million people who would be affected. Because of DOGE, we were able to determine that there are 1 million people who are claiming Medicaid from multiple states. That's illegal. It's theft. You're not allowed to do that. There are another 1 million people who are collecting both under Obamacare and
Secretary, that has nothing to do with the budget that's actually being proposed in the House.
These are the only cuts that are being made to Medicaid.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. There are another 1 million illegal aliens. We announced a law yesterday, a rule yesterday, we're not going to pay illegal aliens anymore. And guess what Gavin Newsom did this morning? He said we're going to take all the illegal aliens off the California Medicaid rolls because the feds aren't paying for them anymore. So the compassion ends.
Yeah, so there it is. Having to explain to that guy what the waste, fraud, and abuse is and what they're cutting out. So we'll see what happens as this stuff goes along. Back to you, David.
As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks, guys. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, the Live from Studio 6B audience. We appreciate everything you do to support this show. We'll see you tomorrow night, right here, 8 p.m. Paul Nolan will be in the house, sitting in for Vinnie Mac. 8 p.m. right here, live from Studio 6B.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed. Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes?
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice.
Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life.
Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide. All for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for
The Trump administration is looking to terminate a bunch of the Biden-era clean energy policies, and libs are big mad about it. Also, Tren de Aragua gang members threatened to take over an ICE detention facility. My guess is that Dems are going to continue to advocate for them staying in the country, even though they're willing to do that. And also, the worst part about your car is finally going away, hopefully, according to Lee Zeldin. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories, I know, I'm aware that we talk about California a lot, but the reason I do that is so that hopefully whatever state that you live in doesn't do what California does. Now, one of the big things that California has been hit on the last couple years is this terrible, awful, stupid idea that Governor Gavin Newsom was behind of giving free health care to illegals. Now, despite the fact that they're exploiting that policy, even Gavin Newsom at this point is saying, oh, shoot, well, this is kind of expensive. See, in California, the state constitution, thankfully, requires that California balance its budget. In other words, has to reconcile all of its spending. And the cost for giving illegals free healthcare in the state, and by free, I mean taxpayer funded, has been underestimated by the state by billions of dollars, which prompted even Gavin Newsom to say, all right, we can't afford this, guys. It was a dumb idea to begin with, and lo and behold, it didn't work out. Now, it's not all great news, because the proposal that the governor is putting into place is, okay, well, it can't be free, but they have to pay $100 to get to be a part of the state's Medi-Cal program. If you're an illegal immigrant, it only costs $100 for free taxpayer-funded Medi-Cal for you and your family, which is insane. So, bright spot, but still probably not as good, considering the fact that I pay 10 times more for healthcare in the same state. Here to comment on that and so much more is Adrian Gray, host of the Pop Culture on the Hill podcast and the Joy Villa show Villa? Which way? How do you pronounce it? Villa show. Villa. Joy Villa is here to comment on the story today. Adrian, this has been kind of a consistent theme, kind of bashing California. And lo and behold, we're at it again. California instituted another crazy law. It didn't work. It's too expensive and people are exploiting it. When are Californians going to learn, hey man, stop trusting your government when they have these pie in the sky ideas that won't end up being beneficial for Californians?
Absolutely. There's so many issues going on in California. Maybe if you can't afford to fix the potholes and the homelessness, you should stop offering, concierge medicine to non-citizens. But I don't believe that he's reversing course because he's changed his mind. He's eyeing 2028. And I feel, honestly, I'm a little nervous because I feel like everything that he's trying to do lately is to be like, no, I am a moderate. Like, I'm actually not that crazy. And I feel like this is all a walk back lately, everything that he's taking, all of his viewpoints. But underneath is still the same Gavin. And I think he's just, because he has President Trump at the table now with a few other things, I think that's why we're hearing a lot of this.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious, too, because obviously I think we all know that he's going to run in 2028. But Joy, Gavin is beholden to the state's constitution. Do you think that actually is entering in his frame of mind, like, oh, crap, I actually do have to make sure we reconcile the budget here? Or is this purely political?
Joe Bob, it's political. Gavin Newsom has always been about one thing. Gavin Newsom. He wants to look good. He wants to cater and pander. And this is a hot-blooded issue. He wants to be like, oh, yeah, I care. And this is what the people want. Meanwhile, he only cares about what he wants. He's very American Psycho. If they do a redo of American Psycho, I think Gavin should quit politics and go into acting and play that role, because he's literally perfect. And I mean, the way he just blames everyone else for the ineptitude that he exhibits in California, the fires, the high taxes, the homelessness problem. I had to flee California. I was Cal-Exit a few years ago. I'm in Florida. I feel so good. Gavin Newsom cares about one thing. Gavin Newsom. He is greedy and a bloated so-called aristocrat who forced all Americans in California to suffer under the pandemic's oppressive rules while he was eating with his rich friends. He doesn't care about politics. He cares about making himself look good. If they redo American Psycho, we know who to call. Gavin Newsom. I think you should get out of politics and be the actor you were always born to be, Gavin. He doesn't care about anybody else. He is a psychopath.
But Joy, in Florida, how do the illegal immigrants get their free health care? I feel so bad that the people who broke into this country illegally don't get to steal from us. Speaking of people who broke into the country illegally and are literally stealing, Tren de Aragua members who, for some reason, Democrats are just super hot to trot about. We need to protect these people at all costs. Well, this is from the New York Times. A group of Venezuelan gang members threatened to hold ICE officers captive and injure them on April 26 as they barricaded the doors to their facility that they were being held at in Texas in a ICE prison yard. Adrian, is this like the point? So they formed like an SOS thing. You'll see it in the B-roll. They made like little arts and crafts of signs. This is the worst thing ever. And then they did what gang members do. They flooded the toilets. They tried to kidnap prison guards there, or ICE guards. at what point, like, are Democrats going to finally say, yeah, you know what, actually, we should get these people out of the country? Because even if they did like them, it's still such a losing political issue.
Yeah, this is so insane. And like when they're spelling SOS from a prison yard in Morse code, I honestly weirdly think it makes the left happy because they're running with this whole narrative that ICE is the enemy, when in reality they're not, but they just love to say that. I think that the Democrats should go down and have lunch with these guys, break bread. I would just absolutely love it because, you know, at the end of the day, they call them family members, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers. Okay, if that's what they are, then go ahead, go down there, meet with them, break some bread, but they won't do that. You know what I mean? It's not in their best interest. So this is absolutely crazy. I think President Trump should fly a plane over and send a message, write it in the sky, and send a message back to them. I don't want to repeat what it should probably be, but it needs to be harsh.
You know, I don't know if that actually Democrats would go down there and break bread. I think they probably have to tear tortillas in this particular instance. Joy, it was supposedly this prison insurrection, if you will, lasted almost for several hours, according to DHS. It's to me, I kind of see at this point, given how much heat the media, the libs, the blue states have put on ICE agents, it seems like they are heroes for having to put up with this crap.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we know police officers, military, ICE agents, people who work for the people to support us and protect us. Those are the real heroes in this situation, not the AOCs, who I'm sure is going to book her private jet to go have tea and lunch with these poor families. You know, yeah, right. If the Democrats actually cared about the American people they care to, say they do when they want votes, then they would be taking these issues up. We know that most human trafficking is coming through the borders, right? And the ICE agents are stopping this human trafficking, sex trafficking, drugs trafficking. This is dangerous. This isn't some play to make people look good, but they think, oh yeah, ICE is bad. It's just like when you talk about crime and criminality, it's not the criminals, it's the cops for some reason they're doing all these crimes. When that's the smallest portion, bad cops make up the smallest portion of criminality. We know that most of those people in those detainment camps deserve to be there. And I say, send them back ASAP. I don't even want to hear about them. Let's give more money to ICE. Let's strengthen our borders.
But what if one of them is a Maryland father? I just can't see that happening to a Maryland father. Speaking of danger in the world of illegal immigration, this is not a fun story at all. A woman in Colorado was killed last July by an illegal immigrant kid, 15 years old. His name has not been released because of Colorado state law. He was driving 90 miles an hour in a 45 zone, slammed into her car with his Jeep. The prosecutor originally told the family, hey, we're going to pursue the maximum, which was only 2 years of juvenile corrections. Now there's a new DA. The plea deal was, hey, if you plead guilty to this, again, killing a woman, the kid was going to get now 2 years of probation, which seemed, again, a horrible story. Adrian, how many of these do we have to see before the American people just at some point to say this is enough is enough? We can't have people who shouldn't be in this country committing crimes and then not paying any price for it.
Yeah, this is insane. The fact that you can be undocumented, unlicensed, and untouchable and just smile for the probation officer, crazy, crazy work. You know, if you're a citizen and you mess up, you're toast. So like, if you're undocumented, what kind of message is this showing? That you just get a participation trophy and a slap on the wrist? This is insane. This is absolutely crazy. Again, time and time again, it's rules for thee and not for me. And it's not fair. If this was any other American citizen, they would be fully prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So this is actually crazy. And at what point do we say consequences should be kicking in here?
Yeah. Joey, the mother of the kid who was driving the car, I would have to believe she's probably illegal too. Like, I don't know how that dynamic would work out if she wasn't, but she said, oh, he took the car without permission, so nobody is facing any penalties there, especially in a time where libs in blue areas are trying to punish parents of kids who do things, do make terrible decisions with their firearms. Don't you think there should be some repercussion at some level, whether it's the kid or the parent? But it doesn't look like anything is going to happen here.
Of course not, because it's like Adrian said, rules for thee, not for me. This is awful. This is tragic, and this is the showcase that I've seen, and I know we all see in this world right now in America, is that families are being demonized. American families are under attack. American children, families that are here legally, trying to support themselves, trying to pay taxes. But for some reason, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens are given everything. They get a chance to get off. They get a chance to be protected. These poor immigrants, these poor people. Now, they're not victims. These are perpetrators. They should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. That mother needs justice. That mother needs to have peace. This is awful. And I pray for these families. I pray for all American families because, God, this America was blessed with the family unit, yet every Democrat wants to dismantle it from the inside out. And it's awful.
Yeah, it's terrible to see, and I hate to end the segment on a bad note. So with that, Adrian and Joy will be back to discuss the worst part of your car, or at least the worst part of my car, the thing that I hate the most, hopefully could be going away, at least promises EPA Director Lee Zeldin. Don't go away, we'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Now, usually we talk to Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, but again, she got married and abandoned us in our time of great need. Hope Monica's having a great time on her honeymoon. But without without her, we have to talk about, more stuff. Specifically, I love this so much. So, not to give you too much personal detail here, I drive an F-150. When you're driving it and you stop at a stoplight, I know your car maybe has 65% of cars, according to the EPA, have this. When you stop at the stoplight, the whole thing shuts off, and the air conditioning goes down, and the music goes down, and it's infuriating, and it also makes me feel like it wears on the battery. Like I have to replace my battery way more often than I think I would have to if the car just freaking stayed on. Well, why is that happening? Well, it was an Obama era initiative to help save carbon emissions. According to the New York Post, it actually did help fuel economy between 4 and 5%. Yippee, thanks for that. But there's no clear evidence to show that it reduced emissions, an EPA spokesperson said. So Lee Zeldin at the EPA is saying, yeah, we're going to get rid of those and any of the tax credits, and by that I mean bribes, that were given to the companies to install those stupid things that turn the air conditioning down when it's 105 degrees outside. Any of that stuff is all going away. Let's bring our panel back, Adrian and Joy. So I'm curious, do either one of you have cars that have that feature? Because I hate it so much. I have an off switch, but the default is always that it's on. So every time I'm in my car, I have to either turn it off or I forget about it, and I get hot at the stoplights. Adrian, does your car have that? And I don't know, are you excited to see? You don't have to agree with me, by the way. I'm just stoked to see it go away. But I think the main thing here is that car manufacturers are no longer going to get big incentives for putting that stuff in, because the jump was crazy when Obama initiated it.
Yeah, I honestly, truly think this might be bipartisan unity, Joe Bob, because I don't believe that anybody loves this option. And if they do, they're lying. I mean, it was supposed to save gas. Obviously, it didn't. All it did was create, trust issues at every red light for Americans. This is a performative feature that I feel like they were trying to get a credit for. But again, not efficient whatsoever. It bothers me so much. So I'm happy to see this literally get out of here.
Joy, this obviously is the first time any government anywhere has instituted a green policy, and it didn't actually work. Again, the EPA saying, well, we don't actually know if it saved emissions. Again, this is the first time anywhere. Do you think people are going to be disappointed, or, oh, shoot, wait, actually, I think it happens all the time. Are libs going to continue dying on this hill of climate justice?
Oh, yeah, Joe Bob, they will, because they can't do any wrong. They never admit they're wrong. They can't do any wrong. They never were wrong. It's MAGA, orange bad, orange man bad, Nazi sympathizers. It's, they're just going to keep pushing down our throat that the ice caps are melting, even though there's zero evidence of climate change. And we always go through seasons. Every hundreds of years, things change, right? Earthquakes. It doesn't mean anything, but they're going to continue to scare us. They're going to pick, prepubescent children from, wherever that little Greta Thunberg is from. You're going to parade these autistic kids around, and they're going to be, how dare you? How dare you not support this? How dare you? It's the left. That's what they do.
I don't know if this is getting too far into the weeds, but I was rereading John Steinbeck's East of Eden, and he was talking about the Salinas Valley in California and how it goes through seasons. And even 100 years ago, they knew, hey, there's 12 years of dry and then a couple years of really wet. And yet the libs will say, wow, look, it's climate change. Like, no, it's been happening since the dawn of time, and it probably will continue to happen long after we are gone. Speaking of the climate crisis, Adrian, the New York Times is complaining about Republicans trying to put up a bill that's going to abolish a bunch of the Biden era climate justice incentives. Now they're saying, well, private businesses are not going to invest in these areas anymore. And they love using that terminology. Businesses are investing. We're investing. Okay, well, why? Well, they're getting huge tax credits. Okay, well, that comes at the cost of the American people. So the Trump administration is saying, no, we're not going to do this anymore. How excited are you or not, depending on the way you see things, that these free money tax credits aren't going to be going out to these companies for clean energy that probably won't work?
I'm happy Poppy. Listen, if clean energy is the future, great, but it shouldn't need government training wheels forever. Republicans, we're not anti-green, we're anti-handout, and if the energy source works, then it should be able to stand on its own 2 solar panels. Let's be honest. And America cannot be powered on feelings and hashtags and ideas. We need real solutions that will work and systems in place. So I'm very excited about this.
Joy, for the New York Times article, if you read a big long piece, they say, well, this is going to hurt Republican districts more, conservative areas more, because those initiatives were targeted at them. I saw that as, okay, so the Biden administration was trying to buy votes with tax incentives so that companies could go in there. It looks like they got caught and are I don't think red areas are going to suffer from that. I think the Democrats aren't going to be able to buy votes with taxpayer dollars. What are your thoughts?
I agree. I mean, this is just, it's another straw man argument. Like, if we set this up, this will help this will give us, but they're telling us all this. First of all, who actually still reads the New York Times, right? And second of all, what did they do this research? Is this their sources tell them? It's nothing more than a puff piece for this so-called, again, clean energy. And I agree. Yeah, if I love clean energy if it works, but we've seen that this windmill stuff. I used to live in Denmark for 7 years. There have fields upon fields of this. It doesn't work. It doesn't provide the kind of energy, especially with AI and business and how we move and groove in today's climate. We need so much more energy, so much more infrastructure. This stuff has been shown. It's negligible what they do. So businesses don't care, especially not Republican businesses. They want to be able to provide for their families, provide cost-effective merchandise, be able to pay the rent. Going back to California, lower some taxes for small businesses. Why don't you do that instead of this clean energy bill? It's all just taglines and phrases that sound right, and it's to confuse us. Meanwhile, no American citizen is lying awake at night going, I wonder if wind energy is being enacted. No.
There was a president that said something along the lines of "sounds good, doesn't work." I forget which president that was. But Joy, I am a little bit offended. I actually read the New York Times every single day, but really for the sole purpose of going, look at how bad the New York Times is.
There's no accounting for taste.
Speaking of other things the New York Times is big mad about, Hannah Dugan, a judge in Wisconsin who was allegedly shuffling illegal immigrants through her courtroom to avoid being caught, was officially indicted by a federal grand jury. And again, libs are big mad. Adrian, why is it that libs, for some reason, think if you hold a position of power, you are immune to any consequences? They say you're arresting judges. The same thing happened in Newark, New Jersey, when the mayor, in my opinion, tried to insurrection the ICE facility there. He got arrested too and said they're arresting mayors. Well, yeah, they're doing illegal things. I don't know why is it that libs think that if you're an elected official or really anybody of prominence, you get a free pass to do whatever you want?
Yeah, and it's crazy. Let's not forget, if you're a conservative judge, they'll try to impeach you for sneezing, right? But this is a judge that breaks the law, to help someone who has already broke the law. It's like saying that 5 times fast. Guess what? We can't. It doesn't make sense. And the left, they're going to have a judge break the law and call it justice. This is what they do. This is freelance lawyering is what it is for illegal immigrants. So this is crazy. I'm not surprised, unfortunately, but I hate to say that.
Yeah, I wish I was more surprised. Joy, let me read you the statement that the judge's attorney put out. Judge Hannah C. Dugan has committed herself to the rule of law and the principles of due process for her entire career as a lawyer and a judge. She's committed herself to the rule of law, but not the law itself. You can't obstruct the.
Can I say, she is stunning and brave. Stunning and brave. It's just #girl power. It's like those astronauts that were in the air. Katy Perry, woman power. We are advancing the female race. We are women. Hear us roar. I got to say also, would she do the same thing for the white South Africans that are immigrants? Because every white liberal is doing a whole 180 on that. We love immigrants. We love refugees, except for if they're white. So will she lay her bravery on the line for the white South Africans? Will she do that too?
I do think she probably has a proclivity for brown immigrants, and being the son of an immigrant, I wish I would have known. I would have committed several crimes in her district and been able to get off scot-free because I guess that's how the justice system works in her eyes. Again, allegedly, because she's just been indicted, not necessarily found guilty yet.
She's a hero.
Joy,
She's
Adrian,
a
guys,
national hero.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up here on Turning Point tonight, we got a great clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast and also Woke Wednesday. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You're the 5th generation owner of Frownies. Is face taping the best all-natural alternative to Botox?
Well, I wouldn't say that face taping is, but I would definitely say that Frownies are, because there's a difference between just traditional face taping and Frownies.
Wait, I didn't know that. What is the difference?
Well, most face tapes, you're going to have silicone scar tape or like a kinesiology tape, and they're soft and flexible. And Frownies is different if you've used them, and I know you have. Frownies is different because they actually dry hard and stiff, more like a cast or a splint for your facial muscles. And Frownies are actually targeting your facial muscles versus taping. And people who advocate for taping talk a lot more about the skin and just the surface of your skin. So it's kind of a whole different mechanism.
Can I ask how old you are?
Yes, I am 42.
You're 42 years old. Do you have anything in your face at all?
No, nothing.
Nothing. All you do is use Frownies at night?
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Now, do you ever get people that don't believe you online?
All the time. Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I started being a part of Frownies and really kind of the face of the brand in 2020, I always felt good about my skin, but I didn't really think much of it. And immediately when we started going viral, people were coming out of the woodworks like, you're a liar, like you have Botox. And still to this day, so many people always, accuse me of having had Botox or fillers or something. And I was like, you think it looks that good?
Well, and I think it's funny too, because see, I have gotten those things before, but it's been years since I've gotten it. There's nothing in my face now. Yeah. And so I literally will tell people I don't have anything. And then they accuse me of lying or whatever. And I'm like, well, I'm doing okay, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did your family discover then that face taping or Frownies, as we know it now, really works when it comes to anti-aging and preventing wrinkles?
Well, the business was started in 1889, right? So this is all like family lore, like historical stories passed down, right? So the story goes, my great-great-grandmother, Margaret Crozon, and her daughter, Alice, kind of invented Frownies. And Alice was a concert pianist and a model. And she played the piano in a lot of like big Hollywood circles. She played at the White House. So quite good, I guess.
Yeah.
But when you're playing the piano or doing anything, now we're staring at our screens, you're constantly furrowing your brow and in concentration. That's kind of a concentration face. But because she was doing the modeling and the things like that, she didn't want these lines in between her brows. So somehow they came up with Frownies and were just doing it for themselves. And people started asking, what are you doing? It looks so good. And so they started making it for friends and giving it as gifts. And then as she started traveling more and playing the piano and this became a thing, around about that time, my great-great-grandfather died. And he was a part of like a barber supply company. And somehow she purchased out the rights to the rest of the company from the other men that were involved in it. And then she started manufacturing Frownies under that business name. And so she kind of kicked it off.
In the 1800s, there was a product called Frownies out there?
Well, they originally were called wrinkle eradicators.
Okay.
And then very, very early 1900s, I think we have a letter from 1904 or something. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, said, you can't call it wrinkle eradicators. This has to be evaluated by a doctor. This is a medical claim, which we also have the letter from the doctor who evaluated and said, yes, indeed, you can say that you can get rid of wrinkles using this product. It's working. But with all of that going on, they changed the name to Frownies. So very early on, early 1900s, they officially switched the name from wrinkle eradicators to Frownies and started selling it. And it was mostly word of mouth and primarily in a lot of Hollywood circles. The Kennedy women used Frownies. There's just a lot of high society people, and it was always known as Hollywood's beauty secret. So in fact, we have an old magazine, Life magazine from 1920 something, and it has Frownies on an actress who was popular at the time named Dixie Dunbar, and she was at Fox Drama School, and it showed the actresses and the things they do at drama school to, learn to be what they are.
Yeah.
And they had the Frownies on in there, and they kind of were noting this is Dixie Dunbar learning not to frown with her Frownies, and so it's just basically spread word of mouth all throughout Hollywood. And that was kind of where it was known for a really long time.
So are you totally anti-Botox or not necessarily?
I am anti-Botox for myself, 100%.
Okay.
I know that it's kind of a controversial hot topic, and I understand why people do it. I get it. And I think skincare and I think your face and beauty, it's a very personal subject. It's like we live in this skin. It's what we show the world. And so people can feel a lot of pressure, especially women. So I understand, but I will never do Botox or filler. I think that for me, the research that I have done and, my health and wellness is really important to me. And I just can't justify putting something like that in my body. There's too many side effects and too many things that you'd have to be willing to take that risk. And I know a lot of people do, and I know most people are fine, but also in my position, and I interact very closely with our customers. And in hearing stories from them and people who've come to Frownies from Botox, who've become Botox resistant or who've had really horrible reactions, or even were using Botox, but they just weren't getting the results they wanted. And then they start with Frownies and they'll tell you, and I don't say this, we don't make these claims, but our customers, many of them are like, I used Botox and I didn't ever get the result that I get with Frownies.
You're joking.
No. And I mean, that sounds crazy, right?
Yes.
But
I'm looking at you and then it doesn't seem so crazy.
Well, some people's bodies metabolize Botox quickly, or, it maybe takes more than they're willing to get the result that they want. I will never do Botox or filler. But quite frankly, I also feel like, why would I?
Right. Well, and I just want to, full disclosure, Frownies is not a sponsor of the show. I'm not getting paid to do this interview, to interview you. I have just been fascinated by your brand. I feel like there's been an explosion around the area of face taping or Frownies. So I just thought this was interesting. And my audience, we're all very into holistic things. And so a lot of us, including myself, have kind of ditched Botox recently and are looking for alternatives. So for months, we've been back and forth trying to get you on the show because I just thought I want to hear more about this from the people that do it, because also I feel like I'm doing it wrong. So I just want all the tips. And I also am just fascinated by the business perspective. So there's so many avenues I want to go down with you today. First of all, you're 5th generation. So does that mean there's been 5 women in your family that have been acting CEO before you, or 4 others?
Yes. So my great-great-grandmother invented the product. Her daughter, Alice, worked in the business with her. My grandmother, who I was very close with, I didn't know the others, but my grandmother was the first generation I knew. Well, her mother, Alice, actually passed away in her 50s from a cancer. And so she mostly was raised by her grandmother, who invented Frownies.
Okay.
So she talks about, doing business with Grammy when she was a little girl and all these things. And she has all these great stories. Well, she has passed away since. She passed 96 years old a couple of years ago. But then my mother came in 2001, 2002, when my grandmother started getting older. And at that time, so Botox was made legal or approved for cosmetic use that same year. And there was this big article in Good Housekeeping magazine, Renee Rousseau, who is an actress. It was her 40th birthday. And she was on the cover, and it was Fabulous Over 40, all of Renee's beauty secrets. And we didn't know this at the time, but she used Frownies. And they put a 3-page spread in Good Housekeeping magazine. This was the cover article. We had no idea. And we were just a little small family, small Hollywood circle thing. And the phone started ringing off the hook, and my grandmother called and was like, I don't know what's going on. We're getting all these phone calls. And so we told her, well, the next time somebody calls, ask them where they're seeing it. And it was Good Housekeeping magazine.
Whoa.
So that was this initial explosion into more.
Okay.
At that time. Still, it was small, but it was a big thing. And with my grandmother getting older, it was a little much. So my mom kind of came in at that time and then expanded the product line and started getting involved.
So when it was your turn to step up, what did you want to do differently with the marketing and the direction of the company that your previous family members hadn't done? That you're I want to freshen things up. What was your big idea?
I came in 2020, and like I had said, I never envisioned myself to be a part, but the world was very different when I was a kid as compared to now. What I do now didn't exist.
Yeah.
And so my family, my siblings and I are actually the owners. I'm one of 5. It was passed to us from our grandmother. And I started looking at the company's social media. And I did social media on the side for my own little mom side hustle. And I had learned all the ins and outs of social, which is always changing all the time too. But I just took a look and I was like, oh gosh, this is a real business. And we need to do more with our social. This is not going to work. And so I thought when I was coming, I was like, oh, sure. I'll do some Instagram stories and just kind of get us up to speed a little bit. That was right around when Instagram Reels was being released. And obviously TikTok was a big deal in 2020. That was kind of the big explosion of TikTok. And I had someone send me a video personally right about when I started at Frownies, that it was a video on TikTok that I called the first Frownies TikTok, and it had over 2 million views. And I was like, oh, I don't want to be on TikTok. I don't want to do this. Opened the account, started the TikTok, and the very first video with 0 followers, the very first day, got over 60,000 views in 24 hours. And
that's
I was
amazing.
Whoa.
Immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space, every day getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA, we're relentless, we're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values, and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Again, you can go to tpusa.com where you can donate, make sure the conservative voice is still alive and well on campus, and also find out about our awesome events. A couple of them coming up, YWLS, the Young Women's Leadership Summit, coming up next month, which you cannot go to if you are a man, and also the Student Action Summit in Tampa the following month in July. You can find information for all of that at tpusa.com. You can also email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. We're getting fantastic pictures. I think we showed a picture yesterday from the email that was of Oakland and how disgusting and awful that was. But yeah, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We look forward to reading every last word in every single one of your emails. It's always a bright spot in the day. Without further ado, you know what day it is. It's Woke Wednesday. Thank you, Screaming Vest Lady. So this is not really woke necessarily. We've got some other funny woke videos. I just thought it was hilarious, and I wanted to bring it to you. This is Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who, I think that's her name, Democrat Congresswoman who is very much asleep in a committee hearing. Watch this video. It's like 4 seconds long.
Go back to work. Right, we need another source of healthcare. And
look, the only thing that could have made that worse is if her mouth was open. Because, look, if you're going to fall asleep at your job, and I'm not condoning this by any stretch of the imagination, especially for people in freaking U.S. Congress, if you're going to fall asleep at your job, do one of these, do the head thing. You can even put your head in your hand. Don't, for the, that's not, again, thank goodness for her mouth wasn't open, because then we'd just be having an even bigger field day. If you're going to fall asleep at work, do it the right way. Or how about if you're in freaking Congress, you don't fall asleep on the job. But I guess they're taking after their presidential predecessor, Joe Biden, who fell asleep in pretty much everything. Let me see. Set up this next clip. This is a woke. Now, I really want to ask one of our friend of the show, actually, I don't think he's ever been on this show, but a guy named James Lindsay, who is a fantastic guy, fantastic thinker, who, interestingly enough, was the first person that really, really reiterated it over and over again. Marxists lie. That's just what they do. And what I'd like to ask him is whether or not the type of person who becomes a Marxist is the type of person that lies inherently. So that's kind of one and the same. Or is it that when you become a Marxist, you're okay with lying because rules aren't even a thing that you think about anymore? I would wonder which of those two things are. So all that to be said, here is a clip of me. I'm not trying to push my own stuff, but it is I don't know, this is just a funny clip, and I thought you should see it. This was last Friday at UCR, University of California, Riverside, at the Charlie Kirk event. I was asking some students about their experiences, and then I was told this story with serious tones, with a serious face, by a guy who was clearly lying. Watch this.
They were arrested and detained by police, and currently, as we know...
Well, did they do anything illegal?
No, they haven't.
They were just standing around and then got arrested?
Yeah, that's pretty much what they told. They weren't, read their Miranda rights. They weren't...
Well, how do you know that? Have you talked to them since their arrest?
Yeah.
How did you do that? Were they released?
No, they texted me. They texted me with their phone in their...
They got their phone from the police? Huh? How did they do that?
I don't know, but they were just saying, yo, I got detained, and they were like, what the hell? And then they just sent a picture of them inside the police car.
I don't know if I believe you on that. Somebody got arrested and then texted you after they were arrested, but they weren't released yet. I just have a hard time believing that. You know, we together need to find the cops that just arrested this poor person from standing on the sidewalk and then gave him his phone back inexplicably, allowed him to text his friends, but didn't release him, and then forgot to read him his Miranda rights, obviously. We need to find those cops and hold them accountable, because that is, well, it's a completely made-up story, so all of that is a joke. Jussie Smollett must be so proud of this kid. I want to make sure we get full time for this. Play this next Woke Wednesday clip. I know this is a Throwdown Thursday kind of clip, but I think it's obviously perpetrated by a woke, so it fits in here today. Play that clip 1.
Let's bring the purple hair jihadi up. Come on up. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Wait, I just have one question for you. No. Why does your face look like that?
I'm sorry.
Why does your face look like that?
Are you're the one saying that to me?
Yeah. And what about it?
What is a woman?
Dude, you're ugly as shit. You get no. And you look like that. Why does your face look like that? And the woman that was up here before, she was right when she said your mom missed her abortion date because... And you look trans too. I just had to say that, yeah.
That's enough of that. That's pretty much what it there. The purple-haired jihadi. I love that. Also, great argument. If you're arguing a substance and truth over topics and policies that matter, call the other person ugly, and generally people will agree with you more. And lastly, I thought that was hilarious. She looked at Riley and said, "You look trans." As if that's an insult. I thought we were supposed to celebrate the trans people. I didn't know that's also an insult. Okay, interesting. What color is the sky in your world, young lady, or young they? I don't want to assume her gender. That's going to do it with us here at Turning Point tonight, but Charlie's going to take us out. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Lots to cover today. We are so blessed to be here in Phoenix, Arizona, while President Trump is barnstorming the Middle East, because I can analyze and watch everything that's happening here. I can look at it and think about it, because President Donald Trump is on quite a pace right now. Understand, President Donald Trump flew all the way through the night. He flew from Washington, D.C. to Saudi Arabia. He rested for 90 minutes at the local Ritz Hotel, got back into the motorcade, went to the Saudi palace, met with officials, world leaders. Every CEO on the planet is there in Saudi Arabia. And then President Trump had to go give a long speech in front of all these people and then go do a royal dinner all in one day. It's basically a 40-hour day. And honestly, President Trump, for him, that's nothing considering what he did during this last election. What he did during that, he did not sleep for the last 3 days during the last election. And there were many days where he did not sleep at all. And again, the easy contrast, but it's worthy to keep on mentioning and noticing. The last president could not do this. When Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia, he went and fist bumped Mohammed bin Salman and took a day and a half off before the first meeting. You see, President Donald Trump is recalibrating the world geopolitical order for the better. He's recalibrating the Middle East to look to the West. As we mentioned yesterday, those three countries, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, like them or not like them, understand Saudi Arabia was involved, many of them 9/11 hijackers. Qatar, a lot of people are upset with what they may or may not be doing with Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. That's not what this trip is about. This trip is about the macro picture. Which way do we want these increasingly wealthy and powerful kingdoms to point? Do we want them to point towards America and our value system? Or do we want them to point towards the Chinese Communist Party? And understand, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, he is being very smart in how he's sophisticating the finances of Saudi Arabia. It's more than just oil. It's more than just petroleum. They have a remarkably ambitious sovereign wealth fund. They've invested in artificial intelligence tremendously. The Saudi investment fund, very successful, and they are now investing in America, which we want. Donald Trump is going to come home with trillions of dollars of investment to the United States of America. Trillions of dollars of investment in factories and plants to our home country. But let's go a level deeper. President Trump, by the way, just finished an amazing day in Qatar, in Doha, where they announced they're going to go buy nearly 200 Boeing planes. Big deal for American jobs. They're going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into America. But I want to analyze President Trump's speech in Saudi Arabia. The typical speech that would be given if George W. Bush would have went there, or if Barack Obama, would have been a lot different. It would have been finger wagging. It would have been, we are here to go reorganize the Middle East to our liking. Now, look, we've been very clear on this program. We're not a fan of Mohammedanism at all. We stand, for example, with Israel against the barbarians that oppose civilization. But we also know as a country, we have limitations. We must have the prudence to know that our own country has immediate concerns, and that going to the Middle East and shaming Saudi Arabia would do us no good. Now, ironically, this is what's so delicious about all this, is that we are going to Europe and shaming them, but we're not going to the Middle East and shaming their customs. And I actually think it's very smart, because Europe is not living up to their own standard. They're not. Europe is not living up to the standard of free speech and democracy and the rule of law. They're raiding people's homes for bad social media posts. A gentler touch, a more friendly touch in the Middle East with these actors will make the next Abraham Accords more likely, will allow us to ice out the malicious actors of Iran and Hamas in the Middle East, and will then turn that capital towards markets that we favor. And President Trump, he was in rare form yesterday, giving a morally clear speech about how we want the Middle East to be about technology, not terrorism. We want the Middle East to be about investment and purpose. For years, our leaders put America last. And in the process, they caused untold destruction in the Middle East. Just ask the people of Iraq or Syria or Libya what America last meant for their countries. President Donald Trump, 279, play it.
So many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about, a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East.
And let me also tell you the brilliance of what President Trump is doing. This is a long-term American partnership. Look, you might say the lefties, they're so short-sighted. Oh, Saudi Arabia is going to be irrelevant because we're transitioning away from petroleum to green energy. First of all, how are you going to power all your AI data centers? How are you going to have ChatGPT and quantum computing with solar panels? Do you understand the remarkable amount of energy it takes to run just a singular AI data center? One conversation with ChatGPT requires 10 times more energy than a simple Google search. One. And more people are using AI than ever before. So in fact, the Middle East is going to be more important as to LNG, petroleum-based, quick, high combustible energy for the AI renaissance that we're going to be entering. But a level deeper than that. One of the most important things, and President Trump knows this, is he's investing in the future, is that with the Saudis and the Qataris and the Emiratis, so you have the Emir of Qatar, you got Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, and you got Mohammed bin Zayed in the United Arab Emirates. Those are the three major actors. These are monarchies. These are not democracies. These are monarchies. They'll be led by the same men 20, 30, maybe 50 years from now. If we forge strong relationships with them, they could last a very long time. And some people say, oh, Charlie, we shouldn't be cozying up to all these people. Time out. What we want them to do is to grow closer to deals like the Abraham Accords, Western values, because if we do not engage with this part of the world, they will go to Beijing. And that will be bad for the planet and bad for humanity.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
We're extremely honored to have you here. We're very excited, very happy. It's a historic visit. And I don't know if you know that you are the first American president to officially to visit Qatar. Right? So we're very honored. We're very honored.
Well, I have to say that we've been friends for a long time. Hard to believe, right? Remember that first meeting very well. And we've liked each other and we've worked with each other. And now we can work in the highest capacity. It's been a very loyal, great, beautiful friendship. I've come this afternoon to talk about the bright future of the Middle East, but first let me begin by sharing the abundance of good news from a place called America. In less than 4 months, our new administration has achieved more than most other administrations accomplish in 4 years or even 8 years. We've actually done, for the most part, more. In addition to purchases of $142 billion of American-made military equipment by our great Saudi partners, the largest ever. This week there are multi-billion-dollar commercial deals with Amazon, Oracle, AMD. They're all here. Uber, Qualcomm, Johnson & Johnson, and many, many more. For many years, we were taken advantage of by other countries and the drug companies. It turned out that we were paying, and sometimes you saw 10 times more for the same drug. Same drug, same company, same plant where they make it, laboratory. And it got to a point where I said, we're not going to do this anymore. After so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about, a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East. One of the things I think that could be most exciting for us and also for China is that we're trying to open up China because, as you know, many years ago we opened up the USA. Now it's time for China to open up, and that's part of our deal. And we're going to open up China. The gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad. The birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves.
Inflation was down, way down in the CPI report today, and it was a month, April, where we had about 20 billion in tariffs. And the story that everybody's been saying is, those tariffs are going to cause prices to go way up.
And most importantly for the people in this room, the days of economic misery under the last administration are rapidly giving way to the greatest economy in the history of the world. We are rocking. The United States is the hottest country, with the exception of your country, I have to say, right? I'm not going to take that on. No, Mohammed, I'm not going to take that on. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing if I made that full statement? But I will not do it. You're hotter. At least as long as I'm up here, you're hotter.
But tariff revenue was up in April, even though prices were down. And so all of the things that people were saying about Trump's policies that were harmful are not coming true because President Trump's right. He knows how to make a golden age.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show, live from the Bitcoin.com studio. Buy, sell, manage Bitcoin, all in one place at Bitcoin.com. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Lots to cover today. We are so blessed to be here in Phoenix, Arizona, while President Trump is barnstorming the Middle East, because I can analyze and watch everything that's happening here. I can look at it and think about it, because President Donald Trump is on quite a pace right now. Understand, President Donald Trump flew all the way through the night. He flew from Washington, D.C. to Saudi Arabia. He rested for 90 minutes at the local Ritz Hotel, got back into the motorcade, went to the Saudi palace, met with officials, world leaders. Every CEO on the planet is there in Saudi Arabia. And then President Trump had to go give a long speech in front of all these people and then go do a royal dinner all in one day. It's basically a 40-hour day. And honestly, President Trump, for him, that's nothing, considering what he did during this last election. What he did he did not sleep for the last 3 days during the last election, and there were many days where he did not sleep at all. And again, the easy contrast, but it's worthy to keep on mentioning and noticing. The last president could not do this. When Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia, he went and fist-bumped Mohammed bin Salman and took a day and a half off before the first meeting. You see, President Donald Trump is recalibrating the world geopolitical order for the better. He's recalibrating the Middle East to look to the West. As we mentioned yesterday, those three countries, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, like them or not like them, understand Saudi Arabia was involved, many of them 9/11 hijackers. Qatar, a lot of people are upset with what they may or may not be doing with Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. That's not what this trip is about. This trip is about the macro picture. Which way do we want these increasingly wealthy and powerful kingdoms to point? Do we want them to point towards America and our value system, or do we want them to point towards the Chinese Communist Party? And understand, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, he is being very smart in how he's sophisticating the finances of Saudi Arabia. It's more than just oil. It's more than just petroleum. They have a remarkably ambitious sovereign wealth fund. They've invested in artificial intelligence tremendously. The Saudi investment fund, very successful, and they are now investing in America, which we want. Donald Trump is going to come home with trillions of dollars of investment to the United States of America. Trillions of dollars of investment in factories and plants to our home country. But let's go a level deeper. President Trump, by the way, just finished an amazing day in Qatar, in Doha, where they announced they're going to go buy nearly 200 Boeing planes. Big deal for American jobs. They're going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into America. But I want to analyze President Trump's speech in Saudi Arabia. The typical speech that would be given if George W. Bush would have went there, or if Barack Obama, would have been a lot different. It would have been finger wagging. It would have been, we are here to go reorganize the Middle East to our liking. Now, look, we've been very clear on this program. We're not a fan of Mohammedism at all. We stand, for example, with Israel against the barbarians that oppose civilization. But we also know, as a country, we have limitations. We must have the prudence to know that our own country has immediate concerns, and that going to the Middle East and shaming Saudi Arabia would do us no good. Now, ironically, this is what's so delicious about all this, is that we are going to Europe and shaming them, but we're not going to the Middle East and shaming their customs. And I actually think it's very smart, because Europe is not living up to their own standard. They're not. Europe is not living up to the standard of free speech and democracy and the rule of law. They're raiding people's homes for bad social media posts. A gentler touch, a more friendly touch in the Middle East with these actors will make the next Abraham Accords more likely, will allow us to ice out the malicious actors of Iran and Hamas in the Middle East, and will then turn that capital towards markets that we favor. And President Trump, he was in rare form yesterday, giving a morally clear speech about how we want the Middle East to be about technology, not terrorism. We want the Middle East to be about investment and purpose. For years, our leaders put America last. And in the process, they caused untold destruction in the Middle East. Just ask the people of Iraq or Syria or Libya what America last meant for their countries. President Donald Trump, 279, play it.
So many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about, a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East.
And let me also tell you the brilliance of what President Trump is doing. This is a long-term American partnership. Look, you might say the lefties, they're so short-sighted. Oh, Saudi Arabia is going to be irrelevant because we're transitioning away from petroleum to green energy. First of all, how are you going to power all your AI data centers? How are you going to have ChatGPT and quantum computing with solar panels? Do you understand the remarkable amount of energy it takes to run just a singular AI data center? One conversation with ChatGPT requires 10 times more energy than a simple Google search. One. And more people are using AI than ever before. So in fact, the Middle East is going to be more important as to LNG, petroleum-based, quick, high combustible energy for the AI renaissance that we're going to be entering. But a level deeper than that. One of the most important things, and President Trump knows this, is he's investing in the future, is that with the Saudis and the Qataris and the Emiratis, so you have the Emir of Qatar, you got Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, and you got Mohammed bin Zayed in the United Arab Emirates. Those are the three major actors. These are monarchies. These are not democracies. These are monarchies. They'll be led by the same men 20, 30, maybe 50 years from now. If we forge strong relationships with them, they could last a very long time. And some people say, oh, Charlie, we shouldn't be cozying up to all these people. Time out. What we want them to do is to grow closer to deals like the Abraham Accords, Western values, because if we do not engage with this part of the world, they will go to Beijing. And that will be bad for the planet and bad for humanity. President Donald Trump touts the investment. By the way, has the media been covering this? I mean, I got to look at I got Wall Street Journal. I'll read it in a second. But the New York Times, emboldened president jumps ethical barriers. That's their lead. Officers say Gaza near starvation. Trump will lift sanctions on devastated Syria. That is big. No, that's a big deal. He should do that, by the way. But the amount of investment that President Trump is announcing, this is like a stimulus package. I want you to understand what's happening here. The amount of investment that President Trump is announcing is the equivalent, if not more, than the big Obama stimulus. Do you remember the Obama stimulus back in 2010, 2009? It was heralded by the media. $800 billion stimulus, and we're going to build bridges, and we're going to build roads, and we're going to build solar panels. President Donald Trump is coming back with a foreign stimulus in America without an act of Congress, without going into debt, without borrowing, without having to mortgage future generations. Let's play cut 278, please.
In addition to purchases of $142 billion of American-made military equipment by our great Saudi partners, the largest ever, this week there are multi-billion-dollar commercial deals with Amazon, Oracle, AMD. They're all here. Uber, Qualcomm, Johnson & Johnson, and many, many more.
And I'm going to build this out further because I know a lot of people in Saudi Arabia right now. I know them in Riyadh, and I know the deals that are happening, and I'm getting kind of text messages about kind of what's happening. And without going into some of those details, because it's not that private, but what's really awesome is what President Trump has done is he's created almost a mini Olympics vibe. This is the place to be. If you're not here, you're missing out. And all the deals are happening within like this 4-day window. Boom. Yes, I'll open up that plant and facility. Yes, I will expand that AI data center in Sacramento. And what he's done is he's brought everyone in the room, and the Chinese are iced out. They are iced out. What you are seeing is an optimistic economic Olympics of where all the power brokers of the economy are being soft social pressured into investing in America. I'll explain more after the break. What do we have, guys? Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is amazing. Patriot Mobile is wonderful. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while. You probably already know that for years. They've stood in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. They're the real deal. So let me ask the question. Have you switched to Patriot Mobile yet? If the answer is no, I have to ask why. Are you worried about coverage? Well, don't be. Patriot Mobile is one of the few cell phone providers that operates on all 3 major networks. Maybe you haven't joined Patriot Mobile because you think that switching is painful. Well, you're wrong. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by Patriot Mobile. Be right back.
Newsflash, Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
Okay, everybody. As you know, Y-Refi was the supporter of our brilliant campus tour. I want to play a recap of the viral campus tour here. Incredible. Let's play cut 341, brought to you by YRefi.com. 341. A woman.
Anyone who identifies as a woman.
I get asked by Democrats all the time, Charlie, why did we lose the election? We want a country based on content and merit, you are a perfect reminder why we won in November. So thank you for that. The American left in one picture. They are intolerant, they are mean, they are ugly on the inside, and they are losing, and we are winning in this country, everybody. YRefi.com. They made it all possible. Private student loan debt relief. YRefi.com may not be available in all 50 states. Be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. So let me try my best to explain this. In business, so many deals are done in person when there is a sense of camaraderie. So much of business is actually not just looking at numbers. It's vibe. As Gen Z, there's a lot of Gen Z lingo I don't like, but the best Gen Z word is aura. It's actually a very good word. There is an aura to people. There's a vibe. There's an energy. There is a feel. And President Trump has completely changed the aura around America. And again, I'm peripherally here. I'm here in Phoenix. I'm not in Saudi Arabia, but I know a lot of people right on the front lines. They say, Charlie, the business flow and the velocity towards America is unlike anything we've ever seen. So what's happening in Saudi Arabia, President Trump is the power center of the planet. So President Trump goes to Saudi Arabia, and all of a sudden people fly in from Rome, from France, from Bangkok, from Kuala Lumpur, from Singapore, from the Philippines. They fly in from Australia. Anyone that wants to deploy capital, all of a sudden they come, and President Trump convenes them in Saudi Arabia. There is probably $1 trillion of new investment coming to America that is not going to make the New York Times, that we don't even want to know, that we're not going to know about. Just, okay, we'll do another 100 million here. We'll do another, 200 million here. We'll do $1 billion here. And that adds up. Someone's overall vibe, their energy, or their cool factor, which President Trump has, is essentially a compliment, signifying that someone is perceived as effortlessly stylish, confident, and suave. That is the definition of aura. And I think President Trump definitely has it. You see, pre-Trump, people just talked about America inevitably becoming more liberal. And just think about it. Everyone was wearing masks, and you had to have social distancing, and Biden was so negative, and our borders were open, and we were being invaded, and then we had the Russia-Ukraine stuff, and we had October 7th. It was just negative, gut punch after gut punch, and we're getting a little window into the convocation of the power brokers of the planet. And President Trump intentionally and sometimes unintentionally just brings these people together. For example, if you saw him with Mohammed bin Salman yesterday on the B-roll camera, President Trump was talking to Patrick Soon-Shiong, who actually we're going to have on the program in June, who's multi-billionaire, medical innovator. He was talking to Sam Altman. Fine. What I'm saying, though, is that if you count all, that's some great B-roll. It wasn't just that he was sitting down with Mohammed bin Salman and talking about hawks, which, by the way, they're very big into birds there. It wasn't just they were talking about, what kind of birds that they're buying or what kind of planes. No, this was a convocation of the power brokers of the planet, and they all drew that to that. And deep down, what they're saying is, man, we don't want to do business with the Chinese. You see, that is the untold secret. The untold secret that none of the financial elite here, and I'm reading all these ridiculous newspapers, is that deep down, every one of these business leaders prefers to do business in a free society versus the Chinese Communist Party. And they've been wanting an excuse to invest in this country. President Donald Trump's gravitational force is undeniable. They all want to be in President Trump's orbit, and they have capital. And so there will be now trillions of dollars of stimulus funding coming to America, but it's more than that. Understand the goodwill that President Trump is building. Do you understand the enormity of how seriously they take as a compliment for President Trump early in his term to visit Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia? That makes them as leaders look very, very good. That makes them as the emir look honored. It keeps him popular with his people. It keeps him popular with his sheiks. That is the first U.S. president ever to visit Qatar. And honestly, good for him for doing it. I know everyone has complaints. That's not what this is about, okay? You got to think more macro here. This helps him domestically. Qatar is sitting on one of the largest LNG reserves on the planet. And now, by the way, if we want to ice out Iran, we could pick up the phone, and the Qataris are very much now in our debt. Would we rather be in the debt to Qataris, or would we rather the Qataris be in debt to us? Let's play cut 340, please.
Too many American presidents have been afflicted with the notion that it's our job to look into the souls of foreign leaders and use U.S. policy to dispense justice for their sins. It is God's job to sit in judgment, my job to defend America and to promote the fundamental interest of stability, prosperity, and peace. That's
the Trump doctrine. And by the way, I did write the book, The MAGA Doctrine. People, they don't forget it, but it was 5 years ago. It's still very applicable. This is the MAGA doctrine at play. The MAGA doctrine is an outstretched hand of friendship, and then one hand of $1 trillion defense budget. In the other hand, it's carrot and stick diplomacy, while always resolutely putting America first. But the vibe of the business owners right now is remarkable. It is real. And all the smart money is coming back to this country. Mark Halperin joins us next.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is on the second leg of his Middle East tour after touching down in Qatar earlier this morning. He's already signed a joint agreement for Qatar to buy more planes from the U.S.-based Boeing company. And later today, he's scheduled to participate in a state dinner at Qatar's Lusail Palace. But away from the public eye, the president and Qatari leaders spent several hours today talking and negotiating in private.
I think after signing these documents, we are going to another level of relationship between Qatar and the United States. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out.
President Trump also making headlines this morning before arriving in Qatar by meeting with Syria's president. That meeting came less than 24 hours after the commander-in-chief announced cessation of sanctions against Syria. And just into our newsroom moments ago, the White House is out with more details about President Trump's meeting with Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Mr. Trump urged al-Sharaa to diplomatically recognize Israel. He also encouraged him to, quote, tell all foreign terrorists to leave Syria. Other challenges to Syria's new regime will be to help the U.S. stop any resurgence of the Islamic State and to assume responsibility for over a dozen detention centers that are holding some 9,000 suspected ISIS members. The prisons in question are run by U.S.-backed and Kurdish-led forces. Last month, those groups agreed that all Syrian border crossings with Iraq and Turkey, along with airports and oil fields in the northeastern part of the country, would be brought under the central government's control by the end of this year. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Is a terrific person. He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock.
Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. What is our partner, guys? I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile, then we have the great Mark Halperin joining us. You probably heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. You already know that for years they've stood in the gap while every American believes that freedom is worth fighting for. Well, they are the real deal. So let me ask you a question. Have you switched to Patriot Mobile yet? And if the answer is no, then I have to ask you why. Patriot Mobile is one of the few cell phone service providers that operates on all three major networks. That's why they offer a coverage guarantee that others can't. Or maybe you haven't joined Patriot Mobile because you're thinking that making the switch is painful. I'm here to tell you it's not. In fact, it's easy. No need to spend hours in a retail store waiting your turn. Simply call Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based service team from the comfort of your own home or office, and they'll have you activated in minutes. Still locked in a contract? Not a problem. Patriot Mobile's contract buyout program covers up to $500 per advice. Don't wait. Do it today. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Get a free month of service. Patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Portion of this program are brought to you in part by Patriot Mobile. Joining us now is Mark Halperin, one of my favorite guests. Mark, thank you for taking the time. I believe I'm coming on your show tomorrow. So we
I'm glad to be here and grateful to you for coming on. Bill Clinton used to joke that when he grew up in Arkansas, the only way people could make money was by taking everybody would take in each other's wash and do everybody's laundry. So I like a world where I'm on your show and you're on mine. I'm grateful to you.
Reciprocity. So,
Exactly.
there's some reciprocal here. So
Exactly.
you had a really powerful newsletter this morning. I want to read from it because I thought it was beautifully written. Trump's Tuesday speech in Saudi Arabia, you wrote in your newsletter, which shockingly gets almost zero coverage in the American media, was one for the ages, with some observers not unreasonably calling it extraordinary, and some supporters saying it was one of the best and most important addresses by a U.S. president in many years. It warrants your time to watch it in full if you have not, to understand Trump's unusual and distinctive worldview. Mark, why was it so unusual, distinctive, and arguably extraordinary?
President Trump has a different attitude about national security, foreign policy, and America's role in the world than the establishment presidents who preceded him. There are bits of it that are Reagan-esque in terms of his philosophy, bits that may be like Bush 41 or Bush 43, maybe a little even like, dare say it, Barack Obama or Bill Clinton. but it's distinctive and it matches the aspirations of his movement, which is what propelled him into office. I think that I call it as a bumper sticker. I call it speak loudly and carry a small stick, but a stick that you'll use effectively. He doesn't want foreign entanglements, and he's, unlike his predecessors and his successor, he did not put American troops on the ground in mass numbers in a way that not just imperiled the lives and treasures of Americans, but America's credibility around the world. I think he has a pretty keen understanding of what's possible. And the MAGA movement they want America to be feared, respected. They want America to be ready to defend our national interests, but they don't want extended ground wars. They don't want unwinnable entry to unwinnable conflicts. And they want to partner with people in a way that makes the lives of Americans and other countries better. I looked at the speech yesterday as the kind of the Middle East equivalent of the landmark speech Vice President Vance gave in Europe, saying to these countries, like, forget the past, forget the status quo, forget the expectations that we've all been locked into. Let's think anew about making the planet better, even if we have to make some hard choices or choices that offend some people. And that's not what previous presidents said. And again, it's a reflection of the MAGA movement.
And so I'm sure you get this question a lot, but you say here it's basically being ignored by the media. Is that just typical we hate Trump media bias? We don't want to give him credit.
Yeah. We talked about that on 2A this morning because I'll pat myself in the back. I'm a very sophisticated student of the media and of how they cover presidents and how they cover this president. It is always the case that foreign trips don't get covered as much as any White House thinks it will or thinks it should.
That's so interesting. I wouldn't have thought
always
that.
the case.
Yep, keep going.
The time zones are different, right? The American people, it's quite clear, just aren't as interested in foreign stories as they are stories at home. They don't see the relevance of it. So we get all caught up in the photo ops and who's in the room. I thought the photo op of the receiving line that the president did with the Saudi leader was one of the most interesting pieces of television I've seen. I was spellbound, but most people don't care. So that's part of it. There's hostility to covering anything that's favorable to Donald Trump, and I think the trip's going well so far. But I'm baffled. I raised the question with my colleagues, Sean and Dan, on the morning meeting. Like, I don't get why there's so low coverage. I woke up thinking it would be the lead story in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal. I thought they'd do a lot of quoting of experts about what this means, but it was crickets. Same on most of cable TV, most of the news. They're covering, the various trials and sports and other things. So I can't really adequately explain it, although I will say this. It was filled with news. It was filled with insight into how President Trump sees the world. And I think for some news organizations, that's just a little too subtle.
So, but there's something more macro going on here, where President Trump is trying to recalibrate how America operates in this region. And he made no qualms about criticizing and critiquing the foreign Republican orthodoxy, which goes to the second element of your wonderful newsletter that I want to highlight, that all within a span of like 48 hours, President Donald Trump criticizes neoconservatism, which is just like reckless warmongering, while also domestically signing a favored nations clause for prescription drugs. This is not a Republican like we've ever seen before. Kind of get us into the psychology of the people around Trump, what's driving some of these decisions, the worldview behind it, and just also if the media even cared to just cover the profundity of it all. We've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah. I think the main way to think about it is if you said to Donald Trump, it's never been done like that before, or Republicans have never done this before, he'll say, great, not the way some of these advisors mean it, like, well, we've not done this before. I'll say it was true in the Clinton White House, too. They had the same, when they came in originally, they had the same outsider attitude. And people in the establishment White House press corps, and I was new to the White House press corps, they'd say to the Clinton folks, well, it's never been done like this. And the Clinton people would say, good. And that's the attitude this administration has, maybe even more so than in the first term, because they know more and they know the sands of the hourglass are going by fast. I think that this is arguably the biggest mistake the media makes about covering Donald Trump, because they're constantly characterizing the things he's for as red meat for the extreme MAGA base. He's generally for popular things, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you could argue that's what presidents and people in public office should be. Presidents in the past have known the American people think They pay way too much for prescription drugs, sometimes a shocking price tag, but always higher than people pay in other countries. And so President Trump, again, the details are not fleshed out. It may not work, but President Trump has had the courage, unlike his predecessors, to say to Big Pharma, sorry, time's up. Time's up for you to charge Americans way more than anybody else. Time's up for you to use lobbying and campaign donations and negative ads to intimidate politicians. If this were Barack Obama, that story would have been covered like he was a hero, and it wasn't. But it's dramatic change. Same with the Middle East. You know, Donald Trump is not afraid to do new things, and he's not afraid to do things and then change his mind. Again, the press and his detractors characterize that as chaos and backing down and weakness or a lack of focus or planning. Donald Trump's fine to say on Monday, you know what, I'm going to build lemonade stands on every block. Every block's going to have a lemonade stand built by the federal government. And then he's fine to on Friday to say, yeah, you know, we're not going to build lemonade stands because something's happened in the interim that's made him say we don't need lemonade stands built on every block by the government. He's fine with that. And he and his people, they don't care if the press theater criticisms that and says, oh, my God, what a disaster this is.
The trip will continue then through Qatar to United Arab Emirates. You said something very smart where Trump has things baked in and wins that were ready to go. Based on your reporting and your sourcing, have we seen the entirety of the baked-in wins? And what are you hearing about a potential detour to Istanbul?
Right. So on every president, when you plan a foreign trip, you have what are called deliverables, which are negotiated by the staff in advance because you don't want to make it up on the fly. And you want to be able to say it was worth the taxpayers' money. It was worth the president's time to go on this trip because we've got these things. Most of the deliverables we know are coming, and some have already come from Saudi, are investment commitments. Now, they're a little nebulous to say what counts as an investment. And we've seen in the past, particularly from this region, folks making commitments that don't come through.
That is legitimate. You're right.
Yeah. So there'll be some of that, and some of it we'll be able to tell with a trained eye is more real than others. But there are other rumors. My prediction, based just on body language, is maybe we'll see Abraham Accord 2. Maybe we'll see a peace deal of some sort between Saudi Arabia and Israel, even though the president's not currently planning to go to Israel. So I would be surprised if there weren't some additional deliverable that is out of the blue. Because Donald Trump is a showman and he knows he needs to feed the beast every day with something interesting. And we've seen that so far in the first day in Saudi. We'll see what comes. In terms of going to Turkey, if Putin really goes, and I don't think he will, and we're 24 hours away here or less, but if Putin went, I think the president would be tempted to go and the Secret Service would find it crazy and nuts, but I think he'd be tempted to go.
He'll say, come on, let's do it.
Yeah, but if Putin doesn't go, and again, my sense is Putin won't go. He sent Secretary Rubio and some other senior officials. I think that'll be sufficient. It does, whether Putin goes or not. The drift of this of the last 10 days has been Putin is the obstacle more than Zelensky.
That's right.
And so the president's going to have to figure out if Putin doesn't go, with Zelensky saying he'd go, and the president's urging the talks to take place, even though. They to get that, they had to drop the precondition of a ceasefire before talks, which is what Zelensky has wanted. The U.S. and Europe have been supportive of. I think we're going to finally reach maybe not the last moment of truth, but a pretty significant one, where the president's going to have to say Putin doesn't really seem to want to actually end the war. Okay, if that's the case, if we've reached that conclusion, what are our options? And the options aren't great, but that's when the president will have to say, are we walking away or doing something else?
Well, that's it. And just 1 minute remaining, Mark, and thank you for your time on this, which is I think Putin is playing the domestic American political card because I think he knows that the appetite for more American funding for the war is at zero. So I think that's his ace in the hole. Would you agree with that analysis?
I agree that he had reason to think that. That's where public opinion is. That's where the president has been. But it's going to be a moment of truth. Now, as you know, in the last couple of weeks, the U.S. has sent some additional military capability to Ukraine. The Europeans might step in, and Putin might be surprised that if Americans won't do it, the Europeans will. So I think it's complicated, but sanctions seem like a possibility, and maybe a combination of sanctions and European military aid might be used to try to create a different condition. But there's no doubt that the thing about Putin and Xi and Netanyahu, and Netanyahu's in a different category, but for the purpose of my what I'm about to say, they're the same. They understand American politics really well, and they know how to leverage the limits on any president, including this one, of public opinion for what they can do to try to deal with a thorny international problem.
That's right. Stay right there, Mark. We have you for another segment. I want to dive into this idea. Will Republicans vote to raise taxes on the wealthy? It's a very interesting topic that I think you are uniquely positioned to help us navigate. Relief Factor, living with everyday pain is like having a voice that always says, no, you can't do that. No, you can't. Don't play your favorite sport. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can help you get back to living the life you want. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Whether it's back, neck, joint, or muscles, Relief Factor can help you as it has for so many others. So give Relief Factors through a quick start a try. It's only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com, less than $1 a day. Just go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So call 1-800-4RELIEF. See how with less pain, see how you can live with less pain. Go yes to more of everything you want, ReliefFactor.com. Mark Halperin continues after the break. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have our Student Action Summit and our Young Women's Leadership Summit coming up this summer. Let's play our promo for the Young Women's Leadership Summit coming up in Dallas, Texas. Play cut 51, please. That is tpusa.com/YWLS. We have remarkable speakers there. We have Tulsi Gabbard. We have a lot of people that are coming. We have my wife, Erica, Alex Clark, Alina Habba, Secretary Brooke Rollins. We have Ali B. Stuckey, Riley Gaines, Dana Lash, and more. It's YWLS2025.com or tpusa.com/YWLS. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here with Mark Halperin. Okay, Mark, so do you think there's any chance that the Republican Congress is going to agree to raise taxes on the wealthy from 37% to 40%? It's in Trump's budget proposal. Mark, what's going on here?
Well, this is another thing that would be brilliant politics, I think. Steve Bannon thinks it would be brilliant politics. He tried to get Trump to do this in the first term. Newt Gingrich, who's also very smart and very influential with the president, thinks it's a horrible idea, and most Republicans in Congress do. So I don't think it'll happen. You know, my view as an analyst, I'm not advocating either way, but as an analyst, there's nothing magical about what the top rate should be, right? What anybody's rate should be, whatever income bracket you're in. So I get that Republicans kind of have a biblical opposition to anybody's taxes ever going up. But there's two strong arguments for it. One is it takes away the Democrats' main argument, which polls suggest has some effectiveness, that Republicans are trying to cut taxes for the wealthiest to pay for, and to pay for cutting social programs to pay for tax cuts for the wealthiest. And second, it makes the math add up a lot easier for Republicans to come in under the necessary budget restraints to try to do some deficit and debt reduction. So I think the stronger argument on the politics and the substance is to let the top rate for the wealthiest rise, but there's a lot of opposition to it. So we've seen the president take pretty much every position for it, against it, and then open to it if Republicans want to do it. And that was his last public comment. I don't think it's going to happen. But again, I agree with Steve Bannon. The politics of it seem obvious to me.
We're about to enter into major reconciliation negotiation mode. You've covered these many times. What the president has now put forward his official budget request. There's going to be all sorts of reconciliation meetings. What is a timeline you think we can expect? And what are one or two elements of this reconciliation debate that you think the media is missing that you have your eye on?
Well, this is boring to most people. It does affect everybody's taxes and what the government will spend money on. So it's important. But the process of it is not that great. I will say, as an aside, one of the, I think, undercovered brilliant Trump branding things is calling it one big, beautiful bill. Because I think for most people, that seems more understandable than reconciliation. It's true. So I'd say to delve a little bit into the process, Congress never acts unless it absolutely has to, and sometimes not even then. They need what's called a forcing mechanism. And we're still waiting to find out exactly when the government will run out of money, where the debt ceiling has to be raised, another boring process thing, but one that's super powerful. And I think an undercovered portion is the president and the speaker and the Senate leader have gotten their members of Congress to agree Republicans are going to raise the debt ceiling without getting Democratic votes, because Democrats won't vote for this big, beautiful bill, the reconciliation bill. So that's one thing, is when is that deadline? Because until we have that deadline, everybody's going to want to continue to negotiate and bargain. And then second is you have to please everybody. And there's some people, like people who want the so-called SALT, state and local tax deduction, changed, who say they're absolutely not going to vote for it unless they get exactly what they want. At some point, the speaker, the president, and the Senate leader need to get in a room with these folks or on the phone with them and say, this is as good as it gets. We have slim majorities in both chambers. You have to vote for it. So I think the question is, who are the holdouts who aren't going to listen and, at the what they want to be the final moment to that argument, and really are willing to take the country and the party over a cliff? There are some going to be like that. And we just don't know who those are yet. So those are the two things I'm watching: is when's the actual deadline, and which people amongst the 30 or so in both chambers who say there are holdouts unless they get exactly what they want, which ones actually have, pardon the metaphor, suicide vests strapped to their bodies and are willing to pull the cord if they don't get what they want.
In closing here, about a minute remaining, you are constantly looking to see if the political gravity will apply to President Trump. What one or two things are you keeping your eye on that might, let's just say, make this anti-gravity machine known as the Trump decade-long political movement come back down to earth?
Yeah. Well, next year would be the midterms, and whether he can keep the majorities, probably can keep the Senate. And I'm more bullish on the House than a lot of people, including some people in the White House, who are very worried about losing the majority there. And of course, losing the majority is everything, because the Democrats with the gavel can do investigations and impeachment, et cetera. I think in the shorter term, before November of 26, two things I'm watching. One is, can he not be hampered by the Supreme Court? We still don't have any decisive decisions, but a lot of the stuff he's doing now is very dramatic, very change-oriented. The Supreme Court could strike it down, and that could be any range of things, and the other courts too, but mostly the Supreme Court. So what are the courts going to do? And then the other thing is passing this big bill. If this big bill passes, it's a massive accomplishment. It achieves a lot of the president's domestic agenda. And you have to think about the alternative, although I do think it's likely to pass, almost certain to pass, because failure is not an option politically. If it does fail, and they can't revive it. It could fail and then they could revive it. That's a big crisis for the president.
Mark Halperin is the editor-in-chief of Two Way and host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. I'll be a guest on that program tomorrow, so check it out. Mark, thanks so much. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Second hour coming up.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is making headlines for his meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa. The two met in Saudi Arabia this morning before the U.S. Commander-in-Chief left for Qatar. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Mr. Trump urged al-Sharaa to diplomatically recognize Israel. He also encouraged him to, quote, tell all foreign terrorists to leave Syria. Other challenges to Syria's new regime will be to help the U.S. stop any resurgence of the Islamic State.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass.
Another stipulation is that Syria assume responsibility for over a dozen detention centers that are holding some 9,000 suspected ISIS members. Those prisons in question are run by U.S.-backed and Kurdish-led forces. Last month, those groups agreed that all Syrian border crossings with Iraq and Turkey, along with airports and oil fields in the northeastern part of Syria, would be brought under the central government's control by the end of this year. President Trump is preparing for a state dinner in Qatar right now. He immediately got down to business after landing and signed a joint agreement for Qatar to buy more planes from U.S.-based Boeing. The president and Qatari officials also spent several hours talking and negotiating in private today.
I think after signing these documents, we are going to another level of relationship between Qatar and the United States. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out.
Even during his trip to the Middle East, the president is likely keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill. After a marathon 17-hour session, the House Ways and Means Committee advances the top tax priorities in President Trump's One Big Beautiful spending bill. The measure made it out of committee on a party-line 26-19 vote overnight into the early part of this morning. The tax bill now heads to the House Budget Committee, which is tasked with combining all portions of the spending plan in order to bring it to the full House for a vote. The tax portion of the bill makes the Trump tax cuts from his first term permanent. It also implements campaign promises like no tax on tips or overtime through 2028. It would also temporarily increase the child tax credit. While today's House Ways and Means Committee vote is a big step forward, the overall funding bill still faces challenges, including Republican opposition to the state and local tax, or SALT, deduction cap. Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman continues to face criticism for his sense of what is appropriate dress to perform his duties as a U.S. Senator. Now his staff and people close to him are also questioning whether his actions are making sense and whether he's fit to serve. That's just one of the biggest stories. Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just now beginning. If you happen to miss the April 15th deadline, or if you still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. With over 5,000 new tax liens filed every single day and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels that we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. But there's good news. There is still time for Tax Network USA to help you out. Are you self-employed or are you a business owner? Even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Here's the number to call, 800-905-8000, or you can visit tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options just yet. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have a very special guest here, building on what we talked about yesterday, by the way, here at the Bitcoin.com studio, buy and sell Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. Very, very important topic here, which is what is happening in South Africa is now impacting America. We covered it extensively. And we have a great guest here who is the author of the book, Kill the Boer. And it is Ernst Roots, also the director of the Pioneer Initiative. And he comes to us live from South Africa. Ernst, great to meet you. Thank you for taking the time.
Well, Charlie, great to meet you too. And it's great to be on the show. And thank you very much for talking about this and for having me on the show. Good to speak to you here from Pretoria, South Africa.
So for our American audience that is largely uninitiated with this topic, tell us about your book, Kill the Boer, and tell us about what is actually happening on the ground in South Africa.
So the book is entitled Kill the Boer. It was published in 2018. And the title was chosen because that is also the title of a very famous political chant in South Africa that I'm sure you've seen and your viewers have seen, that is becoming increasingly popular. A chant, it's not a song, it's a chant, of which the lyrics are kill the Boer, kill the farmer, shoot to kill a man. And the word Boer, of course, refers to the Afrikaner people. So it's an ethnic or a cultural community that is targeted. And the book is, well, it took me 3 years to write. It's very extensively researched. And the main argument, if I can summarize, is that farm attacks, there are many problems, crime phenomena in South Africa, but the farm killings are very unique for a variety of reasons. The one is the extreme disproportionate rate at which farmers are being attacked and killed in South Africa. The second is the extreme levels of brutality, the worst tortures imaginable happening during these farm attacks. And I can tell you about that if you want. The third is the unique role that farmers have to play in South Africa in terms of providing food for the nation, but also in terms of being employers and employing people and so forth. And then the fourth reason is just the fact that a crime phenomenon such as this deserves a unique counter strategy because the farmers are far away from police stations and so forth. But on top of this, what we have is not just a disproportionate and an extremely brutal crime phenomenon. We have a crime phenomenon here that is actively encouraged and romanticized by some of the most senior and influential politicians in South Africa, chanting Kill the Boer from public platforms, then being protected by the Constitutional Court, which is, you could say, the Supreme Court in South Africa, and then being protected by the president, who publicly denies that this problem is happening. And then on top of that, we have now this threat to property rights with the ruling party, the ANC, openly saying that they want to take or confiscate property that belongs to white people and redistribute it. And then they call this EWC, expropriation without compensation. And then they would try to convince us that targeting property rights and destroying the free market would somehow be good for the economy, as it would lead to what they call black empowerment, which is just, or transformation, that's the other term, which is just the South African term for DEI as we know it.
Okay, I want to play that piece of tape, as you mentioned. So before I play it, very quickly, of them chanting Kill the Boer, is this chanted on a regular basis? Was this a one-off piece of tape? And is this kind of become a pseudo motto or mantra of a political party? Before I play the tape, please answer that question.
Yes, it has become a regular thing. Okay. There was a time when it wasn't chanted that often. And now it has become a new way of you might say, targeting the Boers and poking fun at the Boers, making fun at them, threatening them, and so forth.
Let's play cut 260 of a large political party in South Africa chanting Kill the Boer. Play cut 260. So explain to our audience what we were watching there.
So that is a political rally by a party called ironically called the Economic Freedom Fighters, proclaiming to fight for economic freedom, when of course it's nothing but a communist movement, very much philosophically influenced by Frantz Fanon and his justification of violence. And this party is ideologically very much aligned with the ruling party in South Africa, very close to them, even though they are competing for votes. And this, what we see here, is a political chant that is always, or almost always, it follows on a political speech during which the politician speaking would speak about how, for example, and this is a direct quote, all white people are criminals and should be treated as such. And statements such as, if you see a beautiful piece of land, go and take it, it is yours. And statements such as, we are going to slit the throat of whiteness. And I could just keep on mentioning examples. So it's this very provocative speech followed by the chanting of Kill the Boer.
So then has that happened? Beyond the chanting, beyond the rhetoric, what has materially happened? Who has lost their life? Who has lost their property as a result of this outrageous rallying cry and rhetoric?
Well, let me firstly say the counter-argument to concerns about farm attacks is always, yes, but there are other crimes also in South Africa, gang-related violence and so forth. And that is true. But what we have with the farmers being targeted in South Africa and killed is a complete disproportionate targeting of this section of society, because remember, there are very few farmers. There are about 30,000 commercial farmers in South Africa who are now being targeted, not just attacked and killed, but as I mentioned, very brutally tortured, in some cases tortured for hours during these attacks. And what we also find in some of these attacks are the attackers chanting political slogans such as Kill the Boer while they torture their victims, making political statements, referencing certain politicians, making some racist commentary and so forth. And in one of the worst cases, it was two elderly women, a mother and her daughter, who were both elderly, who were severely tortured and killed on a farm. And the attackers actually went as far as taking the blood of the victims and writing the words "Kill the Boer" on a farmhouse. So it's really, really alarming. And it's particularly alarming to see the extent to which the media is trying to downplay this.
So not just the media downplaying it, but this seems to be the opposite. They're saying that this isn't happening, that this doesn't exist. For our audience that is unfamiliar with South Africa, this is your home, correct? This is where you were raised. You're ancestrally Dutch, I imagine, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so, but they're trying to drive you out of this country, saying it's not yours. What is your personal response to that contention?
Yes, so we have been here since 1652, which is 300, almost 400 years ago. My family has been here. The first roots of whom I directly descend lived at the time of George Washington. He was a little bit older than George Washington, and that's when he came to South Africa from Europe. The Afrikaner people descend predominantly from the Dutch, the French, and the Germans who came to South Africa during the 1600s and 1700s. We became a people in South Africa. We have our own language, which we named after the continent, Afrikaans. We named ourselves after the continent. We are the Afrikaners. We have a very unique, a very rich history. We have our own culture that we developed here in the southern tip of the African continent. Civilizationally speaking, you could say we are Westerners, and we're very proud of our Western heritage. And we're actually the last Western outpost on the African continent. And we're very proud to be in Africa and to have remained in Africa. And we are certainly committed to a future here in the African continent, where our ancestors have faced many existential crises over the centuries.
I want to keep you for another segment. In just 20 seconds here, Ernst, please plug your book again for our audience, and then we have another 5-minute segment.
Thank you. Well, the book is Kill the Boer, and it is available on Amazon, and I would encourage people to go and read it and also to talk about this.
Very good. Stay right there. Z Factor. Get better sleep at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Z Factor, which is the Relief Factor supplement, they help you fall asleep without drugs, helps relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker, and then helps you sleep soundly through the night. Z Factor is 100% drug-free. so it's safe to take regularly. Plus, there's no groggy feeling when you wake up. And Z-Factor from Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. That Relief Factor is amazing, and Z-Factor from Relief Factor offers a real solution for sleepless nights. It goes beyond melatonin and uses a precise combination of 4 natural ingredients. It helps relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker, and then helps you sleep soundly through the night. Z-Factor is 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take with regularity. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We are, praise God, doing very well in Apple Podcasts right now. So subscribe to our podcast. Give us a 5-star review. We deeply appreciate it. We'll be right back. My friends, Big Corp.
Fake news. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody. YRefi was the sponsor of our amazing campus tour. We played you that recap summary. We're going to play it again, not this show, but throughout the week. YRefi stepped up and helped this epic campus tour. And if anybody in the audience right now has a friend, a family member, or yourself with private student loan debt, which, by the way, there's $300 billion in private student loan debt, then you got to check it out, YRefi.com. Look at all those campuses. Boom, Wyoming, Cal State, San Francisco, 20-plus schools, 38,000 students. YRefi helped made it all possible. It's just remarkable, and praise the Lord for the impact. If you go to yrefi.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are, how they've escaped, and how you can even see what their monthly payments were versus what they are now. Go to yrefi.com. That is yrefi.com. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Call 888-YREFI34 or log on to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Ernst Roots continues with us. So let me ask you, author of Kill the Boar, everyone should check it out. This is getting largely ignored by Western media. And I know this will sound like a silly question, but do you feel safe in your own country being a white man?
Well, the answer to that is both yes and no. The reason why the answer is no is because our community is very actively being targeted by the government. I can tell you the names of people I know who have been attacked on farms, and even people who have been murdered. I myself have been in an armed robbery, and on top of the violence, we have more than 140 race laws in this country aimed at targeting and discriminating against the white minority. We have the rhetoric, we have the threats to confiscate property and all of that. The reason why the answer is yes, that we do feel safe, is because we are a very well organized community, and we I say feel safe perhaps in quotation marks, but to a certain extent, the Afrikaner people have gotten used to living in Africa and to walking around wearing a firearm to defend yourself if needs be. And, it's almost like the Wild West, but perhaps South Africa is the Wild South. But the thing is, we love this country so much that a lot of people, I know a lot of people want to leave and a lot of people would leave, but the overwhelming sentiment here is that we really love this country. We love this place. We love our history. We love our culture, and we want to have a future. And we need some form of an intervention to ensure that we can remain here as our ancestors have done for hundreds of years.
And so the left will say this is all because of apartheid and you white people deserve it, that you guys deserve all of this and you own too much property. This feels as if this is going to reach a simmering point, a breaking point. It's not sustainable. Your own political leadership seems to be escalating this, not trying to bring down the racial temperature. Am I correct in that diagnosis?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is reaching some form of a boiling point. So in the 1990s, when there were the negotiations for a new South Africa, the president of South Africa, the current president, Cyril Ramaphosa, was the chief negotiator for the ANC. And he was asked during a private meeting by a member of one of the opposition parties, what is the ANC's plan for dealing with white people in a so-called new South Africa? To which he responded that their plan for dealing with whites is like boiling a frog alive. You know, that metaphor of the frog that is put in hot water, but the water isn't boiling temperature at first. The temperature gradually increases up until ensuring that the frog doesn't jump out, up until the point where the frog eventually boils to death. And it's very alarming to see the extent to which this is actually what they have been doing since taking power in 1994. And so you mentioned the word unsustainable, and that is the correct word. And so what we need from a sort of macro political perspective is some form of an intervention in the sense that the political system in South Africa has to change. South Africa is, in a certain sense, a globalist project. And the solution to this is self-governance. We do not have self-governance in this country. We are dominated by a race nationalist socialist movement. And they're obviously trying to convince us that their socialist ideas would make the country a better place. They then blend it with race nationalism, not even race nationalism, just racist nationalism. And it's been so destructive to this country, and this needs to stop. We need a different political system for the country altogether.
Do you think that's possible?
I think it's possible. I think it's not just possible, it's highly probable that the system would change at some point, because it's very clear, not just that it is failing, but that it has failed and that it continues to fail. And so that is what we are trying to do with the Pioneer Initiative, is raising awareness about the fact that we do not simply have a choice between the ANC government and the apartheid system, but that there are other political systems that one might consider, federalism being one, but there are others as well. And there's going to be a change. And what we need to do is to be well organized and ensure when the system changes, it changes for the better and not for the worse.
Ernst, thank you so much. Again, Kill the Boer is the book we watch with horror. And we are here to receive people that want to leave South Africa, but simultaneously, I have to give you great compliment and admiration. The fact you want to fight for your home is of great courage and of high moral standing and amazing fortitude. I would never flee America. And I don't fault people for fleeing South Africa, because, I mean, look, if all of a sudden your neighbor's farm and the farm down the street, all these people are murdered, I mean, it's a toughie. But I really respect that, and I hope that you are successful. The odds are stacked against you. The reason the odds are stacked against you is because South Africa has embraced the darkest way that you can govern, which is simply tribalistic racial politics. It is the lowest of our human impulses, and I pray you guys can rise above it and actually care about people's character and their agency, not just the color of their skin. Thank you so much, Ernst.
Thank you.
The COVID shot should not be on the childhood vaccination schedule. Be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is on the second leg of his Middle East tour after touching down in Qatar earlier this morning. He's already signed a joint agreement for Qatar to buy more planes from U.S.-based Boeing. And later today, he's scheduled to participate in a state dinner at Qatar's Lusail Palace. In fact, you can see that happening right now. This is a live picture of the president there at the Lusail Palace area. Away from the public eye, though, the president and Qatari officials have spent several hours today talking and negotiating.
I think after signing these documents, we are going to another level of relationship between Qatar and the United States. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out.
Again, here's a live look at President Trump in Qatar right now. A really long receiving line is formed as many of the sheiks and the other members there in Qatar are lining up to meet President Trump and to shake his hand. Meantime, President Trump also making headlines because before arriving here in Qatar, he met with Syria's president. That meeting came less than 24 hours after the commander-in-chief announced cessation of sanctions against Syria. Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman continues to face criticism for his sense of what is appropriate dress to perform his duties as a U.S. Senator. Now, his staff and people close to him are also questioning whether his actions are making sense. Senator Fetterman's supposed shifting political persona and questions about his health have reportedly led to a couple of staffers on his team jumping ship lately. The New York Magazine says current and former Fetterman staffers are becoming increasingly concerned about the Democrats' mental and physical health. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I was just looking at some of our TikTok numbers. Some of our videos are going extremely viral. By the way, here in the Bitcoin.com studio. Check it out right now. In fact, I want to play one of the TikTok videos here. And again, you guys see these campus tour stops. Let's just show the B-roll here. It's remarkable. Largely made possible thanks to the virality of what we saw on TikTok. I think we got like 2.5 billion to 3 billion views on TikTok. And it's really something. And we are very thankful for what we've been able to do. And yeah, let's play that on screen, guys. 38,000 students in person. These are on liberal college campuses. Liberal college campuses. So what does a mechanic, an auto shop owner in Georgia, a taco restaurant operator in Arizona, and a life-saving medical innovator in Tennessee have in common? Well, they are on TikTok. Small businesses thrive on TikTok, and that growth means more jobs. Today, more than 7.5 million U.S. businesses on TikTok, employing more than 28 million people. We've gone viral on TikTok. We've seen the impact. We see the crowds. We see the students. We see how we're reaching the next generation. According to the United States, over 7.5 million businesses from family-owned shops to entrepreneurs are using TikTok to compete and grow. Check it out at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Look at those crowds there. Almost all of them follow us on TikTok. Incredible, incredible success. And thank you guys for that. Very exciting guest here. Looking forward to this conversation. Joining us now is Dr. Kat Lindley from Family Medicine, mother of 5, and school board member and senior fellowship director at the Independent Medical Alliance. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me, Charlie. I'm really excited to be with you.
So thank you for that. And so the kind of the genesis of this conversation was this clip. I want to play it. It was our conversation with the FDA commissioner, Dr. Marty Makary, all about the COVID shot and why is it still on the childhood vaccination schedule. Fairness, Trump has only been president for 100 plus days. You got to weigh things. You got to measure them. But I think it's time for us to launch and push for this to be removed. Let's play cut 347, please.
Look, I'd love to see the evidence to show that giving young, healthy children another COVID shot, a sixth COVID booster would help them. But that evidence does not exist. And so we're not just going to rubber stamp things at the FDA. And I don't think you're going to see a push at the CDC to be pushing COVID shots in young, healthy children. That is something that's being discussed right now. I think you're going to see some announcement on that in the coming weeks. But I know they are trying to review all of the scientific data, and there's no good randomized controlled data that the current version, the latest formulation of the COVID shot, is necessary for young, healthy children. Other countries have already recommended against it. Other leading countries in Europe have recommended against it for young, healthy children.
Doctor, expand on that, please, and make the case that the COVID shot should not be on the childhood vaccination schedule.
So Dr. Macker is correct. There's really no evidence to have these COVID shots on children vaccine schedule. He said the current formulation, I would actually postulate that there never was a case to give it to children because children did really well during COVID. Also, so far we had 9.5 million children aged 6 months to 17 years who have received this COVID mRNA shot. But what we've seen is 620% increase in myocarditis among young men post-vaccination. We're also seeing increased miscarriage rates, even according to Pfizer safety reports. And one study showed that there was a 33% drop in successful conception among vaccinated women. So really, this campaign arose because we felt very strongly while the administration is contemplating these things, the ACIP, which is the Vaccine Advisory Committee, is going to meet next week. We actually urge them to do it now, and parents have been silenced for too long. They've been intimidated when they go to pediatricians' offices and told that our children have to get these shots. In the meantime, we're seeing many injuries and many new illnesses that we shouldn't be seeing in children. So our ask is really simple. We're asking HHS and CDC to remove them from the children vaccine schedule, but also pregnant women, because child starts in the womb. And we know that these lipid nanoparticles that are transferring the material travel through placenta, and we don't want our children to have it.
So doctor, make the case, though, why the vaccination schedule matters, because the counter argument would be like, well, if you don't want it, just don't take it. But the vaccination schedule involves immunity protections and also is a standard for some public school admissions, for some summer camps, for college admissions. They use the vaccination schedule as you are not allowed to enter or participate unless you have every one of these shots. It's not just a suggestion. It actually is a criteria. Please explain.
Many experts have said that when the vaccine goes on the vaccination schedule that's recommended by CDC, the vaccine manufacturer gets indemnity, so they cannot be sued. The other point is there are still some states, in particular states like California, where they don't accept any kind of exemptions for vaccinations. And you could have a family where the doctor pressures them to have a child vaccinated even for COVID. But then also we think mandates are over. They're not. Mandates are still well in the health industry. So we have nursing students, we have medical students that have to do rotations where these mandates are still there. And some places are still recommending COVID-19 vaccine, and they go back to CDC schedule and it says CDC recommends that you have it, so you need to have it.
But doctor, I find it really hard to believe. Are there really parents that still, I guess so, willingly want to inoculate their kid against COVID with an experimental shot? Why are they worried about their kid getting COVID in the first place?
Do you remember the story that recently came that there were 2 children that were still locked down in their home because the parents were afraid of what was happening during COVID and they didn't want them to go out in the public? So I would say, just based on that story, that you can imagine there are still parents who believe that this is an issue, and there are still pediatricians and doctors out there who are recommending them.
It's just like that is so mass propaganda. And is it fair to say, doctor, that we do not know all of the multi-decade now health problems that some of these kids might carry for no reason whatsoever?
You know what was the biggest problem with this whole vaccine issue when it was even rolled out? The lie that it's safe and effective. How can anyone truthfully tell us that something is safe and effective when we don't have long-term studies? Even when they came out with I understand why people got the vaccine in the first place, because there was lots of fear. Everyone felt they're doing the right thing, for whatever reason it was. But the fact that Pfizer and our government, CDC, came up and kept on saying they're safe and effective was always a scientific lie. When you don't have long-term safety data, you cannot say that. You can say we think it is, we hope it is, but you cannot say it is. So that's where we are right now. And what we are seeing, even according to VAERS data, we're seeing many injuries. We're seeing many complications. Some of us are treating patients with cardiac issues, with neurologic issues, with clotting issues, with many, many issues. And what is new that's on the market is this mRNA vaccine. So we are starting the campaign asking for the mRNA COVID shot. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to push even further. I believe that the whole platform needs to be looked at. And I love that Dr. Makary is at FDA. I love that Dr. Jay Bhattacharya is at NIH. I'm hoping that they will give us true studies that will give us long-term safety data. And if it's safe and effective, let's have a conversation. But let's stop lying.
Without a doubt. And just as a level deeper, again, I've come from a very simple first principle argument. Why do you have to vaccinate against something that is not a serious threat to your child? It's a wrong premise.
Yes.
So the premise, I mean, look, pneumococcal pneumonia, I get it, okay? But if we're inoculating at something that is not even a threat, then the entire argument of why the vaccine is even offered is not a problem, right? With proper vitamin D supplementation, vitamin A supplementation, movement, unless the kid has serious underlying health conditions, kids are not en masse dying of COVID. In fact, I looked at the data. Kids actually are dying more of the flu than of COVID this last season. You can look at the data. Kids of just the seasonal flu kills kids every single winter. We know that after 2 mRNA shots, your immune system gets suppressed. Is it fair to say that we might see other kids, unfortunately, suffer with other non-related COVID sicknesses and ailments because their immune system would be suppressed because of the mRNA shot?
Absolutely. This season in particular, even just strep, flu, it was very virulent because the general state of immunity around the country is low. So we are seeing many of these viruses and even bacteria lasting longer, needing more treatment and more kind of support because of the fact that our overall immunity as a nation is probably down from what has been happening. And you're right. You know, if you just give your child proper nutrition, good sleep, exercise, vitamins, their immune system can handle a lot more than ours can. And the idea that we just vaccinate our way through life, it's almost like living in a bubble. And that's not the way that we need to allow our kids to live, because we are going to push them towards living in fear. And that's not what children need. They need love. They need support, and they need us to be parents. They need us to be their voice.
Tell us about your advocacy that you are doing, the petition that you would like moms to sign. Please take a minute and a half to build that out.
Yes. So the campaign is really something that every parent understands, protecting your child. We're kind of done waiting on the sidelines for the like I said, I love what Dr. Makary is doing. They keep on saying we're contemplating, we're considering. We're just saying just go ahead and do it. There's really no scientific data to support vaccinating our children against COVID-19. So we have a campaign, Smart Moms Ask. It's at www.imahealth.org/SmartMomsAsk. And this is a campaign to really empower moms, dads, parents, when they go to their physician offices, to ask questions, to get truly informed consent and say, why does my child need this at this time? We're really going to push this beyond COVID-19 because we want parents to be able to feel that they are in the driver's seat when it comes to their children's health. I don't know if you know about this, but there are some states that are saying that parents are not going to have access to their children's charts when they start like 12 or 13 years old. That's ludicrous because parents are the guardians of our children. We're guardians of their health or their mental status, of their happiness. We need to be able to work with our doctors, with our teachers, and more importantly, we need to be the voice for our kids, always.
Dr. Lindley, thank you for your time. Everyone, check it out right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good Ranchers, we just had a great time with the Good Ranchers team. Where am I at here? I don't see it here. We just spent some time with the Spells. Great folks. I don't think I have it printed, so I'm just going to do it. We're going to do it live. The Spells are the couple that are running Good Ranchers. You know, they're the only ones with, they're so tasty, seed oil-free, gluten-free chicken nuggets. When I told Erica that, she's like, how many are we able to get? We got salmon. We got Wagyu beef burgers. We have pork, which I'm not going to eat. Blake can eat the pork. They sent us all sorts of stuff. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. It's amazing. And those seed oil-free, gluten-free chicken nuggets, mwah, I'll tell you, our family cannot eat them quick enough. American-made, American-sourced meat and also fish. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. That is GoodRanchers.com. Check it out right now. We'll be right back, everybody.
You're listening to the future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have our Student Action Summit and our Young Women's Leadership Summit coming up this summer. Let's play the Student Action Summit promo. I want to try to find it here. Let's play cut 52. At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
That's SAS2025.com and some major speakers yet to be announced. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. You guys got to check out the Herzog Foundation. Are you rethinking your child's educational values and path, I should say? Wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? We are not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help. We work very closely with them at Turning Point Academy. The Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating the changes of all the shifts happening in Christian education. Visit readlion.com. That is readlion.com for must-read articles. And don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That's readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. That is readlion.com. That is readlion.com. Check it out right now, readlion.com. I got some great news this morning for you, everybody. It's phenomenal news. And part of it actually should be taken somewhat seriously. But this is a guarantee that our campus tours, Turning Point USA, and the Charlie Kirk Show are going to stay very relevant and very popular, God willing. It is the new Democrat presidential poll for 2028. Drum roll. In third place is Jasmine Crockett. Very impressive young woman from Texas. In second place, Bernard Sanders. And crushing the rest of the Democrat field as the leader of the Democrat Party is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And if you add Bernie Sanders plus AOC, that's nearly 38% of the primary vote in the Democrat Party. And my podcast partner, I have to say, I've done a great job here. I take fractional credit for this. A little bit. Gavin Newsom at 2%. My podcast partner is not doing very well. You see, if you want to win a Democrat primary, not a great idea to talk to me. If you want to win a general election or try to, at 2%. Cory Booker, Spartacus at 4%. Hakeem the Dream Jeffries at 5%. Pete Buttigieg at 5%. And this is the most shocking thing. Kamala Harris, the former nominee, former vice president, at 6%. You see, Gavin Newsom thought they wanted a sane candidate that could even question the men and female sports. Now, we have to be very clear. AOC, she could build a big movement of some young women. But bringing what we've built on campuses, we will go up against AOC on campus and we'll do very well. We will get young men and I would say young women who want to marry normal men in major numbers. And yes, AOC will kind of get the permanent government-dependent class. But the Achilles heel of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, number one, she's terrible on the trans stuff. Number two, immigration. Remember 353 when she went and cried at the ICE detention center at the border? She is an open borders zealot. The country increasingly does not want mass migration. The last election was a referendum on that, and the Democrats severely lost. So AOC being the potential Democrat candidate, don't discount her. It will be a battle. It will be a war. But I would much rather run up against AOC for the presidency versus, I mean, Gavin would be probably harder. But none of these people scare me. Bernie Sanders is probably going to hand off the torch to AOC. There'll be like a big thing. I, Bernie, give the torch to Cortez. This is AOC on the Newark, New Jersey, the future Democrat nominee, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, play cut 169.
If anyone's breaking the law in this situation, it's not members of Congress, it's the Department of Homeland Security. It's people like Tom Homan and Secretary Kristi Noem. You lay a finger on someone, on Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman, on Representative, or any of the representatives that were there, we are going to have a problem.
You want to know why young men are becoming more conservative? They don't want to take orders from AOC. Like that whole thing, that whole vibe, the whole thing is like, whatever that is, I don't want you to be in any sort of power over my life. Like, we're not doing that. Beyond, let's just say, whiny and irritating. So just as a recap, AOC's in first place. Bernie Sanders in second place, which means that AOC and Bernie could be well near 40%. Wow. Kamala Harris not doing well. Jasmine Crockett, who's also a radical. Hakeem the Dream at 5%. This is a very weak bench for those guys that are going up against J.D. Vance. We are fortifying our base. We are delivering results. Maybe Hill Dog will run again. Hillary will come back into the arena. But this is a real 2028 Democrat primary poll. AOC, the huge double-digit leader, running for the presidency of the United States. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is
So this is a
king.
Fox News alert riding along with ICE agents during a week-long operation in Texas as they arrest hundreds. And they take some of the most dangerous criminal migrants off the streets, including a convicted murderer.
In total, they arrested 422 illegal migrants. The majority had criminal convictions or pending criminal convictions. So we're talking everything from murder, aggravated assault to sexual assault of a child.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will face questions from lawmakers today.
We took the Biden guidelines, which were 453 pages long and were clearly written by industry, that are incomprehensible, driven by the same industry capture and those kind of carnal impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. And we are changing that. So we're going to have 4-page dietary guidelines that tell people essentially eat whole food, eat the food that's good for you. That's going to drive changes in the school lunch programs.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
What happens on Thursday if President Putin doesn't show up in Turkey for the talks with Ukraine? What will you do?
Well, I don't know if he's showing up. I know he would like me to be there. And that's a possibility. If we could end the war, I'd be thinking about that. Now, tomorrow, we're all booked out, you understand, and we're all set.
But you'd go if he goes?
I go UAE tomorrow. And so we have a very full situation. Now, that doesn't mean I wouldn't do it to save a lot of lives and come back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live in rainy, cloudy Washington, D.C. Today is May 14th, 2025, Anno Domini. Well, the story of the South African refugees arriving in the United States has really just taken on a life of its own. These people fleeing what many have called white genocide. We had a huge interview here yesterday talking about the abject brutality that white farmers face in South Africa. But the reason it's taken on a life of its own is because a former Obama advisor went on CNN last night and was up there talking about the fact that, number one, she said, number one, your genocide isn't real, so denies it. Then says that the refugees don't count because they're actually colonizers to Africa, even though they've been there for 400 years, and they should be sent back to Europe. They should be sent back to Europe. So let's see if I can figure out the new rules, if you will, as defined by the theory of CNN genocide. Apparently, these are the new rules. White countries must accept all migrants. However, white people are not allowed to be refugees. White countries and white people are all colonizers, even countries like, say, Ireland or Poland that never actually had colonies. Then, all indigenous land must always be protected for indigenous people, except for white people. Again, those people aren't allowed to have their own homeland. White people aren't allowed to have anything. By the way, and if you are in poverty, if you're a poor white person, there's nothing for you. The government doesn't care about you. There's no programs for you. The entire infrastructure, the post-60s infrastructure that's been set up in this country of nonprofits, there's no scholarships. By the way, and if you try to set up a scholarship or a program just for low-income white people, guess what? You're probably going to face hate speech charges. But hey, folks, remember, you're all the beneficiaries of white privilege and systemic racism, right? Yeah, no, I think there is an actual element of systemic bigotry and discrimination that's going on here, and it's anti-white hate. And that's actually what's happening. Folks, the masks are all falling off, and all I can sit here is do and say, well, I think someone told you about that all along. We'll be right back.
America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
Jack Posobiec, here we are back, Human Events Daily. We are live on Real America's Voice, and now also bringing in the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on the Salem Radio Network. Folks, I got a question for you. Have you seen the latest fluoride headlines about the water supply? See, the future of oral care, it's not fluoride, it's actually peptides. And the wellness company just launched the first ever peptide toothpaste that regenerates gum tissues, strengthens enamel, and naturally whitens your teeth. It's called Smile, a doctor-formulated breakthrough that works with your body's natural repair process. This advanced formula blends targeted peptides with blue spirulina, aloe vera, and powerful remineralizers to boost blood flow, stimulate collagen, and help rebuild lost gum tissue, all while gently whitening without sensitivity. No fluoride, no peroxide, no artificial dyes, just real clean ingredients that fight the bad bacteria and support a healthier mouth from the inside out. Ready to upgrade your oral health. Experience the future of oral care with Smile. Again, fluoride free, and you'll get 10% off plus free shipping on every order when you head to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO. Take action today for your healthier tomorrow. twc.health/POSO. Very excited here, of course. We've been talking about the Pope, the election of the new Pope. Of course, we were there in Rome last week at the conclave. One of the guests that we were attempting to get up, again, when you're in a crowd of 50,000 people, sometimes it's tough to get the connection going. But we weren't able to get this guest on last week, but we've got him on today because we're back home, back stateside, back in the beautiful U.S. of A. It's Dr. Taylor Marshall who joins us now. Dr. Marshall, how are you?
Great. Christ is king, and we have a Pope.
Absolutely. Christ is king. So I've read some of the reports out there talking about how Cardinal Burke and others moved to block this Bergoglio wing of installing a real progressive, and that really this idea of a bridge between both camps has emerged, and that was the election of Prevost, now Pope Leo the 14th. What have you heard? What are you hearing? And what are your thoughts?
Well, we've had Pope Francis for 12 years, and he had appointed 108 of the 133 electors. So going in, it was going to look progressive. It was going to look liberal. And the key candidate for the liberal progressives was Cardinal Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, the Vatican. And it seemed almost impossible to undo that. And yet here we are a week later, and we have Pope Leo the 14th. And how did this happen? Well, it appears that in the first few ballots, Cardinal Parolin could not get anything close to even a 50% majority. And that, I think, is due to conservatives and moderates linking together to block that vote. It takes 45 votes in this last election to block a candidate. They were successful in doing that. Once that happens, the Cardinals have to look around because you need a 2/3 majority to elect a pope, not a 51%, a 2/3. And at the end of the day, they needed someone who could maybe shave away some of those votes from Parolin and join the American Cardinals, join the Asians, join the Africans, join the conservatives in Europe. And that candidate was Cardinal Prevost. And he's already done many symbolic gestures that many people don't recognize. The way he came out on the balcony is in line with the traditional attire of the popes. He said the blessing in Latin hasn't been said since 1939. Many signals, though, his pectoral cross, him taking up residence in the papal apartments, signaling a change, a break with Pope Francis. And many Catholics, myself included, around the world are just so hopeful and so delighted that we perhaps are going to see a renewal in the Catholic Church. And he's American. And so we have President Trump in the White House. We have Pope Leo the 14th, a man from Chicago in the Vatican. And Jack, next year is the 250th anniversary Jubilee of the United States of America. I really hope Pope Francis says, Pope Leo, will you please come join us to celebrate 250 years of America. Can you imagine what that would look like to have Trump and Pope Leo celebrating 250 years of the United States of America? If so, we are so back, Jack. It's going to be incredible.
Well, yeah, and of course, I always, whenever Charlie Kirk, my evangelical buddy, and I get into it back and forth, he said, well, America and Catholics, it's that's an Ellis Island thing. I said, well, hold on a second. If I remember correctly, America was founded by a Catholic, or discovered by a Catholic with Christopher Columbus. And hold on a second, wait, America is also named after a Catholic, Amerigo Vespucci. So we got two pretty good claims to fame right there, as well as signers of the Declaration and members of George Washington's Revolutionary War Council, and you had Polish Catholics that were involved, like Kosciuszko and Pulaski and so many others. And of course, it's nice back and forth that we do. But I'd love to also see his brother, by the way, Lou Prevost, up there as well. I'm sure President Trump will be more than happy to have Lou over, who is also shipmates with Steve Bannon. Come to find out on a ship in the Navy some time back. Dr. Marshall, when we see all these signs, we're trying to figure out what's going on. One of the pieces of reporting that's come out from an old colleague of mine, Alex Salvi, we were at OAN together. He's now at Newsmax, and he's been stationed in Rome for a few years now. He mentioned that really one of the things that scuttled Parolin's candidacy was this deal that was made with the CCP. And in fact, the Asian cardinals completely turned against him once they found out that he was involved. Are you hearing that as well?
100%. Yeah. Cardinal Parolin he brokered a deal with the help of ex-Cardinal McCarrick, who was the one who was kicked out of the priesthood. He was removed from being a cardinal for the credible allegations of molesting young male children. And that deal was a partnership with Pope Francis, Cardinal Parolin, and ex-Cardinal McCarrick. It's been a disaster. It's been an embarrassment in the Catholic Church. Cardinal Zen of Hong Kong repeatedly begged for the deal not to go through. Francis and Parolin pushed it through. Basically, the short version of it is there has been since the 50s two versions of the Catholic Church: the underground faithful Catholic Church and the communist version of the Catholic Church. And basically, the short version of it is they have regularized the communist national version of the Catholic Church, and even given veto powers to the communist atheist government, veto powers over bishops in China, which is just.
And by the way, Dr. Marshall, just so you know from my own experience, and folks know that I spent 2 years as a Catholic in China, that if I wanted to go to a mass on Easter that was being said by a priest who came from out of China, so this was sort of like an international one, it was going to be in English, I had to show my passport to Chinese police officers before I was allowed into church on Easter to prove that I was not a Chinese citizen, nor that I was bringing a Chinese citizen, because they were so worried about someone hearing about the word of God and the good news of the resurrection. That was in Shanghai.
And that those people have been faithful and have been suffering under that tyranny for decades. And so it is a great betrayal. And Cardinal Zen knew it was a betrayal to the faithful Catholic Chinese people who have suffered torture, martyrdom. Many of the bishops had rot in cells in China for years. And so for this deal to go through sort of quietly is a great scandal. So when the Asian and African cardinals come to Rome, they learn that Cardinal Parolin is, in a way, the mastermind of this plot in China. That right there killed it. And thanks be to God. And hopefully the new Holy Father, Pope Leo, will somehow right those wrongs in Asia.
Now, this was justice for Cardinal Zen. This was absolutely justice for Cardinal Zen and everything that he went through and more with the persecution of Hong Kong and what the CCP has done down there. And I'm glad that the Asian cardinals stood strong against that. Folks, we've got a quick break coming up. This is Jack Posobiec. We've got breaking inside details from inside the conclave from Rome, what's going on, the geopolitics that structure one of the most powerful leaders in the world. We'll be right back. Quick break.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is taking part in a state dinner in Qatar right now after making headlines earlier today for his meeting with Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Mr. Trump urged al-Shara to diplomatically recognize Israel. He also encouraged him to, quote, tell all foreign terrorists to leave Syria. Other challenges to Syria's new regime will be to help the U.S. stop any resurgence of the Islamic State.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. You know, strong pass. Very strong pass fighter. But he's got a real shot at pulling it together.
Another stipulation is that Syria assume responsibility for over a dozen detention centers that are holding some 9,000 suspected ISIS members. The prisons in question are run by U.S.-backed and Kurdish-led forces. Back here in the United States, a Milwaukee judge will be sitting on the defendant's bench rather than presiding from the bench after a federal grand jury indicted her on charges of helping an illegal immigrant evade immigration authorities who were looking to arrest him. The guy was appearing in her court for a local domestic abuse case. Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan is charged with concealing an individual to prevent arrest. As you can see here, she was trying to conceal herself as reporters were trying to ask her questions about the case. She'll also answer to an obstruction charge. The federal indictment just unveiled is a grand jury's way of saying that prosecutors have enough evidence to support their case. Dugan faces up to 6 years in prison if convicted. She's scheduled to be in court for a plea hearing tomorrow. Her lawyers are already out with a statement saying that she is innocent and looks forward to being vindicated in court. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec, which is already in progress.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily. We're live on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network with Hour 3, Charlie Kirk Show. We're on with Dr. Taylor Marshall. He's giving us key insights into what exactly happened inside the conclave and the earliest days of Pope Leo XIV's papacy. And Dr. Marshall, one thing you and I were just talking during the break on this is one of the other big pieces that came out, that's starting to come out of this reporting from Alex Salvi and others, is the state of the financial affairs of the Vatican. Now, a lot of people say, oh, the Vatican, they're so rich. Look at all the churches. Look at all the real estate. Yes, but the liquidity is the problem. And the deconsecration and selling off of churches is going on all throughout the United States in major cities all over the place. It's because the coffers are low. Why are the coffers low? It's simple. The pews are empty. The collection baskets are light. They're all coming in light. So yes, just because you have all this stuff doesn't mean you're getting the revenue that you need. And so one of the concerns that a lot of people have, and Steve Bannon's brought this up, I've brought this up, is that under the understanding, yes, the church is growing in South America, the church is growing in Africa, but with the money is in the world's largest economy, and that is the United States of America and those big dollar, high dollar American Catholics. So what do? You choose, and which, of course, by the way, is also part of the underwriting of the CCP deal, is that the CCP is bailing out the Vatican under Francis. So the question I guess I have is the choice of the American Pope, the first American Pope, is it just because of this return to tradition, as sort of all the outward signs are, or are there elements here of a hope within the Vatican of accessing those American high dollar donors?
I mean, look, Pope Francis said that he was honored that he was being attacked by the Americans. There was an open rivalry between American Catholics and Pope Francis that started probably somewhere in the year 2015, 2016. That friction, that rivalry continued all the way up until this day. And yeah, if you belittle and you drive away the American Catholics, the biggest countries of Catholics Brazil, United States of America. You look at in terms of wealth, in terms of donation, it's the United States of America. Did it play a part? Undoubtedly, it played a part. Jesus Christ, our Lord, in the Gospels, they talk about the bag or the purse that they carried with the money that, Christ lived on for his ministry. There's always been a donation based part of the ministry of Jesus Christ and of the church ever since AD 33. That's part of it. So you have to also look at the books and say, can we balance our books? Are we running a deficit? And is offending and isolating the American Catholics a good strategy moving forward for another 10 years? All the cardinals have to look at that and say that is a bad strategy. We cannot continue to push away the Catholic Church in the United States of America. So it is, I definitely think, part of the strategy here. And as an American Catholic, as a traditional Catholic, I welcome it. I want to see the Pope love all peoples. And I felt during Pope Francis that he loved everybody except for Americans. And he had, denigrating things to say about President Trump. He had denigrating things to say about America, denigrating things to say about our policy. He wrote a document quickly trying to correct J.D. Vance, but he never tried to correct Joe Biden or many of the other nations who are doing nefarious things. So it just seemed that Pope Francis had it out for the Americans. And I think the Cardinals... We
want to see that return to tradition. Dr. Marshall, I'm just a couple of seconds until the break here. You got a new book that's coming out. It's in pre-order. I've seen some early editions of it. Tell people all about it.
Christian Patriot, 12 Ways to Create One Nation Under God. We're tired of the degeneracy. We need a conservatism that is Christian, that is Christ-centered. And so this new book, Christian Patriot, is a analysis of the Christian theology of government, of politics, and then gives us 12 practical strategies to create a culture, to create a nation that honors God in Jesus Christ. So it's for pre-order. You can go to ChristianPatriotBook.com, ChristianPatriotBook.com for pre-orders, signed copies. It's already a #1 new release. It's doing great. And let's make this a movement. All right, we got it. When
is your pub date?
Pub date is tentative July 29th.
Okay. So get in there for the pre-order right now, folks. Christian Patriot. This book is going to cut through all of the nonsense. It's time for Christians to be Christians in public. Once more, active Christianity, no more passive Christianity. Go and pre-order this book, Christian Patriot, the next bestseller from Dr. Taylor Marshall. And make sure you're following him as well. It's Jack Posobiec. Be right back here. Quick break. Human Events.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump is participating in a state dinner in Qatar right now. It's all part of a second leg of his Middle East tour. He's already signed a joint agreement for Qatar to buy more planes from U.S.-based Boeing. The president and Qatari officials also spending several hours today talking and negotiating.
I think after signing these documents, we are going to another level of relationship between Qatar and the United States. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out.
By the way, President Trump also making headlines today before arriving in Qatar by meeting with Syria's president in Saudi Arabia. That meeting came less than 24 hours after the commander-in-chief announced cessation of sanctions against Syria. After a marathon 17-hour session, the House Ways and Means Committee advances the top tax priorities in President Trump's One Big Beautiful spending bill. The measure made it out of committee on a party line 26-19 vote overnight into early this morning. The tax bill now heads to the House Budget Committee, which is tasked with combining all portions of the spending plan in order to bring it to the full House for a vote. The tax portion of the bill makes the Trump tax cuts from his first term permanent. It also implements campaign promises like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime through 2028. It would also temporarily increase the child tax credit. While today's House Ways and Means Committee vote is a big step forward, the overall funding bill still faces challenges, including Republican opposition to the state and local tax or SALT deduction cap. That's a quick check of your headlines.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're live on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network, welcoming, of course, our 3 Charlie Kirk audience. Folks, I got to tell you something. There is something going on with our farmland here in the United States, and it's not getting enough attention. You see, it's the Chinese, the CCP. They've been buying up hundreds of thousands of acres of U.S. farmland. They've also taken control over critical supply chains, things like fertilizer, animal feed, farming equipment. Why? It's clear. They're tightening their grip on global food production. And if things go south, we need to be ready. That's why I trust My Patriot Supply. They're America's largest emergency preparedness company. And right now, when you get their 4-week emergency food supply, you'll get 4 free 72-hour food kits, an extra 12 days of food absolutely free. That's 4 weeks of delicious meals that last up to 25 years, delivering 2,000 calories per day, shipped fast and free. Look, we can't control what China does, but we can control how prepared we are. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today to claim your 12 days of free food. Shop mypatriotsupply.com, mypatriotsupply.com. Folks, I'll even have to tell you, did you look at the news out of Spain and parts of Western Europe when they went through that blackout just a couple of weeks ago? What did we find? Well, we found that it messed with the computer servers that run a lot of the registers and the counters in supermarkets. So here's what happened to all of those people that were affected by this in Spain. They could go to the supermarket, the food was there, but it couldn't be purchased. So even if they had cash, this system wasn't working for them, so they couldn't buy food, all because of a power outage. Did you ever think that a power outage would mean that you couldn't get food for your family? That's the way everything is set up now. Cash doesn't work. When you are in one of those situations, you need to have the supplies ready to protect yourselves and protect your family. And that's what you do with My Patriot Supply. Really excited for our next guest. As folks know, I just got back from Bucharest, Romania, after also visiting the conclave. I got to my first conclave But in Bucharest, Romania, just an absolute barn burner of an election that's coming on, a huge rebuke, I would say, of the globalists, and in fact, right in a key territory for NATO, the eastern flank of NATO, right on the borders of Ukraine, along with Poland and Hungary, that being Romania. And so had the opportunity to visit and sit down in a full hour-long interview that has been just doing incredible numbers, record numbers for us here on Human Events Daily, but also for any presidential candidate in Romanian history here in the United States, giving me the honor of being able to sit down with George Simeon. We also have two guests that join us now from Romania to talk about this election and the Polish election, which are coming up, believe it or not, on the same exact day. We've got Will Donahue, the president of the College Republicans of America, and Tom Dans, the CEO of American Daybreak. What's up, guys?
Hey, Jack, great to be with you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us on, Jack. Great news.
So let's just start off, and you guys can fight over who talks first. But am I making it up? The buzz was crazy when I was there in Romania last week for George, and people are coming up to him. There's TikTok videos going viral. Social media is playing just as much of a role in that election as it did in our election. It felt to me like October 2024, but it's May 2025 in Romania. It's that same type of Trump populist energy that we saw in the United States. That's what's going on in Romania right now. Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, this is a group of people that are not going to be denied, right? This is they've gone through. This is really almost the fourth time at bat here. So I'm talking about the fact that they had a presidential election back in December that was then nullified. People spoke very loudly then, and they have since. So, and the big event, 2 weeks ago when they came out, George. So they have a system here, so people are familiar with an all-comers initial election and then a runoff of the top two vote getters, right? So 2 weeks ago, George Simeon came out with 41% of the vote, with his next, closest person at just under 21. So very close to that 50% threshold. And, people are ready to put him over the line and get on with business here.
Yeah, I think probably the most important part of that was all of the polling up to that point only had him at 31 to 34% of the vote. No poll had him over 38%. And so when we were running models, that's just not what we were expecting. Simeon far outperformed what anybody was expecting to the same kind of extent that President Trump beat on Biden. It's starting to look like a people's mandate here in Romania.
And Jack, so for people to understand, how did he so overperform, or basically in some respects, how was it missed? Well, one thing that's peculiar to Romania, and it is kind of a part of an outgrowth of a globalist history that they've been under here, is that there's a significant amount of vote that is from the Romanian diaspora. So this is a country which, amazingly, for the viewers' background, we're talking about a place, give or take the size of Wyoming, right? With a population that is, depending on who's counting, around 18 to 19 million. But interestingly enough, that's 6 million fewer than 1989 when the country was under communism. And it's the same number 60 years ago. So this country has been degrowth. That's the globalist goal, right? So they've actually been successful here. What they've done is push out a lot of Romanians overseas. And so a lot of families here are relying on money coming back. And it's gotten so bad that now when growth does occur, the country ironically even needs to import labor. So they're bringing in.
And one thing, guys, and I'll just say it, is that, and George said it when I was there with him. I didn't even want to put words in his mouth. He said it himself. This was one, Bucharest specifically was one of the main targets of George Soros's open society agenda. After the fall of communism, it was George Soros operating. Remember, he originally came out of Hungary himself in Budapest, right next door there, and then came into Bucharest was working on Poland, working on so many areas, specifically in this region, to get his network and his people in place. And that's why you saw, as you say, these open borders, these third world migrants, third country workers coming in from, migrant workers coming in across areas, by the way, where the Romanians themselves, in many cases, are also facing economic issues where they want the employment and they can't get it because these workers are coming in. And this guy, similar last name to yours, by the way, Tom, but we're not going to get into that. We're not going to be making it. He's Don's, not Dan. Or no, he's Dan, you're Don's. But we're Nicodon Dons. But we're not gonna go through the full 23andMe on that. But let me ask you, do you think that it's going to be a similar situation? And this is my hope and prayer, because we saw that George is doing so well. He's overperforming. He's actually gone up to Poland for a series of rallies with their populist nationalist candidate, Karol Nawrocki, who is unfortunately currently underperforming in the second round polls. However, the polls of the polls. Do you believe that this overperformance of the polls could also take place in Poland, who has their election on the same day?
Yeah, well, I'll let Will jump in here, but I think we can say at this point from the MAGA world, the nationalist populist corner of polling, that typically we are underrepresented in polls. There's not too many times that they overstate our, especially early polls, performance. So, June, the second round is still far out. I think there's multiple events that will happen between now and then that's going to affect that outcome. So he's very much in the game. And I think, this Sunday's positive result that we're all hoping for is going to be another dynamic factor in that.
Yeah, with the Romanian polls, what we were looking at is just problems with their census. Back in COVID times, they did a census, really didn't have accurate numbers on their population data. And so when these polls were coming out, they heavily underrepresented the rural vote. We were looking at the urban versus rural vote, and urban was far overrepresented, but rural was way more underrepresented. So we actually ended up getting more votes than we were expecting, to the tune of somewhere in the range of 200,000 to 500,000. Which all ended up going in Simeon's favor because he is supported by rural voters. When it comes to Poland, I think their polls are a little more accurate. It's not looking terrific for Nawrocki. And it's somewhere between 44 and 46%. But by no means is that helping, is because it looks like our new connection is a little unstable right now, is to help make up the difference in that 3 to 5% that is necessary to make him competitive.
No, I think that's exactly right, and I'm certainly hoping that some of the boost from seeing this block, and of course Viktor Orban has also come out. Actually, when I was there in Romania, Viktor Orban had released a message, and so for people who don't quite get the politics of the area, there have been long-standing, and when I say long-standing, I mean like hundreds and thousands of years of long-standing tensions between these various regions, Poland, Ukraine, Romania, and Hungary, regarding the borders, regarding various regions. Keep in mind, these were the battlefields of World War II, the battlefields of World War I, and so many other wars that took place over time. This was the land of Europe that was behind the Iron Curtain, that was given to the Soviet Union at Yalta, this absolute just betrayal of the Eastern Europeans, forcing them to live under the godless, atheist, brutal yoke of communism. And so certainly something that I've said begs a reassessment of World War II and our history there, and an understanding of how it was that war ended up with Joseph Stalin coming out of it with a communist empire that stretched from Berlin all the way to Beijing. This is what we're dealing with, trying to allow these countries to join this populist nationalist movement to seek their own destiny, right? We're America First guys around here, but we are against globalism in all its forms, wherever it is found. Jack Posobiec, we're coming right back here on Human Events. We've got a very quick break. We'll be right back.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here. Final segment, Human Events, live on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network. We are back on. We've got Will Donahue, the president of the College Republicans of America, and Tom Dans, the CEO of American Daybreak. But they're not joining us from the United States of America. They're joining us from Bucharest, Romania. Guys, we're all Americans. You know, why do we care so much about these foreign countries? I thought this was America first. You know, Trump's over in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and he's going to the Emirates tomorrow. You know, why should we care about all these elections that are going on? Shouldn't we just be Fortress America and close the northern and southern border, throw up the Navy on the coastlines and say the heck with it? Why does it matter that globalism be fought in every corner of the planet?
Sure. Well, hey, you know, we talk about an interconnected world. There really is a connection between Pennsylvania and Transylvania. And I'll explain what that means.
He went there. He went there.
So, you know, this is the front line of what NATO is basically their raison d'etre. Is supposed to be matching up against what was the former Comecon countries and the Soviet Union, but this is the front line of it. So actually, if you roll forward to what's happening in Romania today, they are building the largest NATO base in Europe, in the very kind of eastern part of the country here. It's called MK base.
Right, and people need to know that Romania has two things that people need to understand from a geostrategic perspective. They have that border with Ukraine, where the current U.S. proxy war against Russia, and that's what it is, has been ongoing. But also, it has access to the Black Sea, and that access to the Black Sea is everything for military operations, geostrategic operations. Also, I'm being told that President Trump is potentially going to be speaking very soon at the state dinner in Qatar, and I'm being told by the network we're going to cut to that as soon as it comes on. But guys, walk us through a little bit more about this geostrategic importance of Romania.
So it gets to being very important who the president of Romania is, because that individual, that man, that woman, has a very important bearing on the role of Romania within NATO, and by extension, the role of America within NATO and how we match up. So keep in mind what happened with the Russian invasion here is that technically Romania gained a border against Russia with the invasion of Ukraine. Now there's a maritime border where Romania actually matches up with
it matches up directly. Guys, the President Trump has begun speaking. We have the audio. Thanks so much for joining. We will be cutting to that right now.
Your country now stands as a hub of global commerce, acts as a key diplomatic force on the world stage, and has even hosted the World Cup. People said, "Oh, the World Cup is going well." Congratulations, Johnny, because you're going to be with us next. He's coming to the United States, actually. Thank you. Great job you do, John. The Emir is building a stunning legacy of economic progress, engineering marvels. What I've seen is incredible, and cultural attainment that should make this entire nation so very, very proud. They are proud. Our friends of Bolivia are so proud. You only have to look at the shimmering skyline, Doha, or the beautiful waterfront Broadway, which I just looked at a little while ago. There wasn't a tree out of place to understand Qatar's amazing path to modernization and prosperity. And you've done it all while honoring your heritage. You've always seen your heritage. You haven't given it up, maintaining your culture, embracing your national traditions. To the Emir, the royal family, and to this entire nation, congratulations on a spectacular job. Well done. Congratulations, you're really something. As you can see from the extraordinary range of leaders and pioneers in this room, the biggest people on earth, most successful people, most powerful people, everyone wants to come and witness what is happening right here. As president, I'm proud that record that will lead to the $1.2 trillion in economic activity before we even start the Boeing deal and all of the other deals that we talked about today. We're pleased to supply our military with billions and billions of dollars in medical equipment, and we're going to get a glimpse of some of it tomorrow morning at your military base, which is incredible, by the way. Earlier today, we were honored the escort of 8 F-15s from your Air Force, and I will say that I asked about Air Force One, do we need them? And he gave me a bad answer. He said, well, I'd rather have them. That wasn't really the answer. He said, no, this is just funny games. He didn't say that. But here we are. There is something we're looking at. Everybody's amazed. It's a little disconcerting when you see landing goes 2,000 miles an hour. We're actually going 500 miles an hour. There's a straight in the land. You look at it, you can read the pilot's name on his helmet, and it's pretty close. But they were great pilots. And it's very that you have chosen the Mighty Falcon as a symbol of your nation, representing dignity and strength. That's what the Falcon represents. Our partnership of that spirit last weekend when you helped negotiate the release of the last living American hostage in Gaza, Egon Alexander. Hopefully this is a stepping stone for getting the rest of the hostages back. That was something that you really did help us a lot, Steve, with God and Marco here. I want to thank you, Steve, Marco, Scott, Howard, everybody was involved. Put a lot of hostages back. They've all been involved. You're also working with us very closely with this strategy, negotiating a deal with Iran, which is the far friendlier course that you would see. Two courses, there's only two courses. There are 3 or 4 or 5. It's 2. There's a friendly and a non-friendly. Non-friendly is a violent course, and I don't want that. I say, I don't want that. They have to get moving. I hope the Iranian leaders understand that what you're doing, really what you're doing for them is a big favor. You're Prime Minister, you're a great leader. Right here on my left has been helping so much, and they respect them and they're listening to them. They have to get moving. We both understand that. They have to make that decision. It's their decision. Because we want to see Iran do well, thrive, be successful, and everybody be happy. I know many Iranians living in New York, Washington, D.C. They're great people. And we want to have this end peacefully, not horribly. So I just want to thank your Highness for that